Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Fire Fist Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I opened the door to see several hero posters and some action figures in a dark room. So this kid likes heroes? In the corner, I noticed a bed with a small child curled up in a ball weeping with a hat over his head. Hey kid, go away. He seemed really mad for me to walk deeper into the room. I said go away. I sat on the bed next to the runt to see a hat that belonged to Fire Fist. That's your father's hat, right? So what if it is? He was mad at me. Not saying I wouldn't blame him since the Marines ended his father's life. Why? I glanced over to see the kid tighten his grip on the hat. Why did he have to die? He was my dad. He was cool and helped us. Hick, what did he do that made him have to die like a monster when he's helped others and didn't take from good people? Why did he have to die like that? Kids were never my best suit, but I understood where he was coming from in this. No matter what I tell you, that answer means nothing to help. As a pirate, Marines are obligated to stop him. But sometimes we forget that even though some pirates do the worst things imaginable, there are still some that do the right things and don't align with the views of the Marines. I can tell you for hours about Fire Fist being a bad person in the eyes of the Marines all I want, but that won't make a difference. In the end, we still stole your own father from you. I placed a hand on his head for the kid to come over and hug me crying into my coat. It hurts. Hick, it hurts so much. I know. I'm sorry that you had to see that. A boy should never watch as his father die, especially the way that yours did. It isn't right? I placed my hand on his back to pat him while thinking just how screwed up our Marine orders were. Are you happy now, Son Goku? You broke a child for what you did and made the Marines look like a bunch of monsters. No. You revealed that we're nothing but monsters pretending to uphold justice. After about a half hour of the kids crying, I brought him out to sit beside his mother and explain the issues that will happen. As of right now, the Marines will make sure that Roger's bloodline is completely gone. That means, you too will be in danger. For now, the keeping of your mother's maiden name will help, but if a blood test is done, you won't be hidden. What do you plan for then? I thought about it before answering. From now on, I'll be looking after you all. G5 has a Marine base near here for me to ask a favor of Admiral Akiji. Since it's rare for me to request things, he won't look too deeply into this. This will give me the ability to train you to defend yourself, kid. Izuku. Excuse me. And my name is Izuku? Alright then. Before going any forward, kids his age get quirks. Does he have one and what is it? I asked for Izuku to hold his hand out and it ignited. So the flame fruit altered it so you have a form of pyrokinesis like your old man's. Look. From now on, I want you to keep the fact you have that quirk to yourself and lie saying you didn't manifest one. If word got out you have a fire quirk that works in the same way as a devil fruit, you'll be giving red flags. Yes sir. I got up to leave before the kid pulled my coat. Mr. Smoker sir, who was that man next to my dad when he died? Straw Hat Luffy. A pirate who's Ace's younger brother. Your uncle? I left the house and went towards my ship. When I was in an enclosed area, I began to call Vice Admiral Garp. Hello. Sir. It's Smoker. I found out what Fire Fist wanted to keep safe. What was it? I pinched the bridge of my nose before answering. A woman and a kid. Turned out, he had a son. There was a silence on the other line before the Vice Admiral spoke silently to himself. God damn it, Son Goku. How old is the kid? 4. Also, he has the powers of the flame fruit in the form of a quirk. So we basically took a boy's father away from him. Did he watch this occur? Unfortunately, the sound of something breaking on the other side of the snail was heard for me to know the Vice Admiral was ticked off. I'm going to put in a request for Admiral Akiji to place me in the G5 base station near here. That'll allow me to protect and train the kid. I'll support the transfer. With my recommendation added on, that should keep from having problems. Thank you sir. I'll see you tomorrow with the finalized request forms. I was about to hang up before being stopped. Smoker. I waited for him to answer before hearing a shaken statement. You don't have to do this if you don't wish to. I can watch over the kid if you feel forced to do so. I'm not forced. Besides, I think I'm in a little too deep to back out now. I hung up the transponder snail before laying back in my chair. You were right, Garp. I don't think anyone else in the Marines would be able to handle keeping this from the upper brass. I blew out a little smoke feeling somewhat ashamed of what had been done to Izuku. I'm sorry that the road ahead of you is gonna be long and hard, kid. But this strife will make you stronger in the end. I just hope you don't do something that'll make me regret taking you under my wing. 14 years later, Izuku POV. Beep beep beep, the sound of my alarm went off for me to start moving my hand to hit it and accidentally use more force than I should have to break it. Oh come on. That's the 5th one this week. Izuku. It's time to get up. I moved my head out from my pillow to get up and land right in a soft and rather firm chest. Now Izuku. You have school today. Like mother-in-law always says, you must take the actions you must first before everything else. I pulled my head out of baby 5's chest to look up at her. Nice to see you're up. Breakfast is ready downstairs if you dash. I look at her eye to eye with a blush showing on her face. Izuku, why are you looking at me like that? I slowly moved my hand for her to go from a small blush to beet red before grabbing the cigarette out of her mouth. What have I told you about smoking in my room? It's bad enough after Smokey's training I smell like his cigars. I really don't want my room to stink like an ashtray. Says the man that can actually turn into a blazing inferno. Please don't get me started, Monae. Pointing the obvious out, Monae walked into my room to grab baby 5 and drag her out while I got ready for school. We'll be downstairs when you're ready. Once I was finally alone, I got changed into my high school uniform. Just one last year, then I can join UA. I walked down to see Mom enjoying a pleasant talk with Monae while baby 5 made certain my food was ready. Morning Mom. Morning sweetie. I began to sit down and start eating before noticing baby 5's lighter wasn't working. Hey Izuku. You mind helping me out? Not a problem. I pointed my finger at the cigarette before sending a small flame to light the end. Thanks. I started to dig into my food with Monae closing some of her medical files to speak with me. So Izuku, what are you going to do for the entrance exams for UA? I'm probably going to use hockey in order to get in. To be honest, pretending to be weak is getting annoying. But don't you pretend to be weak just so Akainu doesn't find you? Sadly, I glanced up at the time to realize I had to get moving. I'll see you all later. I'm gonna be late. I grabbed my bag and finished my meal before bowing to baby 5. Thank you for the meal. As always, it was delicious. I immediately ran out before bumping into Tashiji. Izuku, you're in a rush today. Sorry Tashiji. I'm just running a little late today. I started running as fast as I could before hearing her shout. Don't forget, Smoker has a training session with you today after school. Try not to be late. I won't. I ran as fast as I could, remembering everything that's happened since I became a student under Vice Admiral Smoker. Since I started, I've met a bunch of Marines that honestly were outcasts by their standards in G5. Kinda made me a little better knowing that these men though are very respectable and trust you with your life when they deem you worthy of it. In that time, I was also able to meet Tashiji. Currently a captain of the Marines who I kinda like messing with from time to time. She's a little too rough around the edges, but I've not met anyone more respectful of those under them besides Smokey. Speaking of people I've met, I was able to find baby 5 and Monae during some expeditions with the Marines of G5. Thanks to some off-the-book medical lessons, I was able to temporarily make a heart for Monae before she'd get a real artificial one in place when we were on Punk Hazard. I was also able to help save baby 5 from a cruel fate of being pulled into the Dressrosa incident with Doflamingo and his group. Currently right now, they're kinda on parole by Smoker and serving out their time under mine and Mom's roof. Monae helps at a hospital, making it somewhat her way to repent for what she's done to some children in the past, while baby 5 works kinda like hired help for us. Since she's so easy to trust others, we can't really let her do things out in public where she'd be able to be manipulated so easily. Kinda surprised she's lived as long as she has, but her heart is pure and doesn't want to believe people can lie. Shit. I gotta pick up the pace. Speaking of Smokey, since I was a child, he's helped me train with my quirk while also messing with some documents to make me seem quirkless by a doctor's standard. He also taught me some marine tricks such as the 6 powers as well as hockey. If I was honestly able to use what I know, I'd probably be able to take on anyone and easily win against those in my high school. Unfortunately, that would cause me more problems. So as such, I hold back a lot of my talents to the point I look like a weak and powerless person. Stand clear of the closing door please. I heard the automated voice say this to look around and see nobody of importance around. If I don't get this train, I'll be late. The door started closing for me to accept the risk. Shave. I came right into the cart for some that were paying attention to double glance at me. Had to get this train. Not knowing and probably not caring, they ignored this and went on with their day. At least nobody important was around. At Aldera High School. The bell began to ring for our teacher to walk in holding a stack of papers. All right everyone. You're third years now, so that means you need to start thinking of your future. To help with that, I've got some career forms for you all. When he got to the podium, our teacher threw the stack of papers in the air. But who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes. Everyone began using their quirks besides me and my childhood friend. Now. I know you all have amazing quirks, but it's against school rules for you to use them on campus. Teach. Don't lump me in with these extras. The best they'll get is a spot with some sheedy D-lister pro. Katsuki Bakugo, or as I call him Kachin, began speaking up while holding a somewhat arrogant smirk. Shut up, Bakugo. Yeah. What do you know? The teacher started looking down a clipboard before stating something, stroking Kachin's ego even more. Oh yeah, Bakugo is planning to go to UA. Everyone quieted down, knowing Kachin was most likely gonna get into a school that has such a low pass rate. That's right. You're looking at the next number one in the making? He jumped on his desk and began boasting about himself. I aced all the mock tests. So did I, but nobody will ever know that. And destroyed the mock battles. I could have gotten just as high as you if I was able to use partial strength of what I have. Soon I'll be the most amazing and richest hero out there. I'll even surpass All Might. Oh yeah. Midoriya is also aiming for UA too. The room went silent before everyone busted out in laughter. Midoriya? You gotta be kidding me. He's gonna get clobbered in the exam. Why doesn't he just give up and save the embarrassment? Deku. Kachin immediately slammed his hand on my desk to make an explosion. You think you'll get in with Nofing Quirk? Are you trying to get in my way? I am not. I just wanted to try and get into the hero course and be a hero. That's all. Everyone started laughing harder at them, believing I was weak enough to die in the entrance exams. Alright everyone. We have work to do, so please take this after class if you must. I avoided being attacked right off the bat, but I knew that Kachin wasn't done yet. Why didn't I request for general studies like Tashigi suggested? After school, I began packing up to head over to the G5 base before having my notebook with all my skills inside it being swiped. We ain't done yet, nerd. He glanced at the front before raising an eyebrow. Techniques for heroism? The F you'd need lame sheet like this for? Come on, Kachin. Give it back, please. He looked as if he was going to give it back before smashing his fist on the notebook to destroy it and threw it out the window. That was mean. Give up on going to UA. It'll save you a sheet load of embarrassment since you'll fail anyway. Quirkless freak. I wanted to yell at him and blast him with fire right then and there, but what he said next angered me even more. You know, there is a way for you to get a quirk. Take a swan dive off the highest roof you can find and pray for a quirk in your next life. I couldn't take it anymore to turn towards him, hardening my body with the iron body technique. What? You wanna start something? I stopped immediately, remembering that I had to stay with a low profile. Figured. You're too much of a coward to do sheet anyway. As Kachin and his cronies walked away, I wanted to scream and shoot him with all my fire I could make to prove I'm not worthless or quirkless. If only Akainu would leave me be. I grabbed my bag and walked out to the koi pond to pick up my notebook. Glancing through it, a large portion of the pages were badly damaged, with the penmanship being impossible to read. If only I could show you just who the useless one really is, Kachin, then you'll understand. I started walking out of the school and noticed Tashigi standing outside. You okay? You look a little depressed. I'm fine. Just a little agitated is all. I started walking out in no real direction. Where are you going? Smoker said that you need to train today. I'll be a little late. Apologize for me. I'm not your errand girl. Besides, I'm the older one and I have my own training to do. I ignore Tashigi and start walking into the city, somewhat unsure where I'm going in life. For the past few years, all I can do is hide and cower. Why can't I just do something worthwhile? I felt absolute anger in myself, wanting nothing more than to just let who I am out. If only I could show just what I can be. I shout in anger, remembering Kachin's words. Isn't there some goddamn way I can be strong without having to worry about the FING Marines? Nobody answers. Me for the silence under the bridge I was traveling across to give me my answer. I guess I better head over to Smokey and start training. I'm probably gonna get some lumps from skipping out anyway. While heading over a manhole, some kind of person made of sludge came out and looked directly at me. Well, this is my lucky day. You saved me a lot of hassle, kid. Now, let me take control of your body. I dodged the villain rather easily before using armament hockey to punch it into the wall. You really picked the wrong time to mess with me. I was already pissed off before, now I'm furious. Red Hawk. I punched the sludge villain right in the face for him to splatter everywhere and a molten indent of my fist being put in the wall. I probably went too far. The manhole popped open after to show All Might jump out with a smile on his face. I am here. I ignored this and began picking up the pieces of the sludge villain. Sorry, All Might. Someone kinda did your job already. I see. Was this crater here you're doing then? I immediately lied to avoid any unwanted attention. No. Some wacko with a fire quirk came and put that hole in a little before. He seemed mad though. I finished putting the sludge villain in a bottle that was randomly laying around before giving it to All Might. Thank you for the assistance, young man. Now if you'll excuse me, I must put this villain in police custody. Wait. All Might. If I could ask you for a moment of your time, Could you just answer one single question for me? Depends. What type of question is it? I didn't know how to put it, so I explained what's been happening to me without going into details. For years now, I've tried my best to be someone that can be strong without a quirk. I've fought for almost every day of my life just so I can achieve a dream I had. But right now, I feel like I don't know where to go and that the dream I have is pointless. So please All Might, can you tell me if it's possible to actually be a hero without a quirk? I was hoping, begging for an answer to prove that it's still possible without using my flame quirk. I'm sorry, young lad. But that's almost impossible. Heroes put their lives on the line every day and not many survive even with quirks of their own. For you to be a hero, you'd have to put yourself in situations that demand you to sacrifice your life. If you do not have a quirk, this will only make things far more challenging. So my answer is no, I don't think it's possible to be a hero without a quirk. He leaped away with my mind now becoming more clouded than before. In anger, I punched the ground knowing my life will never change. Why can't I at least have a FING lie happen? I don't care if you lied. I just wanted proof what I was doing for the last 15 years actually wasn't bullshit. I felt tears drop down my cheeks and see sparks on my hands. Dad. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be a man that lives with no regret like you. I eventually picked myself up off the floor and walked near the G5 base to train. When I got there, Smoker had me and Tashigi head out with him to handle an incident with a villain. Apparently he captured a high schooler and was holding him hostage with none of the pros being able to do anything. On the scene, I noticed it was the same villain All Might had. But what shocked me the most was Kachin in the center begging for someone to save him. Smoker sir. How are we going to take the kid out? Best bet would be to find a way to draw the villain's attention. Midoriya, stay back. Smoker didn't even have the time to tell me what to do as I ran in ready to save Kachin. Midoriya. The sludge villain looked over to me and began panicking. Get back kid. I ain't messing with you. I'll snap this kid's neck. I ignored him and kept running. Die. He sent a tendril of sludge at me to pivot my foot. Shave. I disappeared before standing above him pulling my leg back. Tempest kick. I sliced right through the sludge villain before taking Kachin out and pulling him away. You brat. The sludge villain immediately sent tendrils at me for them to be calmly avoided thanks to observation hockey. What are you kid? I used shave again to get up and personal with him to coat my knuckles in armament. I'm the kid that's gonna end your reign of crime. I punched him into a wall to splatter him again. When everything calmed down, the pros immediately rushed me and tried to scold me for my actions. I sat there listening to them say how I should have never done what I did and that I'd be arrested the next time something like that happens for an hour before finally getting myself to be free and walk back near the G5 base. That was reckless kid. If one of the cameras got a good recording of that, you could be found out. I know. I couldn't take it. It was one thing that the thing attacked me, but Kachin was innocent and shouldn't have been. Smoker let out a sigh before patting my head. I wouldn't give you an A+4 today, but maybe a B at best. You messed up at some points, but you didn't completely blow your cover. I started to laugh a bit before All Might stood in front of the entrance to the Marine base. Smoker my friend. Might I speak to your protege there alone for a moment? He shrugged before having Tashigi walk into the base with him. So what did you want to talk about, sir? I'd like to apologize for my comment earlier. From what you've shown me today, you not only have the makings to be a hero, but a great one at that. The pro shrank down in a puff of smoke for a skinny man that looked like a skeleton. What the? To make matters simply, young man, I obtained an injury some time back that limited my powers to being used only 3 hours in a day. As such, I have been searching for someone to inherit my quirk. You see, this power I have wasn't one I was born with, it was given to me. He began explaining about his quirk called One for All and how he's been looking for the 9th successor. Today you've proven to me that you are worthy of my quirk. So what do you say, Izuku Midoriya? Will you become the next holder of OFA? I felt tears coming in my eyes before smiling with a nod. I will. On a ship at the southern port of Japan, several people stop and notice a man wearing a marine uniform get off. So the woman's name is Inko Midoriya and the kid's name is Izuku Midoriya. He glared at the papers in his hand with 2 photo images of the two. So the man had a kid, huh? Then I guess it's my job to end what I started with your father, boy. Fleet Admiral, sir. A marine came up in front of the man to salute. We have the home of the woman in question in lockdown. The second she comes home, we can arrest her. Good. I'll make sure she pays a price for letting that family lineage go on. Sir. Should I inform the members of G5 about what's happening? Keep this in the dark. I'd rather handle this without anyone extra needing to find out. The papers in the man's hands began to burn up to cinders before adding one final note. Besides, I have a feeling Smoker knew about this and willingly kept his identity hidden. I'm heading to UA for the kid alone. Inform me when you have the woman in custody? Yes, sir. You both thought you were clever, didn't you? Well, hide and seek is over, son of Fire Fist. This time, I'll make sure Roger's lineage is ended. Izuku POV. It's been 11 months since All Might gave me his quirk. In that time, I was asked by him to do some personal training to become stronger for all by cleaning Dagoba Municipal Beach. I unfortunately had to cut my training with Smokey and Tashigi until I fulfilled the requirements in All Might's case, but I felt it after the entrance exams. The part though that really sucked was the fact Smoker asked me to pretend I was extremely weak with training and the quirk like a newbie. This sadly ended up making me have to willingly break my bones by voluntarily going over my limit, and trust me when I say that it hurt. I was however able to at least get into my dream school as well as make some nice friends in the process. In a way of speaking, I was happy. Today for hero training, we were told that it was going to be off at a special facility. We all boarded the bus with me sitting next to my classmates Azui and Kirishima. The drive was somewhat quiet until Azui spoke up. Midoriya, can I ask you a question? Sure Azui, what's up? She stared at me blankly before replying. Call me Tsu. Oh, okay Tsu. What did you want to ask? Are you related to Portgus D. Ace by any chance? Pfft. How did she know? No. Why? Well, the two of you have a lot alike, like those freckles on your faces. You act somewhat like some information on him says. You also fall asleep while you're eating. Ah, crap. That is impossible Azui. Portgus D. Ace died before he could have any children. If he was the Fire Fist son, Midoriya would have been ended a long time ago. I guess you're right Ida. I was just curious. Sorry Midoriya Ribbit. Why you don't have to apologize. It was an honest mistake. Besides, it's not like I'm mad you thought that. I started laughing and trying to make it seem like nothing before the bus stopped. We're here. Get off. We followed Mr. Aizawa's order for our classmates to pile off the bus one by one. While we went up to listen to the Space Hero 13's statement of how the day was going to be done, my mind kept going to what Tsu asked. Would they treat me different if they knew the truth? Cool. They even have fake villains here. I heard Kirishima speak for me to see a bunch of villains come out of a portal. Those aren't fake villains Kirishima. They're the real deal. Mr. Aizawa charged at the villains with my mind now panicking. Damn it. I started to pull out my transponder snail for Smokey to pick up, but there seemed to be interference. Someone's gotta be jamming me. Maybe if I get out of the building, I can get a signal. I turned to the exit to see a man made of mist come between us and the door. Hello. We are the League of Villains. We've come here to end All Might, but he seems to not be here. Was there by any chance a change in the schedule? Dai, Kachin and Kirishima immediately came at the mist villain to miss for some reason. Before we could react, we were all swallowed in some kind of black fog the villain's body was made of. Seems you all will be quite troublesome. Now, disperse. I was surrounded by darkness before looking down and finding myself falling into a pool of water. Crap. Is it salt water? I looked over to see Tsu and Mineta. If I use one of the 6 powers here, it'll look fishy. I also don't want to risk if this is salt water. I grit my teeth and made a choice call. I can pretend if it is salt water that I can't swim. I'm gonna have to risk it. I hit the water for me to be able to swim around. I gave a bit of relief knowing this before some villain came to attack me. Now your chum kid dash. Tsu came in to kick the villain at the last minute and take me up above water and onto a boat before hopping on with Mineta. You alright Midoriya? Why yeah. Thanks for the save Tsu. We stood in the middle of the boat looking around. From what I can tell, this is still the USJ. That means we should still be able to reunite with everyone. But what about the villains down there? They're gonna end us. Mineta started to cry a bit before I walked around the boat. So our options are wait here and hope they don't attack, go in the water and try to outmatch them, or... I glanced down at my hand before looking at Tsu and Mineta. Damn it. Okay, I've got a plan to get out of here. But in order to do that, I need to share something with you too. What is it Ribbit? I bet it's that you're a closet perv. I don't want to ask. No. I've been kinda holding back. Both stared at me before asking in unison. How much? A bit. To make a long story short, I was training before UA with a Marine and was taught 6 skills. One of which is called Moonwalk. I can literally walk on air with this. Tsu and Mineta were rather surprised before I grabbed both. Mineta was lugged over my shoulder while I held Tsu in one arm kinda like a princess. Midoriya. Nobody will know about this. Understand? Trust me. If Baby 5 knew I was holding another woman like this, she'd end me. This never happened after we escape here. I went to the back of the boat before getting a running start to jump up above the side and begin activating one of the 6 powers. Moonwalk. Every villain down below looked as if they were amazed before I jumped up and used a bit of OFA in my legs. Tempest kick. I sent an air pressure slash towards the water to make a small whirlpool for the villains with my netta throwing the balls on his head. Let me guess. That was another trick of these 6 powers things? Tsu asked bluntly for me to answer. That was called Tempest kick. An ability of mine that allows my kicks to make a condensed air pressure slash. Think of it like I'm cutting the air with my leg. This didn't sit so well with my frog friend before she spoke. After this, I want to know what else you've been keeping if you have skills like these. As your friend, I feel a little untrusted if you can't say these things. I bit my lip while answering. I'm sorry. But some things I have no choice but to keep secret. Please understand that I'm not trying to do this because I don't trust you. We eventually made it back to the center of the plaza to see Mr. Aizawa being beaten down by the villain with his brain sticking out. This is bad. For once, I agreed with my netta on this. I don't suppose those 6 power things you have can do something in this ribbit? Sadly. Not really. We'll just need to wait for an opening and get Mr. Aizawa out of there. I started activating observation hockey to see where most of my class was. So 2 of each are in every zone for the most part. The rest are up above with only 1 person missing. Since none of them match Ida's presence, I'm guessing he had to have escaped. That's good. All we need to do now is hold out. Before I let it go, I felt the one villain with hands all over his body's intentions to immediately turn towards Tsu. Tsu! Get out of the way. I pushed her out of danger before holding my fist back. Damn it. I have no choice. I coated my arm in armament hockey before pulling it back. Before my fist was about to connect, the brain villain got in the way and acted as a shield. I can tell he's stronger. I made a judgment call and decided since only Tsu and my netta were around, I'd use my real power. Red Hawk dash. The doors to the entrance exploded open with a face I'd wish I'd never see again walking in. So you hid yourself among the heroes of the future. Not a bad hiding spot. But your little game of hiding is over now. My blood went cold when I saw his face again. Fleet Admiral, Akainu. Midoriya. My mind immediately went to the image of Dad when I was a little kid. The nightmare that happened to him. No. How did he find me? Mom? Is she okay? Why did he have to come? I had to have slipped up somewhere, but when? I've been safe for years now, how could I have made such a stupid mistake? Who the hell are you? You're not an invited player in this game. Numu. End him. The monstrous beast came charging at Akainu for him to drop his cigar. Says the man that wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. His arm immediately turned to magma to grab the brain creature's head and immediately incinerating it. The sound of its screams echoed into the facility before the headless corpse fell to the ground with the hole from the missing head seared shut. Your next hand, freak. Sir. We must leave. We are not strong enough to face off against the Fleet Admiral. Damn it. You win this round, cheater, but we'll be back. The hand villain and the black mist villain left in a portal with some of our class coming out of the other zones. Now that the unwanted pest is out of the way, I can continue with my job. Akainu turned to me before walking over with the images of Dad's death and the creature called Numu's in front of us playing on replay. I gotta run. I need to run. He'll end me. I wanted to run, but my legs couldn't move. Damn it, legs. Move. Move. He stood in front of me to grab my neck and throw me towards the ground. Midoriya. Everyone started running towards us with the Fleet Admiral's foot being placed on my chest. What the hell do you think you're doing to our friend? Kirishima was enraged before Akainu spoke up. I'm doing my job and ridding the world of his cursed bloodline. The F are you talking about? Kachin shouted, confused as hell. I see. You never told them, did you? Akainu grabbed me by the neck before pulling me above the ground for everyone to hear. Tell us, boy, who's your father? I tried to play dumb and pretend I didn't know. Hi Hisashi. And Midoriya. I gasped out saying my uncle's name. You and I both know that's a lie. Portgas D. Izuku. Everyone stopped when they heard this name. About 20 years ago, your mother and father met and had you. Before his execution, you and your mother made it a mission to remain hidden the best you could. Taking her maiden name, forging documents to make it seem like your father wasn't in the picture, even going as far as pretending you don't have that quirk of yours. But I was able to find out thanks to a little red flag you made about 11 months back during that sludge villain attack. And thanks to the mistake, I had a bit of digging with DNA tests giving undeniable proof. The staff of UA and Ida ran into the USJ to hear the final statement of the Fleet Admirals. You are the son of the Fire Fist, Portgas D. Ace. Everyone went cold when they heard this. Why, you're lying. The Fire Fist never had a son. Ida shouted at the top of the facility. Then let's prove that. Akainu pointed a gun at my head with everyone panicking when he did. If this gun I shoot at you doesn't end you, it's undeniable proof you're his son. If it blows your brains out, it's a tragedy. But you and I both know the results of this. My breathing started to increase in speed as the barrel of the gun was held right up to my temple. No. No. And no. Bang! The sound of the gun went off with everyone turning away from me. When they looked back, what they saw was the bullet in the cement floor and my skull on fire. That power, only a Logia-type devil fruit or a quirk that was made by an interaction with an immediate devil fruit user could have done that. This alone is undeniable proof you're his son. Everyone looked at me with shock and fear before the hand of Akainu's holding the gun began to turn to magma. SS Solar Flare. I activated a personal move I made to temporarily blind Akainu and start running. I gotta get away fast. But where? Where do you think you're going? Akainu came to the side of me with his fist coated in magma. Like father like son, I suppose. This is it. I can't run. I watched in horror as the fist that ended Dad was about to end my life too. Mom. Dad. Baby 5. Monae. Tashiji. Smoker. I'm sorry. I shut my eyes expecting the worst before I heard a shout. Texas smash. I opened my eyes to see All Might in front of me punching Akainu a bit of a distance away. You stay the hell away from my protege, you filthy ender. You've murdered hundreds of innocents on your crusade against a hero's bloodline. Portgas Ace is a hero to many and only a criminal to a corrupt world government. You're more a villain than my nemesis, and you so much as look at my student wrong, I'll rip your head off with my bare hands, you filthy monster. All Might's booming voice resonates through the USJ as he lands a second punch on Akainu's jaw. The Admiral recovered fairly easily before looking at All Might. You honestly believe that? Tell me, how many pirates have ended innocent people? Can you say for a fact the families of those victims don't deserve them to die? How many villains have you put away that to some people are just doing what they deem is right? Saving that boy and calling the Fire Fist a hero is a hypocritical comment. There's no hypocrisy in my statement. Portgas Ace was a hero to many and never took the life of an innocent. You murdered him in cold blood just because of his relation to Gold Roger. You're the type of villain I wouldn't hesitate to vanquish. Now. Perish fiend. This next attack was the strongest one in All Might's arsenal, rearing his right arm back and planting his foot on the ground. He uses every single muscle in his body to deliver this blow into Akainu's chest. United States of Smash. The collision of All Might's fist hitting Akainu right above the heart resonated throughout the facility as the Admiral was sent flying across the USJ facility and careening into the concrete reinforced buildings in the earthquake zone. As Akainu sat back up, he wiped blood from his mouth and ripped a piece of rebar out of his stomach with it partially melted. Was that your best shot? That's enough, Akainu. Make one more move and I'll have you demoted to seaman. Nizu shouts from the entrance. From where Izuku Midoriya is, he is under our protection, and until he does something that is deemed villainous. Merely being related to a pirate doesn't make him a criminal, pirate royalty, or anything else. The end result is simply that you cannot touch him. I will be giving a detailed debriefing to the 5 elders as well as the hero board. This type of behavior is unacceptable to anyone. This seemed to stop the Fleet Admiral for now before walking back towards me. You live for now. But the moment you graduate or do something that warrants your arrest, you're mine, boy. He walked away with my heart barely staying in my chest. I survived, but I could tell I lost a lot of trust by the way my classmates and teachers were looking at me. Izuku POV. After being brought back to UA, I was placed in the front explaining to my entire class why I decided to lie to them. I am so sorry for lying to you all. I didn't intend to mean any harm in deceiving you all, but I didn't have a choice in the matter. Choice my fingass. Bakugo. Sit. Down. Aizawa, who was bandaged from head to toe basically, was rather angry before I continued. Since it doesn't matter anymore, I think it's only fair if I tell you the truth myself. As you've already been told, my father is the former 2nd Division Commander, Portgas Ace. When I was 4, the War of the Best happened, which cost him as well as many of his fellow comrades and Marines' lives. This was, arguably, the worst day of my life since my father was an icon to me. An irresponsible one at that. Ida spoke under his mouth for Mr. Aizawa's capture gear to be wrapped around his neck. Did you forget about the part where Akainu nearly ended Midoriya for being part of the Fire Fist's bloodline? He slammed Ida's head on his desk before I continued. A little while after the war, a Marine came to our door and was asked by my great-grandfather Monkey D. Garp, who was a Vice Admiral at the time, to visit us. From what he said, my father told him about something he wanted to protect. So just like what the Vice Admiral did for Gold Roger, he sent a member of the Marines to check up on us that he trusted. This is Vice Admiral Smoker, leader of the G5 right now. Upon his request, I remained hidden, kept my mother's name, and even went so far as to lie and say I was quirkless. I hated lying, and all I could do for years was lie about who I was. It's because of my lying that you all were dragged into this, and because you were, I'm sorry. I bowed to them with none of the tension in the room letting up. So you FING lied about being weak all this time? Kachin got out of his seat to punch me in the face. I didn't bother turning on my quirk since he had all the right to in my opinion. You've been FING letting me be the top dog all these years, haven't you? You know something, Bakugo's got a point. The hell Kaminari? Jairu shouted in annoyance. I'm just saying. He's lied to everyone he's met. How are we even sure he's not lying now? He's got a point. Zero agreed with this while some of our classmates seemed really on edge with trusting me. But then again, Midoriya did save me and my Netta in the flood zone. I guess he might actually have been trying to stop himself from being caught for a reason. Tsu's right guys. Midoribro was targeted during this specifically. Can't you at least see that? There was still a lot of distrust in the air before Ida got up and walked towards me. Midoriya. I glanced up at him to see he was at ends with himself. I don't blame you for lying. To be honest, after the Fleet Admiral's attack, you had all reason to keep your identity hidden. But with that in mind, you still lied to us, which means I can't trust your words. Not yet at least. Several other members of the class began agreeing with Ida before Uraraka stood up and shouted. Are you all insane? Deku had done nothing to deserve this. Sure he lied, but Ida just pointed out he didn't have a choice in this. Deku even said he hated doing it but couldn't do anything else. Just stop judging him and forgive him. It may be early too, but I kinda agree with Uraraka in giving trust to Midoriya. Yaoyorozu stood up to point this out for everyone to look towards her. My family has history with the Whitebeards. My father was once saved by their captain and is in debt to them. With this in mind, I think Midoriya does at least deserve a chance to show this time he isn't lying. I'm with Yamamo on this. He doesn't seem like the type to just lie without a reason. He's too much of a pushover in a way. One by one, the few that actually were willing to trust me fully stood up. The ones that actually agreed with me were Uraraka, Kirishima, Jairu, Tsu, Yaoyorozu, and Ojiro. As for the rest, they'd accept me as a classmate, but I could tell they wouldn't be able to trust me yet. In light of the situation, classes will be postponed for the next 2 weeks. Take this time to think about what happened and go from here. When you return, the UA Sports Festival will happen. Take the time to train and get stronger to shine in that. Dismissed. Everyone began pouring out with the group that trusted me remaining. Midoriya, or Portgas, whichever you prefer now. There's no difference now, so go ahead and call me what you'd wish, sir. Alright, problem child. Not wrong. I know you've been through a lot and I don't blame you for wanting to punch yourself in the face for what's happened, but your fight has just begun. I glanced over at him with question. Thanks to the help of Vice Admiral Smoker, we were able to protect your mother as well as you for now. But the second you graduate, you'll be fair game for the Marines. So from now to that moment, you need to prove to the world that what they believe of you is wrong. I won't say it will be easy. You hold within you the legacy of not only your father, but your grandfather. The late king of the pirates. This is a lot of weight to put on a 20-year-old, but you need to outshine any unease the world may have with you. If not, you'll follow your family to an early grave. I know. Thank you, sir. I started to walk out with everyone following me. Hey Deku. Wait up. Turning around, I saw the group look at me worried. I'll be okay. That's not why we're following you, dude. I glanced at Jairu before they all started bowing. We're sorry. They spoke in unison. Why? I should be sorry for lying. But you didn't deserve what happened. The Whitebeards might have been villains in the eyes of the law, but they really weren't if you look at what they've actually done at the source. Ojiro pointed this out with a bit of empathy. They actually kept things in order before Blackbeard. Ace included. I smiled a bit before feeling tears in my eyes. Thank you. We walked out of the building for someone to charge and hug me. Izuku, are you okay? Knowing from the feeling, I could tell it was Baby 5 without needing to look up. Baby 5. Enough of that. This isn't a time for your public display. I'm just making sure my fiancé is okay. Tashigi. Is that wrong? I was immediately pulled out of her chest and held onto by Monae. Tashigi told us what happened. Are you going to be alright? Yeah. Is Mom okay though? She's fine. Smoker came over with Mom beside him looking a little shaken up. Akainu's men tried to arrest her with a lot of favors being needed from Nizu to place her under UA's protection. You owe me, kid. Thank you. I bowed to my mentor before hearing Kirishima shout in excitement. You're Vice Admiral Smoker. Also known as the White Chase. You're so manly, bro. I take it these are your classmates? Some of them. I began explaining the situation with who everyone was and what happened during the USJ. For now, everyone was safe, but the uphill battle was going to happen now. So you've got some time off. Then I think you should take a few days to join me on a little trip. You kids can follow along too. I think it'll help you understand where Izuku is coming from. Wait. Where are we going, sir? You'll see when we get on the ship. I was trying to follow him before looking at my classmates. Since he opened the offer, do you all want to join us? Sure. Let me just call my family and tell them. My parents are out of town for a week, so okay. Fine by me. My parents are home, so my siblings shouldn't have a problem with having someone to watch them ribbit. Let me just clear it with my folks. One by one, everyone was able to come with us to head to the harbor and take a marine ship out to sea. From the direction I was seeing, we were heading to the Grand Line. 2 days later, third-person POV. After a few days on the sea, Izuku and the Marines began explaining to his classmates about what the young Fire Fist's been doing with his life for the last 15 years. He mentioned how Smoker has taught him the 6 powers with going into more detail for what they were in total. He also explained Haki to have some examples with Kirishima and him going toe-to-toe with dodging a large portion of his attacks and tanking others without breaking a sweat. Finally, he explained his flame quirk and how it works. Soon enough, the group found themselves nearing an island. Alright, we're here. Izuku looked at the island to see it was rather small. What is this place? Somewhere you and Inko should have gone a long time ago. Inko knew where it was to hand Izuku some flowers while she carried a bottle of sake. As they walked up, Ochako and Momo tried to follow with Toshiji stopping them. What is this place? The final resting place of several pirates in the Whitebeards. Including their former captain Edward Newgate and Portgust Ace. Izuku and Inko never got to see Ace's grave to say goodbye. So for about 16 years, they've had to keep the final words they wanted to say to him inside out of fear of being caught. Everyone's heads went down before Baby 5 spoke up while putting out a cigarette bud. It's not right. Izuku should have been able to say what he needed to at his father's burial, not wait over a decade and a half just to finally see it. Not like he had a choice. Monae felt just as ashamed in letting this be prolonged, but held her tongue knowing this wasn't her place. So Deku's never been to see his dad's grave once till now? That's just wrong. Smoker finished her sentence for the brunette to nod. I don't blame you for thinking that, kid, but I asked them not to for their own safety. Wrong or not, these words are needed to be passed by the two. Glancing over, Smoker noticed another boat docked with the Revolutionary Army's flag. Something tells me his uncle's here. With Izuku and Inko. The two walked up the pathway silently with their heads down, feeling somewhat ashamed they had to wait for so long to visit Ace's gravestone. As they walked up to it, they noticed a man standing beside it. I'm sorry it's been a while since I've seen your grave, Ace. But I hope you're not mad. The man heard their footsteps to turn back and smile. Well, hello there. I didn't expect there to be more people visiting today. Sorry if we're intruding, Inko said while walking up to the grave. Oh, no. You're not intruding. The mother placed 4 sake cups down with one being pushed near the foot of Ace's marker. She poured the sake in her hands into the cups before passing one to Izuku and handing the other to the man. Thank you, Ace. I'm sorry that me and Izuku couldn't come any sooner. I just want you to know that we're living the best we can and that we didn't forget you. You play a big role in both of our lives, and I wished you could have seen Izuku grow up into the fine young man he is today. Tears started to fall down Inko's face as she kept speaking in hopes her former love could hear. If you're watching us from wherever you are right now, please continue to and know that we will always love you. The three tapped the glass meant to be Ace's before drinking the contents. Ace must have been someone important to the both of you. Sniffle he was. And as someone who once loved him, I'm ashamed to not have come any sooner to visit his final resting place. Inko began to walk a bit away before glancing over at Izuku. When you're done, I'll be over here. Okay. Inko walked back a bit to give Izuku the space to talk to his father's grave. I'll give you the area, kid. I'll just be back here. Thank you. When the blonde man was far enough away to not hear Izuku, he placed the flowers on his grave and spoke. Dad. If you're listening, I don't blame you for not being around. You've always told me that life should be cherished as a human, so it's only right to stand as who you should? Izuku began crying while continuing. I want to be like you, Dad. Strong and willing to stand for what you believe in, but I'm scared. Akainu found me and Mom, and now we need to prove ourselves. I'm scared that if I don't and the Marines don't change how they see me, Mom will be pulled into this. Izuku balled his fists before shutting his eyes. Please, Dad, just let me know I'm doing what's right for both of us. A wind came through with what felt like a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Follow what you believe is right. Live with no regret. That's how everyone should live. Looking up, Izuku saw an image of his father smiling at him. Sniffle, thanks, Dad. Izuku began sobbing knowing his own father was watching over him. Half an hour passes with Izuku saying to Ace's grave some of his accomplishments with some happiness before standing up and saying his goodbyes. So what was Ace to you too? The man asked for them to remain silent. When they got to the ships, Smoker and everyone was looking at them with the blonde being uneasy. Geez. This guy means business. Get what you needed done, kid. Yes, sir. Izuku helped his mother back on the ship before turning to the man. It was nice meeting you, Uncle Sabo. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Amazed by what he said, Sabo tried to stop Izuku before he got on. Unfortunately, he couldn't to end up shouting to Izuku for answers. Hey, just who are you, kid? Seeing no point in hiding it anymore, Izuku went to the back of the ship before shouting back. Portgas de Izuku, son of Fire Fist Ace. Hearing this, Sabo couldn't believe it. All these years, Ace had a son. He felt tears of joy welling up inside him before shouting back in a smile. I'll try and keep in touch. Farewell, nephew. Both smiled at each other with tears knowing this before heading their separate ways. That was the second in command to the Revolutionary Army? Momo was amazed on how Izuku knew him to question how he knows Sabo before stopping, and Izuku looking great burden seemed to be lifted off him. I promise I'll be strong, Dad. Just like you. Ochako POV. I started to wake up to the crazy feeling I was rocking around on a boat. Ugh. Why do I feel so dizzy? You're not dizzy. You're feeling the ship rock. I looked to who said that to see Ms. Monae reading. Breakfast is ready upstairs. I hope you don't mind eating with G5. They can be quite the rowdy bunch. Oh yeah, I'm on a boat in the middle of the ocean. I stopped when my brain registered that actuality. Ship Uraraka dear. A boat can be on a ship, but a ship can't be on a boat. Getting up, I began heading out towards the top of the deck. There, I noticed my classmates that joined us. In the center of the deck though, I saw Deku and Baby 5 sitting across from each other in chairs. So what's going on? Port Gaspro said something about this being training for Baby 5 or something. I'm not sure what the training is though. Baby 5, show me your panties. What kind of stupid training is this? Me and the rest of the girls shout as we hear this statement be said. Oh, okay. She starts standing up to lift her skirt up before Deku hits her on the head. Ow. That hurt? Let's try this again now. Baby 5, show me your bra. There was a silence before she began to blush while replying. Well, if you want me to dash, she got another hit to the head. Just what kind of crazy training is this where Midoriya is asking Baby 5 to do these things? Training to stop her from obeying everything a man tells her to do, Kyoka. Tashigi came over to watch the training as well while explaining what it technically was. When she was a child, Baby 5 apparently was abandoned by her mother. This gave her a somewhat strange desire to obey everything someone tells her to. Do no matter how ridiculous it is, in hopes they won't abandon her as well. Due to this, she had racked up a ridiculous amount of debt equaling up to about 98 million berries, which is about 9.8 million yen, as well as being engaged 8 times. She was engaged 8 times? Sadly, Doflamingo ended all 8 of her former fiancés before we even met her. So let me get this straight. Baby 5 was actually a member of the former warlord Doflamingo's group, as well as has millions in debt, along with having 8 late fiancés who were all ended by the heavenly devil himself. Just where did Midoriya find this woman, and what is his connection with her? Yamamo gave a valid point that most of us were kinda asking ourselves as well. He found her when the Marines were handling the incident at Dressrosa. Wait, does she mean that incident in the past with Doflamingo and the Straw Hats? So what is Deku to her? My curiosity got the better of me to ask a question I probably would have been better not asking. She sees Izuku as her fiancé. What? We all shout at once while Tashigi explains. To make a long story short, the two fought during the Dressrosa incident and well. Flashback 2 years ago, third-person POV. Izuku and Baby 5 began fighting in the middle of Dressrosa during the battle for both to go neck and neck. In it, Izuku held back from using his flames so nobody would see who he was. Arms metamorphosis. Revolver girl. Baby 5 began turning herself into a giant revolver for Izuku to duck under and get below her. Sorry miss, but I don't have time to play games and I need to take this seriously. When he said this, Baby 5's heart began to flutter uncontrollably on how she took the wording extremely wrong. He wants to take me seriously? What does he mean by that? She quickly evaded an attack by him for the weapon fruit wielder to transform her body again to have her leg turn into a blade. Izuku grabbed a hold and kept her from moving anywhere. Keep fighting as hard as you will, I won't give up until I have you taken down. Taken down? Does that mean he wants to, but I can't until I marry? Baby 5 jumped away with Izuku activating armament hockey. Tell me something, do you mean what you say? What? Do you mean in all honesty that you'll take me down and treat me seriously? What kind of stupid question is that? Of course I'll take you seriously. Then I accept your marriage offer. Baby 5 stopped fighting to immediately hug Izuku. Wait, the hell went on to make her think I was asking her to marry her? Back to present, Ochako POV. The hell kind of marriage proposal did she think that was? We all shouted in annoyance before seeing the two get up and start walking towards us. So Izuku, would you still wanna see? Baby 5 started lifting her skirt up a bit before me. Jairu, Yamamo, Tsu and Tashigi shouted in unison. Is your head even screwed on straight? Why don't we wait for that answer until after breakfast? I'd rather have some food in me before I see something like that, right? We started walking into the dining area to see Vice Admiral Smoker talking to Mrs. Midoriya. Hey Mom. Hey Smokey, can't you at least call me by my actual name for once, kid? And miss out on making a joke with you, like that'll ever happen? The Vice Admiral rolled his eyes as Deku sat down and ate from the eggs and toast that were being served. So what's our plan going forward, sir? I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is the Marines are stationing a pro and a Marine to watch over you. We also found out that your home was attacked when we were away burning almost everything. Are you serious? They burned our home. I had important medical books in there. Monae, Deku and Baby 5 were beyond mad at this, with Smoker continuing. Good news, I'm the Marine they had put here thanks to your great-grandfather, former Vice Admiral Garp. The pro is also the number 2 hero Endeavor that had offered to let you, your mother, Monae and Baby 5 stay with him until the apartment is repaired in the next few weeks. Till then, you will be living at the Todoroki residence? Don't you have a friend that's Endeavor's daughter? Mrs. Midoriya asked for us to remember our classmate Shoko Todoroki. I wonder what she thinks of you. To be honest, Todoroki keeps to herself even among the girls, so it's not just me that thinks she's kinda a loner. You're not wrong there, Kirishima Ribbit. Be that as it may, you'll be training with Endeavor in regards to mastering your flame quirk. Being on his home estate is enough to help with that. Smoker let a breath of smoke out of his mouth before continuing. I also heard a rumor that the Marines will try and assess where you are strength-wise during the sports festival, so you better be ready for a fight. Understood, sir? We started to sit down and start talking before Deku suddenly fell asleep while eating. He got up shortly after to look around at us before scarfing his food down again to annoy us all. To think Deku's the son of Portgas Ace. I wonder how strong he really is if he was gonna get serious. Few hours later at the Todoroki residence, third-person POV. Shoko. The Vice Admiral is gonna be here any minute with that family we're going to take care of. Are the guest beds ready? A woman with white hair and small bits of red in it asked for a girl with white and red hair to reply. They are Fuyumi. Shoko walked out to see her father sitting at the table reading a report. Doing research on Midoriya, or Portgas I should say. The boy has a unique ability as well as a fire quirk. It might help to know a bit about how it works. Perhaps he could help in your training if you're interested. And why would I care to use your power? The dual hair-colored teen walked out of the room with Endeavor giving a sigh of frustration. Unknown to the world due to fear of scrutiny, the Todoroki family has had troubles as far back since the family's mother Rei Todoroki had been sold off by her family in a quirk marriage. Things only got progressively worse to the point the family is hardly even a family, with most of the children all hating their father and their mother unfortunately being committed to a psyche ward when she poured hot water on Shoko's eye to leave a large scar. A knock was heard for Endeavor to get up. That must be them. Walking to the front, the flame hero was met with the sight of the group of Izuku, his friends, Smoker, Tashigi and the Midoriya residents. Vice Admiral Smoker. It's nice of you to make the trip all the way here. Endeavor turned to look down at Izuku next. You must be Portgas Ace's son? Yes sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Izuku bowed for Endeavor to let them in. From what I'm told, you were found out by the Fleet Admiral, correct? Izuku nodded as they kept moving into the residence. I saw your father when he died. It should have never happened. What do you mean by that? The pro looked directly at Izuku before answering. I don't think how the Marines handled that incident was right. Ace didn't deserve to die on a floor like that. I can give you a million reasons with each and every one of them sounding right theoretically, but realistically there is zero. No child deserves to watch their father die. Izuku stood there somewhat surprised hearing this from Endeavor of all people. Wow, I didn't expect that from you. I'm a father, so seeing what happened and hearing why I'm going to UA makes me somewhat sick to my stomach. I'd hate to cut this little conversation short, but I'd like to help point out why I asked for Izuku to stay specifically here. Smoker butted in for the flame hero to bring the group out towards the open area of the estate. Since I can't help with fire quirks without much information, I'd like to see what you can do in a fight with your quirk. Walking into the open area, Endeavor began activating his quirk to light his facial hair on fire. So to get a base understanding where you are to make a guideline where to go, we're going to fight. Everyone looked over to see Shoko leaning against the house and walking over. I'm facing him. Shoko, please dash. I don't care what you think, I'm going to be the one fighting Midoriya to prove I'm the stronger of the two. Seeing there was no fighting it, Endeavor looked at Izuku. Do you mind? As long as we can start somewhere, let's go. Endeavor walked to the side with Shoko and Izuku preparing to face one another. If I remember correctly, you have a quirk that gives you the ability to use fire and ice. I'm kinda interested to see how I hold up to you. Begin. Endeavor shouted for Shoko to send a wave of ice to Izuku. Alright. Let's get this going. Izuku used his flame powers to turn his right hand into fire. Fire Fist. In one shot, he melted the ice and cleared a passage to have both see each other. Not bad. You have any other tricks? This somewhat irritated the dual hair-colored teen a bit to send another wave of ice. Izuku jumped up with his fire to send a small bit of sparks towards Shoko. Firefly. As defense, Shoko made a glacier that melted right away. Quick to react. You're really amazing, Todoroki. As the two fought, Fuyumi came out with some drinks to see the fight happening. What's going on? Shoko wanted to fight Midoriya and I'm gauging where he is and giving my opinion where to start. From what I'm seeing though, I can tell where a fatal flaw of his is. Tashigi heard this to look over towards the pro. What is it? His style. He's trying too hard to imitate his father's. The group continued to watch to notice similarities with Izuku's fighting style and the late Fire Fists. Saint Elmo's Fire. Izuku shot 2 spears of fire for Shoko to block, however she didn't see the flame quirk user come near her with his fist turned to flames directly at her face inches away. I guess this is my win, Todoroki. Alright. Let's call it there. Endeavor walked over for Izuku to turn his hand back to normal and smile at Shoko. I think I have a good idea where to go with you from here on, Midoriya. Shoko. I'd also like you to help with training as well. Perhaps you can learn a thing or two. Pass. Shoko ignored both and walked inside with no interest on doing anything of the sorts. I guess it's understandable. Midoriya, I'd like to spend the time we have making a style made specifically for you. What do you mean? You've been copying how your father would use his powers, haven't you? Izuku nodded for Endeavor to continue. That is where there's a flaw. Though it's respectful why you wish to keep your father's fighting style alive, you and him are far from the same. Tying yourself down with using his style is actually making you weaker. Your ability with your flames outclasses him and could be used more uniquely than you think. That's why from here to the sports festival, I'd like you to make a fighting style unique to you from mine and your father's skill set? Izuku didn't understand why his father's technique was holding him back, but trusted the pro's personal wisdom. Okay. With that said, we're gonna start heading out to bring these 6 back home. If there's anything you wanna know later, please ask Endeavor. Understood. Catch you later, Deku. Everyone began waving to Izuku as they left with him smiling a bit knowing he wasn't completely distrusted by his friends. Fuyumi started to get up and stretch a bit. I should probably start on lunch. I'll join you. If you'd like, I can help too. Inko and Baby 5 went with the Todoroki sibling into the kitchen to start making food with Monae getting up as well. I'll be heading to the hospital to see if I can get the duplicates of some files that were in the apartment when it caught fire. I'll be home before dinner. Once Endeavor and Izuku were alone, the face of the pro began to lose most of its seriousness. Midoriya. I'd like your assistance in something. It regards Shoko? Later that night. What the? Izuku found himself in a bit of confusion as he was placed in not the guest room, but Shoko's room out of all places. Why am I sharing a room? Sorry. We didn't expect more than your mom and you, so you're going to have to share with Shoko? For rooms, Izuku couldn't actually fight since Monae and Baby 5 were sharing one in the guest room and his mother was sleeping in Fuyumi's room. I can ask someone else to switch if you want. It's fine as long as Todoroki doesn't mind it. Shoko gave no response to this with the two considering this as an okay for them. Alright. I'll see you all in the morning. The door shut for a silence to be felt in the room. I guess I'll start going to sleep. Izuku went into the spare futon in the room with Shoko going into hers. Good night, Todoroki. She didn't respond with only one set of words coming out of her mouth. What's it like being Fire Fist's son? What type of father was he? Izuku didn't know how to respond to this as he gave the best answer he could. I can barely remember much about my father before seeing that. All the time I knew him, he smiled and told me to always do what I think is right. He never took his life for granted and did things he believed was right as a way to follow his own teachings. I thought growing up he was so amazing. Izuku started to cry a bit before getting up to grab his father's hat out of his bag and placing it on the table. Out in the open. I just wish he was able to watch me grow up with satisfaction. I'm sorry I asked. It's fine. I will continue doing what I think is right as a way to honor my father's memory. That's unfortunately the only thing I can do to hold on to him and keep what he held to heart in mind. Izuku got back under the covers before starting to go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Good night. Izuku didn't know it, but his words made Shoko think of her own mother to feel some remorse. Would Mom have been happy with what road I chose? She placed her hand over her left eye and began falling asleep after. Izuku POV. The day of the sports festival finally came with the time I had training with Endeavor somewhat worthwhile. From what I've been taught by him, mixing my father's skills with his helped balance out some major fighting flaws between the two as he put it. Before the event though, All Might called me to speak with him away from everyone. I felt uneasy since I haven't talked to him so much since the USJ. I hope he's not angry with me for hiding it. I opened the door to the room we were going to talk in for him to be in his smaller form sitting in a chair. You wanted to see me, sir? Come sit down, young Midoriya. I want to discuss some things with you. I shut the door and sat in a seat across from him. I felt nervous before All Might started to speak. First and foremost, I want you to know I'm not mad you kept being Potgas D'ace's son from me. Knowing how desperately the world government wanted Roger dead as well as any of his lineage, it's apparent to see why you did it. Thank you, sir. I felt a weight of relief knowing he wasn't against it. To be completely honest, I actually hold Ace and Roger in high standards since I was actually part of the Roger Pirates some time back. I did a spit take realizing this to flip. You were part of the Roger Pirates? Yep. Best few years of my life were sailing under his flag. So you knew my grandfather? Yes. Hearing someone who actually knew of GOLD Roger personally made me really happy. What was he like? Roger was a unique man. He always did what he felt he should do. Sometimes this would help avoid trouble, but trouble constantly found us. The man was proud to be who he was though and lived his days to the fullest. I could see the happiness in All Might's eyes to continue to ask him about my grandfather. Odd question, but how did the Marines capture someone like him? They didn't. Roger turned himself in. I was a little shocked by this comment. Roger, when he was reaching his final few years, was told by a doctor that he had an incurable disease that was going to end him. He already accomplished what he wanted to in life and as such, he'd rather have gone out with a bang the way he did as opposed to going out on a bed withering away. He caused his fair share of trouble wanting the adventure he does, but he truly was a respectable man. Did you ever meet my father when he was alive? Few times. He was more trying to get info on Whitebeard since he wanted to grow stronger and again when he was tracking down Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. I started to clench my hands in anger hearing his name before All Might got up to pat my hand. Trust me when I say going after him is a bad idea. This may sound wrong coming from me, but put him out of your mind and let someone else stop him. You already have Akainu coming for your head, you don't need Blackbeard. I knew he was right, but another thought came to my mind. All Might. You knew a lot of things traveling with my grandfather, right? You wouldn't happen to know what the One Piece is or the Will of D, would you? Perhaps, but the information is only worthwhile for what you make of it. Look into your heart and you'll know what it is. That is arguably the most corny thing I've ever heard, sir. I guess it somewhat is. We both laughed before he allowed me to leave and head towards my class. As I entered in, the air was severely thick with almost everyone staring daggers at me. Understandable why for most since I did kinda lie to them all. Shortly after coming in, Todoroki walked over to me with her eyes staring right at me. Portgas, today I will defeat you. This somewhat was weird to hear from her, but I wasn't all that shocked from what Endeavor told me about her past. Todoroki. We're here as friends, not enemies. We might be classmates, but we're all targeting the same thing on the field. She walked away with us being called shortly after to avoid me getting the chance to even talk to her about this. I guess this'll be something to deal with later. On the field, Monae POV. Alright boys and girls, let's make some noise. The crowd burst into excitement from inside the stadium as the students came in. I'm present Mike and up here I've got my buddy Eraserhead to give commentary. Does he always yell? He has a microphone on himself often, so wouldn't he have interference by now or something? I questioned before a strange interference came over the speakers for it to answer my question. Should have guessed this would happen. Coming in now is the class you've all been interested in. They've survived a villain attack and a run-in with the Fleet Admiral himself, Class 1A. Crowd dulled a bit with some panicking. Isn't that the son of Fire Fist? Some spoke out after seeing Izuku with his father's hat on. Doesn't that also mean he's related to Gold Roger? This is getting really scary, man. Filthy cowards. How dare they insult Izuku like this? Baby 5 was ready to turn her arm into a weapon to fight. Wouldn't end well for Izuku if you fought. My best suggestion is just let it go and let Izuku show them wrong. She glared at the man again with me telling her again. If you pick a fight in Izuku's name, it will possibly end with this being looked at as an act of aggression by him. Back off or Izuku pays the price. Hearing that Izuku would have the death sentence he's on now sped up, Baby 5 backed off for us to listen to the ash blonde boy I think was named Bakugo speak up and claim he was gonna win first. Monae. I looked towards Smoker for him to light a cigar while replying. Why don't you go and get something to snack on for all of us? My treat. He handed over some cash for me to stand and head out. Once I got out of the crowd, I started walking to the vendor section to see what they had. Perhaps something sweet will help pull Baby Five's mind off of what had happened. I'm certain Tashigi is just as angry. I began ordering a few sweets, some comfort food and soft drinks before bumping into a certain blonde pro-hero. Would you care for some assistance, miss? No thank you, All Might. But I would like to have a word with you in regards to Izuku if you have the time. He seemed surprised before offering me to head towards an empty stairwell. There, I placed the snacks and everything on the side while we talked. What is it you wish to know about one of my students? You can drop the act, All Might. I know what you really look like from coming to see Izuku train with you every now and again. He accepted this to poof back into his normal form. Just who are you and what do you want to discuss? My name is Monae. We've not spoken, but we have seen each other once or twice for a few moments. Oh yeah. I think I remember seeing you at Dagoba with that other woman dressed like a French maid as well as after the USJ attack. Good. Now I'd like to tell you a few things that are making me question some issues. Since Izuku can't go to a normal doctor, I have taken care of his medical aspects for a while. Upon looking into some recent blood work a month back, I discovered some abnormalities with his past work that doesn't make sense. He didn't understand it for me to explain it in a simple way. In the body, from what I've seen, a person that holds a quirk will have a unique quirk enzyme in them. This enzyme is for the most part, a combination of the mother's and the father's in a specific way. Since Roger had a fatal illness, I take blood samples from Izuku a few months regularly to avoid an issue of it showing up as well as to research the D family's DNA. Upon this, I have discovered two completely different enzymes present in Izuku's blood. One was for his flame quirk, which I was already aware of. The second was a special and rather odd quirk enzyme. Unsure about it, I did some thinking, and the only way this could be possible is if he had two different quirks. He avoided contact with my eyes while trying to lie. That would be impossible. Do you honestly think that? He ignored me for my explanation to go on. Since this didn't make sense to me, I decided to do some research into the only possible way this could make sense. In short, I tested your blood and found similar quirk enzymes in it in smaller quantities. He knew he was in the hot seat for me to give my final prognosis. I don't know how, but you transferred your own quirk to Izuku, didn't you? He looked around as if he was trying to make sure we didn't have any onlookers before replying. I need you to keep this a secret. Yes, I did. I believed young Mito. I am sorry, young Portgas, a true hero. As such, I wanted to give him my quirk as a way to help someone who had no chance. Or at least, who I believed had no chance. I looked away in shame knowing what he meant. You have to swear to me that you will not tell anyone about what you've heard today. Please, the secret's safe with me. I just wanted to know if what happened to Izuku was your doing or someone else's. From what I've also learned, devil fruits force the body to hold a similar enzyme, so I was questioning this as another theory. I grabbed the snacks and began heading towards the stands once more. Oh, and by the way, Izuku was probably one of your wiser choices to inherit the quirk, since I've tested and discovered having more than one quirk in the body is similar to if a person would eat more than one devil fruit. What do you mean by young Portgas was the smarter one? Let's just say Izuku being related to Gold Roger isn't the only reason why the Marines are uneasy with him living. I walked away with this comment being the last I said to All Might. Passing a screen, I watched Izuku use his flame powers to defeat a gigantic robot in a single punch. Child's play. I continued on while thinking of my findings. From what I found out, the bodies of the family of D are more powerful and durable than most others. At least that seems to be the case with Izuku. If I were to run tests on samples of blood from other members of the D family, then that would solidify my belief. Right now though, the only members of the D family I could pull from for proof that I'm aware of are the Monkey D family, Law and Blackbeard. Sometimes I wish it would be easier to test the blood of these people to find out the truth. I glanced up to see a strange figure that seemed familiar to me. I followed the person to see them stop in an empty hallway. He pulled out a transponder snail to speak to someone. You find him, Burgess? Yeah, boss. He's a first year? The voice began laughing for the person to without a doubt be the man Izuku hates arguably the most in the world. Marshall D. Teach. Grab him when you get the chance. That might be harder than we think. I'm not the only one here looking for the kid. I heard this to listen closer. CP0 is here, and I doubt this isn't a coincidence. CP0 is here. I overheard this to shake in fear. This is bad. This is really bad. Unbelievable, folks. Porgas has gotten to the front of the pack and surpassed the final obstacle. I heard the sound to immediately drop the food and run towards everyone. When I got to the stadium, I noticed a man wearing a suit bump into me to glare at me. Watch where you're going. I took a moment to see the man's face to realize he was one of the members of CP0. My apologies. I was in a hurry, and the winner of the first event is Porgas D. Izuku. Mike shouted that Izuku won the first match, with it not being the most important thing to me right now. I stood in front of everyone with Baby 5 holding up a massive sign. Yeah. Go Izuku. Monae. Where have you been? You missed the entire first event dash. That's not important right now to Shiji. We have a big problem on our hands. Smoker turned to me while I explained. Jesus Burgess is here as well as CP0. I just saw one of their members right now. Are you serious? Tashiji started to get up before being grabbed by Smoker. Sit down Tashiji. You're making a scene. But Sir Dash, we knew Akainu would try something. This is just proof of that. For now, I'm guessing Blackbeard wants something to do with Izuku for us to right now focus on keeping our noses out of it. But CP0 is Dash. A group Akainu is most likely having used to make a point. He breathed out a bit of smoke while continuing. The only thing we can do right now is hope Izuku is strong enough to at least survive. For now, don't make a scene and just sit down avoiding a problem. I sat down for now, but the unsettling feeling of Izuku perhaps facing a dangerous member of CP0 or meeting Blackbeard couldn't escape from my mind. I just hope Izuku is strong enough to withstand this. Izuku POV. After being told of what the next event will be, a cavalry battle with my first place mantle making me a target, I began struggling to find a partner, let alone 3 due to this. Who can I find to be a partner? I tried looking around before feeling a hand on my shoulder. Turning around, I found a girl with orange hair and green eyes smile at me. Hey, you're the Fire Fist son, right? I heard you were really strong. Any chance you want to pair up? Actually, I was looking for someone to pair with. That works out really well. Hey Deku. I looked over to see Uraraka and Yaoyorozu walk over. Wanna pair up with us? You sure? We'll be targeted and I kinda think Kachin is still really sore about me lying. It's fine Portgas. We're willing to take on anyone if they come after us. Yaoyorozu seemed somewhat confident with Uraraka smiling happily. Besides, it's better to team up with people you like. She seemed very considerate with a ray of light coming behind her. Okay. So let's before starting a lineup here what your quirk is miss? Kendo. Itsuka Kendo. My quirk is called Big Fist. Pretty straightforward of what it does. Kendo grew her fist to about 4 times its size as an example. My quirk allows me to increase the size of my hands and increase their destructive force. For the most part, the real issue I have is balance subtlety as a drawback. Big hands off the bat could alter your balance. Still not that bad of a downside. Thinking of what to do in regards to this, I had a plan on where to go. Okay. Kendo, you'll be the front of the horse. With your quirk, we can probably avoid fighting enemies by a frontward means. Meanwhile, Uraraka will use her quirk on Yaoyorozu and Kendo to make you both weightless with me acting as a weight on you to keep you grounded. Yaoyorozu will also help by providing defense with her quirk creating shields while I handle any enemies on top through combat. I used my quirk to make my hands burst into flames. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Grand Line, third-person POV. Luffy get in here. The sound of a woman with long orange hair shouted from inside a ship for 8 others to be in front of a TV screen. What's up Nami? The man known as Luffy came in for the group to crowd the screen. It's not possible. A man with 3 swords and green hair looked in shock. The guy has Ace's powers and his name. Another man with blonde hair and strange eyebrows replied as well. What? What about Ace? Luffy stretched his neck up and over everyone to try and get to the screen. Chopper. Get out of the way. I want to see too. Sorry. A talking reindeer with a blue nose states while moving to show Izuku on a screen with the name listed on the side. Wah, he can't be. From what we're told, he is. A guy with a long nose said. From what the school is saying, he is the son of the Fire Fist and has powers similar to the Flame Fruit. There's no denying it. A woman with long black straight hair spoke while looking up information for Luffy to start having tears in his eyes. Ace. Hikyu, you had a son, he's, Sniffle IHAVE a nephew. Luffy started bawling his eyes out while a giant robotic man gave him a tissue to blow into. To think the Fire Fist had a son. It seems rather mind-boggling. Yo ho ho ho. A talking skeleton began laughing with Luffy grabbing Nami. Nami. How far are we from UA? I need to see him. I need to meet Ace's son. We're nowhere near Japan and it would easily take a week at best. For now, let's just watch the sports festival and support him from the sidelines. Alright. But after the festival, we're going to Japan. Sanji. We need meat. Luffy shouted for the blonde man to walk towards a kitchen. Go Izumo. Kick their butts. His name's Izuku you idiot. Nami, Chopper and the man with a long nose known as Usopp shouted in anger. As they sat, the woman with black hair known as Robin sat watching the TV to notice 2 faces she knew from the past. Weren't those 2 members of the Don Quixote family? At UA. As everyone began getting ready to start, midnight started calling time. Players, begin assuming a starting formation. As she spoke, a man wearing a white suit and sporting a top hat walked into the arena and onto the stadium. "It looks like we've got someone that was lost here." Mike shouted for the man to show his face to everyone. "Oh shit." Izuku spoke with fear. "What's wrong?" Momo asked for her to see her friend go pale. "That man, he's part of Cipher Pole number 0. A special group that is precise and deadly working for the world government." "Wait, but what's someone like that doing here?" Ochako freaked hearing. "I hate to say it, but we're about to find out." The man sent a bird perched on his shoulder up to the teleprompter booth holding a message in his coat. "Sir, we need you to leave the field at once. This is an event for students of UA. I'm here under orders from the world government. As part of an assessment for Portgas D. Izuku, I need to determine how strong he is so that if by some chance he does go rogue on us, we can handle him the swiftest and safest measures." The onlookers gave a bit of murmur to themselves as Luffy spoke up from the screen he was watching on. "It's the pigeon guy. They can't do something like this, can they?" Nami questioned. "We're about to find out." A green-haired man by the name of Zoro replied. Aizawa took the mic to begin speaking. "This is ordered by the 5 elders of the world government. Because of this, we have very little room to argue. However, we would rather this match be during a time where you wouldn't intervene with an event we are using for the benefit of the students. Then why don't I make things interesting? The major point value of his team is consisting of the Fire Fist Sun's points. So we'll have a one-on-one match until one of us can't continue anymore. If he wins, his entire team advances to the final event. If he loses, only he is eliminated." The member of CP0 looked at Izuku. "Is that alright with you? I know for a fact this is a trap, but since I can't really go against the world government right now." "Alright." Izuku got off of his team and unzipped his jacket to show his undershirt. "Wait. You know this is a ploy by Akainu. Why are you allowing yourself to be dragged into this?" Momo questioned for Izuku to let a deep sigh out. "Do I have much of another choice? Right now, I'm a high-class enemy of the world government. If I want them to avert from thinking that, I need to show them I'm not the enemy by playing by their rules even if it is a trap." "Well, since you're fine with it then." Midnight stopped for a moment before assessing the situation to explain it. "Due to unforeseen incidents, we will be changing some things around. Before the cavalry battle, we will have a match held in part by the world government. You heard that, folks. A fight between the grandson of the world's most notorious criminal and a member of the strong arm of the law." A few minutes were taken to clear the area with the classes entering into the stands. As they did, the students of Class A noticed Baby 5, Monae and Tashigi sitting where they would be. "Tashigi, did you have any idea Akainu would do something like this?" "Sorry, Kyoka. By the time we knew, there was nothing that could be done. But I'm concerned personally about who he's facing." "Who is this pigeon guy anyway?" Kirishima asked. "Rob Luchi. A dangerous member of the Cipher Paw." Everyone looked up to see Sabo leaning over the railing. "Who the F are you?" "My apologies for not introducing myself. I'm Dash, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, aka the new wielder of the Flame Fruit." Itsuka jumped out of her seat to start shaking the revolutionary's hand. "I am such a huge fan of yours. Please, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word." She continually shook his hand for Sabo to back away a bit. "Maybe supporting my nephew is enough?" Realizing what she was doing, Itsuka backed off a bit with a blush. Sorry. I just think Fire Fist Ace was an amazing person. The War of the Best should have never happened in my eyes, and it only showed the greatness that was the Whitebeards through and through." "It's fine. Why don't you sit with us and cheer Izuku on?" The orange-haired girl blushed while answering. "I'd like that." With everyone but Midnight off the field for them to fight, Izuku began stretching. "You're Rob Luchi of CP0 if I remember correctly. I heard you're good at your job. I feel a little honored to have the likes of you come after me." "Why thank you." Luchi smiled at Izuku before pulling his coat off. "As a way to avoid danger that would be wrong for children to see, I'll be monitoring the match." Midnight spoke while lifting her whip into the air before bringing it down. "Begin." Right off the bat, Izuku came charging at Luchi with his hand turning to flames. Fire Fist. Shave. Luchi avoided the attack to get right behind Izuku. Tempest Kick. He let loose a slash of wind to force Izuku away while he made a ball of flames. Jet Burn. Using the techniques he learned from Endeavor, Izuku learned different ways to make his quirk more powerful. Luchi avoided the attack to go directly at Izuku with his index finger pointed outward. Finger Pistol. Iron Body. A small wind pressure was heard as Luchi's finger came directly at Izuku's chest where his heart was. "Oh snap, folks. These two can take this from 0 to 100 in no time." Mike shouted with the two pulling away from one another. "I gotta admit, the skills of the 6 powers aren't wasted on the likes of you. I guess that Vice Admiral you learned them from did something right." Looking down at his shirt, Izuku noticed where the tear was to solidify his belief. This was a ploy by Akainu to end me all along. Can't say I'm shocked. So why don't you show off your devil fruit? Heh. Shouldn't be surprised you know about that. I guess I can show you what I can do. Wait. He ate a devil fruit? Kyoka questioned for Tashigi to nod. The group saw Luchi transform from the twig and built body of his into a giant monstrosity of a human-animal hybrid. He ate a Zoan type? Momo's eyes widened with Tashigi pointing out what type it was. Cat fruit, leopard model. Right now, Izuku is facing an insane murderer with the powers of an apex predator. Baby 5 began shaking hearing this to watch with worry. Right off the bat, Luchi came charging at Izuku too fast for him to see and have a finger go directly into his torso. Those who knew what happened went pale knowing the young fire fist was pierced. He began to cough up blood with Luchi pulling away to knee Izuku into a wall. Unbelievable, ladies and gents. Porgas was kicked a distance. Let me go. I gotta help my nephew from the pigeon guy. Luffy began moving to help Izuku the best he could with his crew holding his arms so he wouldn't try to go anywhere. You can't do anything to help. For now, all we can do is help by giving moral support. Usopp spoke up angered just like Luffy but knew where he stood. Coming out of the wall, Izuku seemed to spit out blood before smiling. So this is what a fight with the best can do. I guess I should be ready for your next punch. Izuku's arms were coated with armament haki before charging at Luchi. Dual Red Hawk. Luchi avoided these with ease before going at Izuku again with a fist coated in haki as well. He was able to avoid this encounter with his own. Blow for blow the two started matching the other's attacks before Luchi jumped above with Moonwalk to give a stomping kick down at Izuku's head with haki coating his leg. This is nuts, folks. Blow for blow both are matching the other. As a smoke cloud came, Izuku noticed Luchi's body change into that of a leopard and come at his shoulder to bite directly into it. Aha! This is bad. Ochako stood up in fear with Kirishima standing up as well. We gotta help Portgas, bro. Don't. You'll get caught in the crossfire. Tashigi stopped them as they tried to ignore her before being stopped by her blade drawn. I don't like this as much as you, but this isn't our fight. Struggling to break free, Izuku began using his flame powers to punch Luchi with a fist coated with haki and fire. Each punch weakened the bite before finally releasing after the fourth or fifth strike. Izuku held his shoulder in pain seeing the blood drip down his arm and to the ground. I gotta be careful. He almost ripped my arm off by that. If he would have jerked in any way, his arm would have been bit through. This is the dangers he's facing right now with the world government. Sabo looked in rage with Ida speaking up. Why are they allowing this to happen? This is no different than an attack on Porgas's life. This is far different than anything they should deem as an assessment. That was a blatant lie. Shoko spoke up angered greatly. All they wanted was a way to get Portgas to agree to something that they could blame on him not standing up to the mantle of danger his father faced at his age. Luchi came at Izuku again for him to dodge. However, the green-haired boy was quickly grabbed by the marine specialist's tail by the neck and held tightly. From the moment he accepted this offer, the assassination on Porgas's life was initiated. Looks like Porgas is in a pinch. Will he get out? Izuku's head began to turn red a bit with his ability to breath being limited. Should we stop this right now? Enough. Stop this right now. Midnight came over to try and stop Luchi with him glaring at her. You try and stop me and you'll be an enemy of the world government. Until one of us is unable to continue, this match will progress. Do you understand me? His claws started to get coated in haki to force the R-rated hero to step down. If I don't do something fast, he's gonna snap my neck. Izuku's vision started to blur with his body falling to his knees. He fought to pull the tail off, but couldn't take the monstrous thing off his neck. Do something, Izuku. Do something. In a single moment, he took a page from Luchi's notes and coated his own teeth in haki to bite down on his tail without the Cypher Pole agent seeing to force him to let go. Hacking a lung and struggling to get air in, Izuku began standing up again. So you pulled out of that with your life. Nicely done. Wheeze, you know something, Luchi. I wanted to save this for the right time. This technique for a worthy fight. But right now I can't think of a better time. Monae's words echoed in Izuku's mind as she spoke about his second quirk. I won't ask where you obtained the second quirk to you, but I will warn you to be very cautious when you use both your powers. Though you can contain both naturally, that doesn't mean your body will sustain itself so easily if you use both at once. One for all, full cowling flames began to twirl around Izuku and turn from red to green. Flame commandment. The audience looked in shock as shockwaves swirled in his flames before Izuku shot directly out of them and grazed the side of Luchi's cheek to cause blood to come off it and hit the edge of the stadium. Looking over, Luchi couldn't help but smile at the increase in power. So you've found a way to get stronger? The leopard man pulled the blood coming down from the cut with his thumb to lick it. Now a real fight begins, Portgas de Izuku. Third-person POV. Izuku's fists coated with green flames produced a green lighting around with the heat in the stadium rising. Man, this heat is getting crazy. Monae watched incuriously as she pulled a notepad out. Increased flame heat from at max of 1200 degrees Celsius to unknown temperature. Green color indicates possible burning of either copper or barium. Possibility to produce blue flames most likely with chances of producing higher temperature flames still unknown. What are you doing? Ochako questioned for Monae to continue placing notes down in the notepad. Seeing about documenting everything I can about this new power Izuku has merging his two abilities. Now the question is, how will this turn the tides and what is his limit now? Izuku stormed to Luchi with his fist in flames coated with haki. Green Hawk. Luchi activated his haki as well to collide and send a massive heat wave at the crowd. As they connected, the heat emanating off of Izuku's fist began to burn the leopard man's to force him to pull back. As he did, Luchi noticed his knuckles burned even through his armament haki. Whatever he did, it increased the heat of his attacks. Luchi started to smirk as Izuku charged again with his fists attacking at increased speeds. Paper art. Luchi turned back into his human form to limit his size and avoid Izuku's attacks a little better before kneeing him in the stomach. Iron body. His leg was coated with armament haki as well to increase the damage done. Izuku spat a bit of blood out before having Luchi's fists directly at his face. 6 King Gun. A large impact was felt at his face to send him flying back a bit. Before he could hit a wall, Izuku readjusted himself to charge at Luchi one last time. Shave. Izuku used his skills with the 6 powers to constantly come at different directions at immense speeds with the power of OFA adjusting to force him to go faster. On the outside, it looked as if he was encasing Luchi in a giant tornado of fire. Now. Green Blow. Taking a trick from Smoker, Izuku stormed Luchi from inside the inferno to force him into a wall. Oh snap folks. Rob Luchi is down, but is he out? Izuku stood up calmly trying to prepare himself for the inevitable retaliation. I have to admit, I've never had as much entertainment as I have now in a long time. Luchi walked out of the wall with blood dripping down his head and several burns shown on his body. Facing you truly is a fight I've wanted for a long time. Should have figured it wasn't gonna be that easy. Izuku took a fighting stance before something in his body began to feel as if it ruptured. Pwah! He immediately spat out a large amount of blood and knelt to the ground. What's happening? Kyoka jumped out of her seat seeing Izuku kneeling. It must be a rebound? Monae pointed out. I warned him if he ever combined the two to take caution. Granted, this isn't a time when he has the ability to be cautious as much. Luchi started walking towards Izuku with Baby 5 beginning to panic. He's starting back up again. Come on. Izuku. You got this? Sabo watched worried for his nephew. That power you just had was dangerous to use on your body. Without a doubt, you're now feeling the rebound of what you did. Now, you're unable to fight as well. Luchi transformed back into his leopard hybrid form and sent a haki-coated claw at Izuku. He was able to duck and avoid the attack to get some distance. I can't breathe. He struggled to gain oxygen in his body as his lungs felt like they were going to explode. So this is what the rebound of using both is? Izuku stood up with the lack of oxygen in his body making his senses go fuzzy. You can barely stand. What makes you think you can fight me? Luchi came storming at Izuku with a punch to the gut for a crack to be heard. He moved around to roundhouse to the arm, sending Izuku into the ground. I gotta fight back. Izuku struggled to stand with both Luchi's fists coming directly at him again to the chest this time. 6 King Gun. The shot was fired at the center of his ribcage for Izuku to cough up blood. As he was about to be sent back however, Luchi's tail wrapped around his waist to keep him in place. He shot another attack off again at Izuku's chest for another shock just as powerful as the first to happen again with another happening directly after. The audience watched in both fear and horror as the feeling of the impacts echoed in the stadium one after the other. Stop him. Baby 5 began to let out tears seeing this happen. Somebody stop him now. We can't get involved Dash. So you're willing to let Izuku die? She shouted at Tashigi who held her head down in disgust not wanting to see this happen. How can you just sit there and accept this is happening to Izu Dash? You think I want to sit here and watch this happen? Tashigi grabbed the weapon fruit user to show she was in tears as well. This is by far the last thing I'd want to see, much less endorse as something the Marines should do. But what do you want me to do? This is from people higher than Smoker. Higher than Akainu. What can I do that doesn't force me to be court-martialed? The members of Class A watched the two argue with Tsu noticing Monae still writing something. How are you calmly managing this happening? Monae began muttering something for the frog girl to see what she was writing. When she saw, Tsu realized Monae was actually writing kill over and over again to finally hear what she was saying. Kill the bastard. End the bastard. End the bastard. End the bastard. This stopped when they saw Luchi finally let go of Izuku with him barely conscious and on his feet. You have my respect for surviving this long. Must be that cursed blood in you that is making you still stand. A pity. The leopard man moved his hand to show his claws in the air before slamming them directly into Izuku's stomach. Those in the audience watched as the sharp claws penetrated the flame quirk user with blood dripping down Luchi's hand. Izuku, Monae, Tashigi, Baby 5, Ochako, Momo and Kyoka shouted in horror with the green-haired boy's eyes going wide. Luffy, calm down. Let me go, Zoro. I need to help him. Let me go so I can help Ace's son. You cannot do anything where we are right now. Calm yourself. Jinbei tried to keep him back with Nami watching in horror with her mouth covered, seeing what looked more like a public execution than a skill assessment right now. A shame that you had to die like this, boy. But you should have known this was going to be the outcome. Luchi pulled his claws out of Izuku with holding his fists at his face one last time. 6 King Gun. Izuku was sent back into a wall, no longer moving and bleeding profoundly. I don't think he can take much more. Somebody cut the camera please. Mike spoke with his voice shaking from watching this happen. Everyone couldn't speak with Midnight attempting to go and help Izuku. Stay back. This is still marine business. Are you out of your dash? Luchi glared at the R-rated hero again for the hand that was impaled into Izuku to be held up. If you truly wish to get between wiping the lineage of the worst criminal in history off this planet, then I shall deem you an accomplice and wipe you off this planet as well. The choice is yours. Knowing she couldn't stand a chance and that it wasn't certain she'd be able to stop Luchi with her quirk faster than he'd react, she had no choice but to stand back. Good. Izuku began to fade out with his vision no longer showing what's around him. As this happened, he started to see visions of the past when he was a baby. Dad. Hey Izuku. How's my handsome little man? He started reaching out to him with the showing of his hands being that of a baby's. You want to see something cool? But you can't tell your mother? In Izuku's past, he's always loved fire for some reason. Not because it burned things or anything like that, but because he was reminded of his father and his smile. No matter what happened, the smile his father gave was always something he loved. Dad. His hand slowly moved forward for the wind to blow the hat his father had to come near him. Here Izuku. This hat means a lot to me, so you better take care of it when I come back for it. His father's words came to his mind to reach for the hat. I need to take care of Dad's hat. Midoriya. The sound of a voice came from the stands to force everyone to look where it was coming from. At the edge near where Izuku was, Smoker stood clearly enraged. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you losing to this man? Smoker. Luchi looked up in annoyance at the Vice Admiral. I did not spend 15 years training you so that you could lose here and now. Get your ass up and fight, damn it. You're a fighter like every damned freak show in your family. What makes you different than them? These words came to Izuku for him to remember why he wanted to fight and stand as a hero. He's right. Izuku gripped the wall while using his fire to sear the open wounds shut and grab his father's hat to place upon his head. Sorry about that, Smokey. I just needed a bit of a reality check. One more time. 5 minutes is all I'm asking. Izuku's body began to ignite with green fire again for him to focus it a little more precise. You think you can beat me? That power you're holding is dragging you to an early grave? Luchi came charging at Izuku for him to jump up and use moonwalk to maneuver and attack the leopard man in the back with a fist before jumping back to avoid an attack and repeating the process to attack his side. You bastard. Izuku. Inko watched in fear as her son was fighting both pain and self-destruction with every person in the stadium and watching from a screen wondering how this will play out. Having enough of standing on the sidelines, Shoko stood up and walked to the bars. Porgas. She shouted while barely able to hold her composure. Win this and prove you're able to take your father's legacy, damn it. Become the next Fire Fist. Getting close and personal to Luchi, Izuku held his right fist back while condensing and increasing the heat of the flames in his arm. Hotter. The green flames began to turn turquoise with his body feeling as if the oxygen in his body was being snuffed out. Hotter. The flames slowly turned a more blue color with the feeling of his arm burning off and the intense lack of oxygen making his vision blur. Hotter. The flames finally reached a solid blue with Luchi attempting to get away from this with his tail being grabbed by Izuku's left hand. I won't die. Here today, Rob Luchi. I'll live and prove to the world that I'm strong. Just like my family. In one punch, the heat from Izuku's fist went directly into Luchi's chest as he shouted into the heavens. Blue Hawk. The force of the attack sent both Luchi and Midnight back by the shockwave with a massive explosion happening in the center of the stadium. As this happened, a dust cloud formed to cover the field and any form of showing who won. Man. I can't see a thing. Mike shouted over the mic with everyone waiting in agony to see the final result in the air. A single fist was raised with Izuku standing tall. His shirt was tattered off to reveal a tattoo on his back to everyone present. Did he beat him? Mike was barely able to tell what happened with Luchi inside a wall slowly coming out and falling face first motionless on the ground. The winner of the fight is Porgas D. Izuku. Everyone. The son of the Fire Fist has beaten the Cypher Pole member of the world government. The crowd cheered with everyone watching that supported Izuku cheering alongside. I gotta say this. I need to prove to the world that I'm not going to lose. Akainu. Izuku shouted for all the cameras to focus on him. I know you're watching. You can send Cypher Pole at me. You can send the admirals. You can even send the damned Yankos for all I care. But know this, I will become a hero and prove to the world what you think is impossible. I will prove that the Fire Fist, the man you deem is dangerous. I will prove that I will be a hero for the people. You hear me? Akainu watched in his office with anger written on his face. You bastard. Izuku started to fade out of consciousness with Midnight coming out of shock to see. Get him to recovery girl, now. Medical robots came to take Izuku towards the old nurse with the stands cheering for Izuku. They shouted his last name in chants as he stood tall even against odds and came out on top. I'm going to make sure Izuku's okay. Monae got out of her seat and ran towards recovery girl's office. Me too. Baby 5 joined with everyone else who stood by Izuku after learning the truth and Itsuka joining in. Meanwhile, Bakugo watched what happened in shock. The boy he thought was weak all these years caused this much destruction. So this is the truth of Deku's power. To think he was holding all this back. Just how FING scared was he of being found out? In the shadows, Burgess watched in satisfaction seeing Izuku win against the CP0 agent. That kid really is something else. Maybe I'll make my debut to him now. He walked through the empty halls laughing at the thought of seeing Izuku right the second he saw a member of the pirate crew whose captain put his father on death row. Ochako POV. And that's IT. We have our top 16. We'll have the final events matchings after lunch. We were finally free to head to lunch with a lot of us heading right to the infirmary. Due to the fact the festival was still going on, we couldn't see Deku. When we got to the door, I felt a little uneasy seeing what I did before. Deku. Please be okay. Out of the way. Hot food coming through. Baby 5 came running with a stack of meat as tall as her with Tashiji holding a fruit stack the same height. Monae. Get the door. Monae opened the door from inside with what sounded like chomping happening deeper in. They put the food inside for all of us to look inside and see Deku on a bed eating an insane amount of food. Woohoo! More meat? Snore. Can you at least stay awake for this? Momo, Kyoka and I shouted in anger at Deku. Ha! Deku stared at us for a moment with it looking like he was confused why we were there. He quickly changed tune to begin stuffing his face again for Kirishima and Tsu to join in this time in our shouting spree. Don't just act like we're not here. Izuku. I need to take a blood sample if you don't mind. Monae held a small needle and stuff to take blood for Deku to hold his right arm out and continue eating. Sho awawacha, washgoing tu shafwinash? Deku spoke with his mouth full as the quantity of the meat and fruit on the trays that just came in got lower and lower. First is our group. You got us in and technically we're labeled as first since you had the 10 million. Todoroki's group of Kaminari, Ida, and this Class B girl Shiozaki had the official first in the cavalry battle. Bakugo's team of Shiro, Mina and Kirishima came second. He's not happy about that. And the third place was taken by this guy Shinso from General Studies group of Aoyama, Tokoyami and this support course girl called Hatsum. I'm guessing the next event will be a one-on-one battle or something. UA normally has that as an event where the contestants fight one another in an actual fight. He kept eating with the bandages on Deku's body worrying me. Hey Deku, are you sure you're okay? You got hurt pretty bad during the fight you had. He stopped eating to see all of us kinda concerned for his well-being. I'm fine. Thanks to Recovery Girl and Monae, I'm as fit as can be. Monae immediately poked some bandages on his shoulders to prove him wrong. Okay, maybe I'm not at peak condition yet, but I've been through worse. Seeing his body, I could tell a large amount of the damage that was done to him hasn't recovered externally. I could only imagine what happened inside him and how bad things are for him. That being said, I want you to avoid using what you did today during the fight with the CP0 person at all costs. What I told you about your merging of those quirks being dangerous proved true. In my findings from seeing your blood, it seems that the nutrients present in your body were what you were burning in order to create the stronger flames you were. In short, you were giving yourself an adrenaline rush that if you continued to do, you could have given detrimental side effects? Wait. I don't get it. Shouldn't Porgas's flames be able to avoid doing something this reckless? Jairu questioned with what we knew of Deku's fire. Ordinarily, yes. However, what Izuku did in the fight against Rob Luchi was something different. In order to achieve the advancement of his power, Izuku had to use his own body's nutrients to act as the kindle for the flames he was making. This left his body in the end malnourished and unable to restore itself naturally without significant nutrient consumption. In the easiest way to explain, you were literally destroying your body to win back there. If you ever do something like this again, I implore you to use some precautions such as limit your body's use of it and make sure you are at full health when you do it. If you don't, you could unintentionally send yourself to an early grave. All of us were worried before seeing Deku smile. I'll be fine. No worries. Monae immediately smacked him over the head. Do you even understand how worried we all were? Take our feelings into consideration, you jackass. Ow. Alright. I promise I'll be more careful next time. For a girl that spends most of her time in books, you actually hit kinda hard. We laughed a bit before Kendo got to a question she had. Hey Portgas. I've been meaning to ask, but why do you have the Spade Pirates flag on your back? Deku smiled before answering. Because it proves I'm inheriting my father's will. Deku pulled the top half of his uniform off to show his back to us. This Jolly Roger proves I live my life the best I can. Not every person can do this, so I wear this as proof. All I can do is move forward and fight any obstacle I have in front of me. To me, this symbol is proof whenever I see it that the only way change will ever happen is if you keep progressing forward. I smiled hearing this with everyone else not far behind me. Well, I guess we should get out of your hair. Catch you later, Portgas bro. I followed Kirishima out with everyone but Todoroki joining in. From how she looked, Todoroki wanted to say something important to say to Deku. I wonder what's going on with them. Third-person POV. Most of the group left with only Tashigi, Monae, Baby 5, Shoko and Izuku in the room. I should start heading off to give my report to Vice Admiral Smoker. Monae, I'd like you to give him your medical prognosis from what you've gathered. I can do that. The two left to leave only the three in the room. Understanding that the half-and-half quirk user wanted to discuss something alone, Izuku turned to Baby 5. Is there any chance you can start taking some plates out for me? I think Recovery Girl wouldn't like the fact we turned her temporary office into a mess hall. She blushed before nodding and grabbing the stack of dishes Izuku finished. When she left, Izuku stared at Shoko waiting for a response. I'm assuming you wanted to talk? Shoko remained silent, trying to think of what she would say while looking down at her left hand. Portgas, do you ever resent your father at all? Izuku shook his head side to side to answer. I could never hate my father. But, there was a time when I hated the fact he wasn't here. In this time though, I hated myself to no end. I hated the fact I was alone with nobody understanding me. He began to remember some old memories of his training with the Vice Admiral. Back when it was just me and Smokey, all I ever did was train with G5, with most not being too fond of having the grandson of the devil with them. What changed? I started to see some people come into my life and change it for the better. Amazing what people that care about you can do to your mentality. Shoko looked back down at her hand before placing it on her scar. I wish I had someone like that in my life. Shoko. You do have people like that in your life? I really don't. Yes. You do. She kept denying Izuku, thinking he didn't know anything about her. I didn't want to say anything, but your father talked to me the day we came to your home. He what? Shoko's demeanor became very agitated before Izuku explained. He told me everything about you and your mother. He even asked me if I could help you. Flashback 2 weeks ago, Izuku POV. Shoko's mother. She had a mental breakdown when she was about 6. Due to an accident with our oldest son and him dying because of my failure trying to keep him from getting hurt, I ended up secluding both Shoko and her mother in fear she might turn down the wrong path. Sadly, I couldn't notice my wife was suffering in her own way, and in an act of fear, she broke down and hurt an innocent child in all this. Endeavor pointed at his left eye while explaining. The scar on Shoko's left eye is from that night. Since then, she's never used her left side, thinking it was my fault everything happened. I don't blame her for thinking this, since it kinda is my fault she's hurting right now. So what do you want me to do? I want her to stop believing that using her fire is using my power. She's felt like she was responsible for her mother's condition all these years and is falling down a bad road. I want you to help her understand she's not at fault, and doing this won't help anyone and only hurt her more than she already is in the end. I thought maybe someone from arguably as equal of a damaged family life can relate to her. I thought about it and understood he wanted the best of you to agree. I'll see what I can do. I started walking away before Endeavor stopped me one final time. Portgas. One final thing. I turned to see him glare at me with eyes of rage. This is not me giving you the green light to date my daughter or sleep with her by any means. This is to have you help her as her friend, understand? His hair and beard began bursting into flames to increase the temperature around us. Noted. Back to present, third-person POV. Did you have to add the last part about him willing to end you? I'll admit. I probably could have gone without pointing that out. Izuku began to laugh a bit before getting to his point. But Endeavor is genuinely trying to ask for help from me to get you to stop blaming yourself. It's not my place to say how your family should be, but I know when someone is hurting that they need help. Do you earnestly think doing what you're doing is making a difference? Shoko looked at Izuku with a bit of agitation. I know you can't forgive what happened. I know what it feels like to never forgive someone for what had happened, but suppressing your power isn't the answer. It won't change what happened and it will never erase the bad. Take me for example, suppressing my power didn't change the fact Akainu wants me dead. The same is with you in this situation in a way. When you accept this, you can truly make steps forward. Shoko thought about this while nodding. I guess you're right. Thanks for the talk. No worries. Now help me get out of this deathbed before we miss the announcements of what the next event will be. Shoko agreed for the two to start moving out of the infirmary and making their way down towards the stadium. Before they could get about halfway there however, they were stopped by Burgess who was sitting in wait for Izuku. Wee ha 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 ha. Now that was a show, kid. Hearing Burgess's laugh made Izuku's blood boil as he turned towards the member of the Blackbeard pirates. That's a look you shoot your enemies. Careful there. I'm just here as a messenger for my boss. He pulled out a small transponder snail that was active before speaking again. You're live, Captain. A smile came on the snail's face as it began to speak. Well. Looky what we got here. Who would have thought Commander Ace had a baby boy of his own? I'm sorry, former commander. Zehahaha. Blackbeard. Izuku's fists were clenched hearing the voice of the man who sold his own father out to the Marines on the line. My heart goes out for you, kid. It really does. Must have been hard growing up without your daddy. Izuku growled hearing this comment as the pirate captain kept going. I'll let you in on a little secret though. Your dad didn't have to die. What are you talking about, you bloated conniving insufferable piece of dash? Now. There's no need for that type of language, kiddo. You see, I wanted to fill an open slot when Crocodile left the warlords during the time. As such, I needed to show I was on their side. My original plan was getting Straw Hat Luffy, but your dad got in the way to become the target. Shoko heard this to go pale hearing what he was saying. Deku. The teachers are gonna dash. Ochako stopped when she saw Izuku talking with a pirate and a transponder snail. Behind her was Baby 5, Monae, Momo, Itsuka and Kyoka who noticed they walked into a really bad moment. Your dad took the fall for his baby brother. He willingly put on the chains of a dead man while Straw Hat walked away scot-free. How's that for livin' to the fullest? Blackbeard started laughing with Izuku's flames being lit ready to end the transponder snail and Burgess who began laughing alongside his captain. Easy there, kid. Keep in mind you're still on the Marines wanted list and the only thing keeping you safe while in this school is not ending anyone. The second you end my life here or any of your little friends here do it in your defense, it's deemed an act of violence and that agreement is null and void. Izuku's fist immediately went into the wall right next to Burgess's head with him showing absolute anger towards the pirate for what he said. You may be safe, but you didn't have the balls to come at me when Tashigi or Smokey were around. You're nothing but a filthy coward. Alright kid, settle down. I didn't want to talk to you to get you riled up. I wanted to give you an offer. Join my crew. You do that, and we'll cause chaos to the Marines just like when I was under your father's division in the Whitebeards. What do you say? Izuku grabbed the snail and held it up to his face to make his point come across clear. Listen here, you disgusting disgrace for a man. You can take your offer and shove it up your ass. I have no desire to join under the flag of the man who put my father in prison. It hurts that he is gone because he stood for my uncle, but I have nothing but pride knowing he wanted his family's safety over his own. Second of all, don't you ever insult my family's name by aligning yourself with my father ever again. You've proven the fact you had no care from the start to be happy with it. And third and most importantly, prepare yourself now. The second I get Akainu and the world government off my back, I'm coming after you. He means business. Itsuka looked in fear as the man who was calm to her not so long ago looked as if he was ready to commit murder. I will hunt you down to the ends of this plane of existence and the next if I have to make you suffer the same way my father suffered in the prison you so proudly claim you threw him in. I will destroy everything you hold the moment you became a Yanko and make your life a living hell. And when I'm done doing that, I will personally see your end myself. You hear me? This is my declaration of war to you, Marshal D. Teach. Izuku POV. Ow. Tashigi, that hurts. After the incident with Burgess, I reported the conflict to Smoker with both him and Tashigi fit to be tied. You deserve it for what you did. Do you honestly think picking a fight with one of the Yankos is a smart idea in the slightest? What happens if Blackbeard tries to come after you now? To be fair, Burgess and Blackbeard started it themselves. Shoko pointed this out for it to be ignored by Tashigi. Well, it was going to happen anyway. Not like we didn't know that they were here. Monae spoke up while writing down some notes in her research book. Then again, I figured it had something to do with Izuku from the beginning why major powers were here. I'm pretty sure I saw a sweet enforcer from Big Mom's crew and one of the all-stars of Kaido's. Everything works themselves out. All we need to do is be patient. Baby 5 added while pulling out a cigarette. Hey Izuku, you mind lighting a girl? No problem. Can you three please take this seriously? Jairu and Tashigi shouted in anger while I lit the end of Baby 5's cigarette. I knew there was going to be hell to pay the second my father was discovered. Right now, all we can do is take the enemies one step at a time. For now, I don't think Blackbeard is stupid enough to try something here right now. There's people from the Marines, the Big Mom pirates, the Beast pirates, even some that help out the worst generation here. If he were to try something, it wouldn't end well. When you put it that way, Blackbeard would have to pick a fight with almost everyone if he were to try something here and now. Kirishima saw my logic with Uraraka adding in. Not only that, but you have the heroes and Sabo who's chief of staff for the Revolutionary Army in this too. He'd have to be really crazy if he was gonna pull something here and now. The sound for the next event came with my name getting called to head over to the arena entrance. That's my cue. Wish me luck. I got out of my seat and began heading out while giving a thumbs up to everyone. Baby 5 POV. As Izuku left, something felt really off with me for a strange chill to run down my spine. What's wrong? I don't know, I just have this crazy feeling something bad is going to happen. Just warn us if you notice something strange, okay? I nodded at Monae before the jerk blonde Izuku knew spoke up. I can't believe the FING a-hole was holding back all these years. This somewhat irritated me to speak up. Izuku didn't hold back because he wanted to. But if you ask me, someone should have smacked you into your place years ago. Then again, your head's probably so dense that you'd need a sledgehammer to just dent the skin. What was that? He glared at me in rage for it to kinda scare me to avoid his gaze and turned to Tashigi. Is she okay? She'll be fine, Kirishima. She just does this when some rather aggressive men give her a death glare. She did this with my father a few days back when she badmouthed him and made him scowl at her. Shoko reminded me of the time I called Endeavor an idiot of a pro as well as stating his parenting skills sucked to make him glare at me. I just wanted to find Izuku after this and hide behind him after hearing about that incident. Please let this match come faster. Third-person POV. Alright boys and girls, get ready for the first round of the third event. Can I get a yeah? The crowd shouted as Mike screamed into his microphone. On my left, we've got the son of the mighty Fire Fist himself and the man who's proved himself to be a powerhouse already. Class A's Porgas D. Izuku. And on my left, he's an up-and-coming general studies student that came into the final somehow. Class C's Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku prepared himself to fight with little to go on in regards to what Shinso could do. So you're the son of Fire Fist? That must mean you're also the grandson of Gold Roger. That man was without a doubt a criminal in all ways. Begin. People like you should be shot dead before you have the ability to cause more problems for us all. Just like how Ace died. This statement cut into Izuku for his anger to be beyond boiling. Take that back. Suddenly, the flame quirk user felt his body go stiff and unable to move. Shinso only smiled before opening his mouth again. Turn around and walk out of the stadium? Izuku didn't say anything, but followed what he said. What? Why am I following his orders? Izuku's body began moving for everyone in the stadium to see this happen. Come on Izuku, move. What's going on? Momo spoke up seeing this happen for Monae to turn to another page of written down notes. Hitoshi Shinso. From what I can gather, he has some sort of quirk that allows him to control people. Thanks to this, he was able to gather some people for his group. The kid originally wanted to join the hero course from what the record said, but couldn't make the cut and went down to general. Smoker came over to sit beside Izuku's peanut gallery and breathe out some smoke. From what I can gather, all you gotta do is respond to him when his quirk's active to fall under his hypnotic suggestion. Simple to activate, but can be really hard if you don't know what his quirk is or have the ability to avoid responding. Tashigi mentioned this for Baby 5 to stand up and shout. Izuku! Snap out of it. Come on. Izuku's body kept moving closer and closer to the edge of the ring with his mind now shouting in anger. Come on body. Stop. He neared the edge of the ring with everything he's fought so hard against up till now to get where he is in the sports festival coming back to him. He didn't want this to be his end, but he didn't know what was possible for him to pull away from the hypnotic suggestion. As his foot was about to cross the line, 8 specters and a strange flame made themselves known to Izuku in the darkness of the opening he came out of. As if by their own will, they activated both flame and OFA in his fingers to give a max percentage attack to burn and break his right middle and index finger. This worked in taking him out of the trance and stop right before getting out of the line of bounds. He stopped, folks. Portgas stopped where he is and is still in bounds. How did you move? You should have been under my control. Izuku was going to speak up, but stopped remembering what happened the last time he did. Now angry, he moved as fast as he could to Shinso while pulling his arm back. As he did, the purple-haired man tried to put Izuku back into his hypnotic suggestions again. You don't get it, do you? People like you have greatness in you. You were born with the ability to reach heights beyond most. And it's because of that I'm hunted down? Izuku punched Shinso in the face before grabbing his shirt collar and getting ready to throw him out of bounds. Not everyone has a great marine to rely on or some cushy quirk to gain favoritism by others. You're truly one that's blessed while everyone else is stuck playing catch-up to you. I'm blessed, I know, but I'm no way ahead of anyone. If I could do something to at least allow me to use my powers without fear, I would. Pivoting his foot, Izuku threw Shinso out of the ring and onto the soft ground outside it with Midnight calling the match. Shinso is out of bounds, Portgas wins. Everyone began cheering with Izuku walking over to Shinso who was sitting up. What, are you here to gloat? No. I came to apologize. Shinso didn't answer immediately for Izuku to point out what he needed to. You spent most of your life with people thinking your quirk is evil, didn't you? To be honest, I don't blame you for thinking I'm blessed. So please understand, I don't want to be a villain just as much as you do. The problem is, people will still see me as one more than you. And even though I hate it, I still need to keep going. That's what makes life what it is. That's what both my father and grandfather knew life should be and willingly sacrificed themselves for that pursuit. What I'm trying to say is, don't give up and let people help. You'd be amazed how many people would be on your side. The two started hearing people around them talk about the fight for Shinso to understand what he meant. He might have lost, but it's not the end for him. Thanks. Also, sorry about what I said about your dad. I was just trying to get you to speak up. No problem. Izuku was placed under Shinso's quirk again before having his face get pulled to take him out. Try not to be so optimistic about people. It'll make you live longer. The two left the stadium somewhat feeling better about themselves during it. Time skipped to the next round. After every match in the first round went, Izuku found himself facing off against Shoko in the second. Itsuka won her match against Ida with her facing off against Shiozaki next. Kirishima sorta won his match against Hatsum, who more took him for a ride as showing off her gadgets before walking out of the arena herself. Momo sadly lost her match to Tokoyami because of her focusing mainly on defense and not seeing where she was to be knocked out of bounds. This hurt her sense of pride for Izuku to try and console her, saying there's always next time. What really had Izuku's blood boil though was seeing Ochako be beaten down by Bakugo, who moved on to the next round after she was knocked out from overusing her quirk. In an attempt to make sure she was okay, Izuku crossed paths with Bakugo in the halls for both to glare at one another. Nothing was said, but it was clear to both that they wanted to face the other in the finals. Now though, Izuku was faced with his next big hurdle, helping Shoko accept her fire and becoming her own person again. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On my left, the son of Fire Fist himself. Class A's Portgas D. Izuku. And on my right, she's the daughter of the number 2 hero himself. Also from Class A, Shoko Todoroki. The two prepared to fight one another with Izuku getting into a running stance. Begin. In a flash, Izuku charged at Shoko as she activated her ice powers. Izuku dodged this and gave an open palmed attack that stopped inches away. However, the feeling of an impact was felt to send Shoko backwards. Before she could be sent out of the ring, the dual hair-colored woman stopped herself with a small glacier of ice. Continuing his momentum, Izuku closed the gap between them with his hand about to attack again. In concern, Shoko activated her fire half to send Izuku back. I guess I did the right thing by talking to you. How do you feel using it? Glancing down at her hand, Shoko saw her left side hold fire in it and saw images of her mother's mental breakdown to shake. However, an image of Izuku came to her mind and his words about what she's been doing all this time to calm her a little. It still hurts to use, but it's a step in the right direction, I think. That's the way. Now I don't have a problem using this. Izuku activated his flame quirk to storm over at Shoko. She activated both her powers to send a glacier of ice to try and stop Izuku while activating her fire half. Izuku turned himself into flames to evade the glacier while coating his hand in armament hockey and holding his flames in it. Red Hawk. The two collided with the intense pressure of both sending a shockwave and causing an explosion. When the dust settled, both stood in front of one another as if nothing happened. What the heck was that? Mike shouted as neither seemed to have any difficulties. However, this changed when Shoko held her stomach in pain as if she had the wind knocked out of her. Unknown to most, Izuku's first attack was a decoy to gain her attention while he simultaneously gave a second attack with armament haki towards her stomach below her main focus of sight. The impact leveled her with Izuku relaxing himself and walking over to sit on Shoko's back. Alright, I think I win this. She's unable to move now and I think all the fight in her is kinda gone from the punch I gave. Midnight came over to see if this was true for Shoko to shamefully nod. Todoroki is unable to continue, Portgus wins. The crowd cheered with Izuku picking Shoko up and placing her on his back to piggyback to Recovery Girl as a complimentary prize for her. While on his back, Shoko felt Izuku's body to be somewhat interested. His body is solid, but his hands are soft. It's almost as if he'd rather avoid hurting others but won't back down. Her head began to rest on Izuku's shoulder, enjoying the ride with a smile. In the stands. Damn it. I want to be carried on Izuku's back. Baby 5 began biting a handkerchief in rage as the image of Izuku carrying Shoko was shown on the big screen. Why can't I be that Todoroki girl right now? As she shouted in anger, a similar sense of irritability swept over both Tashigi and Monae. I don't want to be held by Izuku like that. This is only Baby 5 saying this to put it in my head. Tashigi glanced at the screen to see Shoko move her head to be in kissing distance. Why does this irk me so much? For some reason, I feel a strange form of irritability from what I am seeing. Perhaps I can get Izuku to do that to myself for research purposes here. Monae tried to make an excuse for her while Okako, Momo, Kyoka and Itsuka were all watching somewhat irritatedly as well with the same mindset to want to be carried like that as well. Izuku POV. Alright folks, time for our first semi-final matchup. The crowd began cheering as the semi-finals were started up. For now, I'm currently facing Kendo, who won against her classmate Shiozaki during the last round by forcing her out of the ring before she could make enough vines to stop her big fist classmate. On my left, he's the son of the Fire Fist and the man that's blazed his way here. Class A's Portgus D. Izuku. And on my right, she's the class rep and a vicious brawler of Class B. Itsuka Kendo. I started cracking my knuckles before getting into a fighting stance. Sorry Kendo, but I'm not going down today. Good. That's what I like to hear. She smirked while making her fists twice the size of what they normally are. Begin. Immediately, Kendo comes at me with a devastating karate chop for me to jump out of the way. She followed this with a kick while I was in midair to force me to use moonwalk to get out of the way. And just like always, we're starting off with a major start. She's got martial arts on her side. She's definitely different than almost everyone else here. Kendo came at me again with countless punches for me to respond by dodging. Paper art. I evaded them before getting close enough to her to try and karate chop her neck to knock her out. This failed on my end with Kendo hardening her neck with haki. So, you also have haki? What? Thought you were the only one here that could? I didn't understand the feeling I had right now, but for the most part, it made me feel excited this was happening. Before I could respond, I was sent a distance away by Kendo with a punch of hers that was with an enlarged fist that was her body size. I quickly recovered from the problem with moonwalk to stand in the sky and hop. I'll admit, you're tougher than I originally though. But just cause you are, the gloves are coming off now. Fine by me. Kendo coated her fists in haki for me to do the same with mine. We both immediately charged at one another for our fists to connect and neither giving an inch. To be honest, I was hoping to fight you. This gives me the chance to see just how far my haki right now could take me. Kendo began giving several flurries of punches while I used my haki to encase my forearms to block the attacks. You can't block forever. What's this folks? Looks like Kendo's got Portgus on the ropes. Could this be the end? In the stands, Sabo POV. Well, if it isn't the White Chase himself. After seeing the match before with Izuku, I decided to pay a little visit to Smoker and Izuku's mother. What are you doing here? You know it'll look suspicious if a Marine Vice Admiral and the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army are seen in the same place like this. Consider this a pleasant meeting. I just happened to be in the area and chose to sit down next to the two of you. I plopped down next to Smoker and glanced over to Izuku's mother. Inko Midoriya, right? I looked into you a little to see what made Ace fall head over heels to have a baby with you. Gotta say, you seem to be a nice lady from what I've found. Thanks. But I'm nothing special. She glanced back at the arena where Izuku was still blocking the attacks. Izuku on the other hand, he's truly the special one between us. I can tell. He reminds me of Ace a lot. I kept watching before glancing over to see Smoker seemed somewhat satisfied with something. Happy with how your student's handling himself? I just wish he'd stop lol gauging. I know for a fact he'd be able to send this girl out of the ring if he actually fought her seriously. Seeing Izuku start to get near the edge, Smoker started to really lace into him. Midoriya. Get your ass in gear. Stop playing around and take this seriously. This isn't the time to mess around, damn it. Seeing Smoker get as angry as he did somewhat made me happy to see. Ace. Your son has a tough male role model in his life just like Garp was. Except unlike us, Izuku listens to this one. Third-person POV. As the fight between Itsuka and Izuku raged on, Monae stopped taking notes for some reason while sitting calmly in her seat. Not taking notes anymore for Izuku? Don't need to. This fight is Izuku's and it's all more of a stamina reason. What exactly do you mean? Eat a question for a blonde guy to go over the wall separating Class A and B to start laughing hysterically. Ahahaha. Looks like that idiot son of the Fire Fist doesn't know what he's dealing with. Kendo is going to wipe the floor with him. Ha 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 ha. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Tashigi explained with everyone turning to the stadium and seeing Itsuka start to slow down before stopping and panting as if she was out of breath. She overdid herself. Monae went into detail what she meant by saying Izuku had the match by explaining to those that don't know of armament hockey its downside. Though having armament hockey is a great thing to have and allows you to touch what you normally can't, if someone were to have the same skill of hockey as you do, then that would mean it's a fight against stamina. However, in Izuku's case, he's known hockey for a notable amount of time where his body is used to the constant attacks. Not only that, but this Kendo girl is attacking more than Izuku, so she's wasting stamina on fighting. Tashigi explained what Monae meant. If we're talking about if they were on even stamina and hockey ability, Izuku would still probably win since he's using it more as a defense. Kendo on the other hand, is wasting more stamina fighting as opposed to Izuku. All he'd need to do is wait for an opening. Izuku smirked on the stadium before coming directly at Itsuka to send her flying back into the ground past the line of scrimmage to have the match be called. Kendo is out of bounds, Portgus wins. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he walked over to help Itsuka up. Nice job. I didn't expect you to have hockey. You really surprised me there. He gave a heartwarming smile before his hand was grasped. Thanks. But it's still nowhere near what you're capable of. Give it time. The joy of hockey is you learn how to use it more as time goes on. Armament is something that you get better with the more you use it. So don't feel bad that something like this happens. She seemed to brighten her mood up more before hugging Izuku and giving him a kiss on the cheek. In the stands, some girls looked at this and held a tick mark on their faces to prove in their minds, this was something they felt some irritability with. Izuku POV. After the ordeal with Kendo, I started heading over to the waiting room expecting the match with Kacchan to happen fairly quickly. In a theory I have, Tokoyami was going to lose fairly quickly because of Dark Shadow. In some past events, I noticed Tokoyami have his quirk avoid light to get the idea his quirk may alter with light. With that in mind, I don't see Kacchan losing or having a drawn-out battle. Tokoyami is unable to continue, Bakugo wins. Figures. I say calmly in the waiting room in silence until the door opened. Glancing over, I saw it was Monae with my notebook in her hands. I took the liberty of writing down notes for you on Kendo, Todoroki, and Shinso. Also, I wrote down something extra in the back for you. I looked in the back to see a couple of messages on it. Izuku. I'll always be on your side. Baby 5. If you want us to be with you, please let us help where we can. Uraraka. Let us take some of your burden, Portgus. Yayorozu. You don't gotta do this alone anymore. Jairu. I'd like us to be friends and... Unreadable erased writing. Todoroki. If you want, we could train a bit together to help one another. Kendo. Please let us help you from now on, Izuku. We worry for you. Tashigi. We all care for you and worry about you. Especially me. Monae's hands went around my head to pull me into her chest to hear her heartbeat. This heart. You helped make it happen. To be honest, I don't think I could ever repay you as much as I had. I started to remember what happened in the past with Monae and how she came to live with us. 2 years ago. After leaving Punk Hazard with Tashigi, I waited in a room on the ship we were taking to transport the kids to Dr. Vegapunk's lab to hopefully get them turned back to normal and send them back to their parents. From what I gathered, they were brought there under the false pretense that they were deathly sick and kept there for years. During the situation, I was able to find this woman with bird body features on her deathbed. Upon closer research, I found out that she didn't have a heart from it being taken out to work quickly. I only had a few minutes before irreversible damage was done for me to have enough things on me at the time to make a fake heart that could transport the woman until I got to G5's ship. There, I fixed her up while the Straw Hats were dealing with some other things and took her to the ship that was transporting the children. Ha! The woman got up and looked around to see me. Where am I? What happened to the self-destruct mechanism for Punk Hazard? You know, a thank you is in order possibly. I risked everything just to save you, lady. So the least you could do is thank me for making a prosthetic heart for you and avoiding irreversible damage by hustling to make and transplant it. I tried to get the woman to speak with her looking at her chest to see the bandages. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Izuku Midoriya and we're right now on a marine naval ship to bring kids to Dr. Vegapunk to turn them back to normal. The woman got up and began moving towards the window. Thanks. But I have no objective to stay here any longer than I have to. Why? Because Doflamingo asked you to die? She turned to me with anger before I answered. I know who you are, Monae. An executive member of the Don Quixote family that also happens to hold quite a bit of knowledge on medicine. You're also the reason why those kids out there are stuck the way they are. Monae got up to glare at me like she was ready to fight me. So what do you want? Tell me something. Why do you follow Doflamingo? Is it because you feel in debt to him? Because he saved you? Or is it something else? She looked away in anger, refusing to hear anything bad about Doflamingo. Look, I'm not trying to judge you on who you side with, but Doflamingo is bad news. You can do more under his flag, but you're nothing but his pawn. And? I owe a life debt. Both me and my sister did what we needed to survive with the young master saving us from the hell we were in before. If that is deemed evil, then so be it. I'm not saying it's evil, but those that are siding with others because of this and be thrown away like garbage don't deserve that respect. What Doflamingo did for you is admirable, but now you've given your life for his. This means you are free of that life debt. It's not that simple, kid, is it, or are you afraid of not being needed again and thrown away like a rag doll? This got her attention to glare me down. What happened to you, Monae, is sad, yes, but you're better than this. Better than Doflamingo? And why should I believe you? I remained silent before showing my hand lit on fire. Wait, but we have the flame fruit, how do you dash? Trust me when I say I know what it feels like to want out of a hell hole. My life has been one after the other with this blood in me. Yes, the choice to live free is yours. But on this ship, there's several Marines as well as the children you wronged. I know you didn't join the Don Quixote family because of anyone else but Sugar. What happened was horrible, but now I'm giving you the chance to turn your life around. If you agree, we can work something out where your origins are hidden. If not, you'll be taken to Impel Down after dropping the kids off to hopefully return to normal by the Marines' top scientist. The choice is yours. Monae thought about it while looking at what her body was right now. She sacrificed so much just to be useful and now has nothing to show for it because of her death. I'm in. Back to present. You know, Izuku. Everything started to get better after what you did. I was able to find people that I really care for, have a somewhat normal life and find a way to hide my real body. I don't know what I can do to thank you. I smiled hearing this before answering. Just do what you want and live your life without regrets? And if that want involves you, will you take responsibility? I blushed a bit before hearing my name called. I gotta go. I'll answer that later. Fine. Also, the girls and I wish to talk to you after the sports festival. Make sure you can do that. I will. Third person POV. Alright boys and girls, time for the final round of the first-year sports festival. The crowd cheered frantically with Izuku and Bakugo walking out. While looking at his opponent, Izuku noticed something off with the ash blonde's emotions. Then again, they never had an actual conversation after the truth of Izuku's father came out. On my left, he's the son of Fire's incarnate himself. Class A's Portgas D. Izuku. And on my right, he's a short fuse guy with a quirk that matches. Also from Class A, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo held a fighting stance while Izuku remained as he was. Begin. Immediately after the buzzer rang, Bakugo came charging at Izuku with an explosion to the face. Everyone expected this to be harmless, but when Izuku's face was revealed, it showed that the blast actually did damage. Wait, I thought Izuku couldn't get hurt so easily because of his quirk. Inko asked Smoker for both him and Sabo to glance down and see what's happening. He didn't use his quirk. But why? Smoker let out a bit of smoke before seeing another blast get sent to Izuku's stomach. Once again, this caused injury for everyone to question it. What's going on, folks? Is this the end of Portgas's win streak? What the F dash, Deku? Why aren't you fighting me? Izuku remained silent as the ash blonde erupted even more. He sent another blast to Izuku's arm for another direct hit to happen. Fight me. Fight me for real and don't hold back. One more blast came to Izuku's face for him to not budge before the blast turned to a fist. Izuku. Tashigi got up from her seat uneasy before noticing Bakugo grab Izuku's shirt. Why? Why did you lie to me? We grew up together and we were friends. So why didn't you let me help when I could've? Izuku looked away before getting a punch to the face. Answer me. For years I thought I was tougher than anyone, yet you held back the fact you were tougher for years. You held back the fact you were scared and hiding. Why didn't you want my help, damn it? Was it because I was too weak? Huh. Izuku felt tears fall on him to look up and see Bakugo crying. IFING bullied you, trying to make you step off the hero path thinking you were gonna die and save your mom, the problem of that happening. But in the end, you didn't need me to. What made me so inferior that you couldn't tell someone who respected Ace just as much as you that you were his son? Just FING tell me, damn it, why didn't you want to tell your friend what happened and seclude yourself from me? Understanding now what happened, Izuku pulled Bakugo in for a hug before answering. I knew you respected Dad, and nothing made me happier knowing you did. But there wasn't anything I could do. All I was able to do was take the pain I had from my dad's death, and bear it. But you didn't have to alone. I would have stood by you, damn it. You didn't have to take on the FING Marines alone. Bakugo's voice started to crack as he hugged Izuku back. Why didn't you want to tell me this and let me help you? I did. But I was afraid. Afraid I might bring you and your family into mine and my mom's problems when you didn't have to. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. And I'm sorry I hurt you for years without intending to. I didn't want to lose anyone else close to me. I'm sorry, Kachin. Izuku held back his tears as Bakugo began to break down and sob into his friend's shoulders. As this happened, Midnight walked over to see if they were okay for Izuku to say one thing to the pro. I withdraw. I don't want to hurt my friend any more than I already have. Midnight nodded before raising her hand up. Portgus officially resigns the match. The winner of the UA Sports Festival is Katsuki Bakugo. None of the crowd began cheering as they saw this to see the duo struggling to take hold of what the secret of Fire Fist had done to them. Some in the audience who were able to hear their voices started to cry, understanding what happened, to realize why Izuku did this. One thing was for certain, the pain between the two was shown and could now begin to heal. Third-person POV. In the Marines, there exists a prison where the worst of the worst are thrown. This island is known as Impel Down. An almost impenetrable fortress that only a handful of people were able to escape with their lives. For almost everyone that enter this prison, escape is next to impossible due to it being in an area of the sea that has no wind in the seas around, as well as only able to be entered through a set of enormous gates leading to Marine headquarters and another island known as Eni's Lobby. The prison itself holds 5 known levels, with a 6th level for prisoners that the Marines want to be erased from time indefinitely. Even pro-heroes, when told of this prison, hold a bit of fear knowing its history. To all, entrance into this prison is no different than entrance into the gates of hell. Out of all the people I have to find here, I have to discuss things with him. Akainu spoke to himself as he went down the levels of the prison before reaching the final floor. He felt absolute rage after seeing what had happened in the sports festival, with Rob Luchi failing to end Izuku to decide for another plan. Going after Fire Fist's son with Marines will be a bad idea going forward. So starting now, I'll need to use methods that require me to limit Marine involvement to next to nothing. Standing in front of a cell, the Fleet Admiral looked into it with a neutral face. Why, if it isn't the Fleet Admiral? What brings you to my cell? A voice came from inside the cell for Akainu to show irritation. I have an offer for you. If you agree to it, then you can gain your freedom. Heavenly Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo? Ha ha. And what makes you think I'll help you? Akainu didn't respond while going over the deal. There is a boy that I want you to end. The deal I shall give you is that in response with your immunity from the Marines, you will be released to end a boy. So, you want me to play executioner to someone? How pitiful that the Marines couldn't end a single boy. This boy is untouchable right now by the Marines. However, he's still a boy, which means he can be ended. Doflamingo began laughing hysterically at this before asking. So why come to me out of everyone here? There's plenty of scum in this level that would love a taste of freedom and the liberty to do some legal bloodshed. Akainu sent a photo in the cell in front of Doflamingo. On it, it showed Baby 5 and Monae sitting down next to Smoker and Tashiji. These two were part of your executives in your family. I suppose you'd want them to pay for betraying you. He sent 2 other pictures in the cell as well. One was Izuku and the other was Inko. The assignment is to end the boy. His name is Izuku Midoriya and the woman is his mother, Inko Midoriya. I want you to end them both. In this, you'll have immunity from ending anyone that sides with him, as well as access to funds from the Marines and your original ship redone as to fit today's standards. You succeed and you'll be free from prison and able to go about your days outside of our eyes. Fail, and you'll hold all the blame and be deemed an escape from this place to the public. We will also monitor you so that we know you won't escape and end you without a second's thought if you betray our deal. Ah, I see now. Give me the carrot if I succeed, but also give me the whip if I disobey. Don't worry, I can handle this. Besides, veins began to bulge on the pirate's head as he smiled. Treachery in my family needs to be expunged. If there's one thing I hate the most in this world, it's those that betray me and my family. Very well. I'll get the ship ready and have you released soon after. The Fleet Admiral was about to leave before Doflamingo spoke up. For this assignment, I'll need you to free the rest of my family if you do not mind. Do this, and we've got a deal? He started to laugh, with Akainu holding a bit of anger. I'll make arrangements. Good. Now, just what is this boy to make you want to end him? Akainu walked away before answering. The son of Fire Fist Ace. Portgas de Izuku. He. Ha. The son of Fire Fist Ace. So the bloodline of the king of the pirates still lives. Ha. The door to the prison level shut behind Akainu, with Doflamingo's laughter being the only thing heard before the iron doors shut. The next morning, Izuku POV. I started to wake up with the strange feeling of something wrapped around me. Weighing my options, I was expecting it to be either Baby 5 or Monae, who was on occasion rather bold. Good morning, Izuku. I hope you slept well. That logic went out the door the second Baby 5 and Monae came walking through the door with Tashigi. Wait a sec. If you two are there, then whose? I pulled the covers up to see Shoko hugging my torso and resting her head on my chest. What the hell are you doing hugging Izuku like that? Tashigi immediately went off on her, with Shoko sitting up still somewhat tired. I wanted to snuggle. She glanced down at herself before responding as if it wasn't a big deal. I sleep in the buff. I don't see where a problem is. There's thousands of things wrong with this picture. What? I was beaten to the punch already. Baby 5 turned to face a wall while looking as if she just lost some kind of war. How am I a hussy? We all agreed the other day that we'd date Izuku equally. This didn't help Baby 5, with Tashigi going completely red hearing this before pulling Shoko out of the room by her arm. Let's go. I can't look at you the way you are right now. Put some clothes on and we'll talk more. As Tashigi left with Shoko, Monae got Baby 5 to her feet and brought her out as well. As they did, I couldn't help but remember what the girls said the other day. Flashback to yesterday afternoon. After being dismissed by Mr. Aizawa and told that we'll have the next 2 days to rest and move into the dorms, I was dragged out by Yaoyorozu and Uraraka towards a side classroom. There, Tashigi, Monae, Baby 5, and Kendo were waiting with Jairu and Todoroki behind us. So, what did you all want to talk about? There was a silence before Baby 5 addressed the elephant in the room. It's simple. We all love you and want to date you. Could you be a little more subtle? Jairu and Tashigi shouted at her for the weapon fruit user to smile happily. Whether you think this is right or not, Baby 5 did speak truth. Everyone here has a love for you that yearns for us to be by your side as something different. Therefore, we spoke amongst ourselves and decided to share you. Monae spoke up to explain while sitting on a desk without much care. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Izuku. So, you all are fine with this? The girls looked at one another before nodding. And you all are aware that this might be dangerous to do, right? Akainu isn't gonna stop until he ends me, so I want you all to be aware before even doing this that you could be used to get to me. If you're not okay with this, I'm not going to force you to stay with me. Think of your own safety as well, and if you're willing to risk it. If you're not sure that's something you'd want to do, then you're free to walk away now. Izuku. I was cut off by Yaoyorozu hugging me and pulling my head into her chest. Stop trying to get us to walk away. We know the risks thanks to Tashigi and we don't care about it. At this point, I felt loved. I already did feel loved by Baby 5 and Monae, but this love was something I was genuinely happy about. I hugged Yaoyorozu back, with the girls looking as if they were extremely jealous. To fix this, I held out my arms for the girls to join in one by one to have a group hug. I'm loved. I smiled, knowing this was something that I was able to have before resting my head on Uraraka's, who was one of the first to hug me after Yaoyorozu. Back to present. After this, we decided to call everyone by their first names and promised to meet up at the dorms first thing in the morning to help each other with setting up their rooms. I was kinda nervous with having several girls like me, but there's a silver lining in everything, as they say. I got dressed and headed towards the dining area to see Endeavor speaking with Smoker about something. Hey Smokey. Whatcha doing here? Starting tomorrow, Endeavor and I will be part of the UA staff, with Tashigi being our assistant. We were discussing the basics of the credentials we will be teaching. To make it simple, we will be teaching about how to fight using haki, as well as villains that require more tactical handling, such as if they held power such as yourself. So handling Logia-type power holders. I sat down and began eating before feeling somebody hug me from behind. Baby 5? What are you doing? How did you know it was me? She held me closer with some form of happiness in her tone. Is it because you know your love? Your cigarette smoke and the fact you hug me into your boobs regularly for me to know the shape and feel from mental memory. Also, you may want to put on a bra or something. Both Smoker and Endeavor placed their utensils down at this, not wanting to eat anymore after my statement of Baby 5's fashion statement. Anyway, Baby 5 will also be assisting as a dorm attendant for your class, and Monae will be an assistant to Recovery Girl. Monae is smart in medical expertise, so I can see that. Also, Baby 5's probably going to be more capable as a dorm assistant if we're being honest. I thought about this for it to sound like the best outcome. Anyway, what's gonna happen to my mom then? I'll be Nizu's assistant. Not a strenuous job, but it'll keep me in UA's care. Mom explained while still eating her breakfast. By the way, I heard from Monae that you're dating several girls now. Should I expect the shouting this morning was because Shoko also joined in? Endeavor gave me an evil eye for a sec before I explained myself. Which means I'll have to step up my game a little. I was pulled deeper into the hug, feeling Baby Five's chest even more now. Tell me, Izuku, would you like me to wear just an apron while coming to wake you up? I'd rather have the ability to breathe and eat above everything. Baby Five pouted a bit before letting me go so I can finish my meal. 2 hours later. After finishing breakfast and packing any last-minute things, we all began to head to UA. Once there, we were pointed in the direction of the 1A dorms that were placed probably about 10 minutes from the school by foot. Outside of me and Shoko, the only members of the class there were Ochako, Kyoka, Momo, and Ida. Since we had all day to move in, I wasn't as shocked with Mr. Aizawa sitting by the entrance. Well, since we have the problem group here, I guess we should start going over some small things. He seemed to be unenthusiastic about this while going off of a clipboard in his hand. Starting now, you all are living on campus. For the next 3 years, you'll be sharing a common home with one another. First floor is given to everyone while the second to sixth are separated into 2 different parts that are accessible only by the first floor. Girls will have the left side as their home when you walk in, and boys the right. Restrooms and bathing areas, though are on the first floor, are separated by gender as well. Any other information is placed on a bulletin board at the entrance with any specialty information such as garbage disposal, emergency contacts, monthly room checks, yada yada. He seemed to lose interest near the end before speaking up to make one thing clear. One last thing. You all are legally adults, but you're still college students. Make sure you don't do something that'll ruin your lives. He walked away after saying this and gave Baby Five the clipboard while saying she's in charge of explaining the rules to everyone. Alright, let's start unpacking. Shoko walked in with the rest of us joining her. I gave one final look at the front before smiling. Starting now, things change for the better. Better watch out, world, cause Izuku is gonna be a hero that'll win over all your hearts. Meanwhile at Impel Down, third-person POV. The doors to the prison opened with a number of people walking out. Leading them was Doflamingo, smiling while taking a big waft of the air. Freedom never smelled so good. Doflamingo, sir? A marine asked for the heavenly demon's attention while shaking. Why your ship is this way? He motioned to a ship holding a flamingo as the figurehead. Much obliged. The crew went aboard with Doflamingo sitting in the center on a chair. Giala. Set a course for Japan. We have a target to end. Right away, young master. Izuku POV. The day after moving in came with the morning starting out for the most part, normal for me. Baby Five, show me your panties. What the hell is with you and that form of teaching her? Momo, Tashiji and Kyoka shouted for Baby Five to blush while hearing this. Oh okay. She was quickly hit by Itsuka, who was trying to help with her training today in. Her response. What normal person would just show their underwear when asked? I swear, you get FING weirder and weirder the more I learn about you. Kachin spoke, coming out with 2 coffees in his hands. He passed one to me before sitting down on the couch near where Baby Five was sitting. So, serious question. Have you ever actually found out what Roger's treasure is? I mean, would help a bunch of dumbass pirates looking for it out if you did know something about it. Sorry. Not a clue. Even asked All Might to some degree and he's drawing a blank. Pfft. Kachin spat his coffee in Momo's face with her being far less than pleased with how that went down. All Might knew your grandfather? Yeah. Apparently, All Might was part of the Roger pirates in his younger years. Kachin froze and dropped his coffee, with the girls doing the same except for Monae, who continued reading her book to the side. All Might was a pirate under Roger's flag? I know, right? Threw me for a loop after when he told me. Okay, so let me get this straight. Kyoka stopped us for a minute to understand what information she had. You're the son of Portgas D. Ace, the grandson of Gold Roger, a disciple of the White Chase Vice Admiral Smoker, and nephew to both Chief of Staff Sabo and Straw Hat Luffy, cause of some vow they made as kids to be family. Who else do you have in your crazy family? Well, there is my great-grandfather. They all stared at me for a moment as I explained. Former Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Marines, is your great-grandfather? Everyone shouted to get those that weren't up yet to walk down and see what's going on. What's going on down here? Ashido asked, coming down the stairs and running her eye. Man, yawn, it's too early to be shouting. Kaminari did the same, coming down the boys' side with some other classmates of ours behind him. We're just talking about Midoriya's family. Lee-Tsu was cut off when the wall near the entrance was broken down to see a masculine figure in the opening. Crap. Is this another attack from villains? Or is this Akainu's doing? We readied ourselves with the figure moving too fast for anyone to see and punched the back of my head, knocking me down to the ground. Oh whoa wow whoa. That hurts. Deku/Porgas/Izuku. Relax. That was just a fist of love? I glanced up to see gray hair and that the build of the attacker was something I was kinda familiar with. Old man Garp. Don't call your great-grandpa an old man. He cut me off by another punch with another figure coming out from the hole. Seriously Garp, a door is just as good of a way to enter as the wall. I went pale seeing the other man and noticing who it was. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Everyone began getting ready to fight with Sengoku looking at us with a stern glare. This is bad. If Sengoku is here, then everyone's in danger right now. I gotta get him away from them so they don't get dash. Ahahahaha. You all look like someone stepped on your favorite lunch? He laughed hysterically at us before tossing some rice crackers in his mouth to eat. You've probably got the funniest face of all, kid. It's sorta like oh no. I'm dead for sure now. Ahahahaha. Being brought back to my feet after the ordeal by old man Garp, he started to explain why they're here. Sorry about the sudden visit, Izuku. I just wanted to check up on you after the Luchi incident at the sports festival. Oh, I'm doing fine. If you count the bump on my head and the bump on that ass fine. I pointed to my head that almost looked like I had a snowman on it from his fists. Okay, you're fi snore. Garp immediately fell asleep with it ticking me off. Hey, don't fall asleep when I'm snore. Third person POV. Don't imitate him then. Everyone shouted with Garp being the first one to wake up. Huh? Did I fall asleep? Seeing Izuku asleep irritated him to rear his fist back and start punching him. You little punk. Don't fall asleep while I'm talking to you. The older Marine continued his antics for Izuku to look like he had a pile of bumps on his head when all was said and done. So, why did you come here really? Izuku came down to the question on everyone's mind as Tashigi passed her 2 seniors in the Marine's tea. What? Can't an old man visit his great-grandson? So you're fine with calling yourself an old man, but not me. Classic, you old-timer. Not that I'm saying that's not fine, but you and I both know if you wanted to visit me with it being friendly, you wouldn't bring Sengoku and just punch through the wall yourself. As they spoke, Inko walked in through the hole to see her son. Izuku. Me and Smoker heard something coming from here. Is everything okay? The mother stopped when she saw both Garp and Sengoku. Immediately, she gave a dark and menacing smile with the image of an Oni behind her. She immediately came charging at the former Vice Admiral after taking Smoker's weapon to hit him over the head. You damned Vandale. What is with this family and violence? Everyone shouted for Bakugo to suddenly back up from Izuku, afraid a stray shot may hit him. To answer your question, Izuku don't ignore me and fix the wall you broke, you hoodlum. Inko gave another swing at Garp's stomach this round. The axe sent him into a wall with it, scaring everyone present. Even Sengoku was a little worried she might turn her attention to him. Sengoku? A chill went up his spine as Inko turned to him. Before anything though, her facial features went back to normal and smile. It's nice to meet you. I hope retirement has been doing well. Why yes ma'am. I like her a lot better without bloodlust coming off her. Everyone thought this before a knock on the door came. Oh good. Someone knows how to use a door around here, Ashido stated while walking to the door. As she grabbed the handle, the door burst from its hinges and sent her flying back. You idiot. Why couldn't you wait for someone to open it? Dust covered the opening before eventually settling to reveal a set of faces that Garp and Sengoku only partially expected to see. Well, I shouldn't be surprised you lot of misfits are here. Garp came out of the wall he was in before Inko came over and hit Luffy's head into the ground. Why does nobody in this family respect the building they're in? Holy crap, this lady's scary. Chopper shouted before turning to see Monae. Aya. It's that assistant that was part of the Don Quixote family. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew prepared for a fight before Luffy pulled his head out of the ground. Alright, where's Ace's son? Over there, Luffy. Sabo pointed out as he came through the hole in the wall with Aizawa, who was warned of the noises being made. What the hell is this, a family reunion or some shit? Bakugo shouted for Luffy to notice Izuku and extend his arms out to grab his shoulders. You're Ace's son, right? The Straw Hat pirate held Izuku with unease before obtaining his answer. Yeah, my dad was Portgas D. Ace. Nice to finally meet you, uncle. Izuku smiled with Luffy's tears falling down before pulling him back to him and sobbing. Wah wah wah. Ace's. Hick Ace's son. He had a son. Luffy kept sobbing for everyone to give him a moment. Izuku reciprocated the hug and patted his uncle's back, knowing this was something Luffy personally felt the most happy knowing, as the one that was shielded by Ace in his final moments. The tears he wept were filled with joy and remorse, knowing the Rubber Man's older brother had something to live on in this world. Once he calmed down, Izuku was let go with everyone sitting in a circle on the ground to avoid any more property damage. So, why didn't you call me or Sabo? I heard from him that he found out who you were about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that was kinda my doing. Garp spoke up while having his head patched up by Baby 5. Since Akainu is kinda bloodthirsty, I figured it would be easier for Izuku if he'd remain hidden until he'd be old enough to defend himself or had enough of a public respect that ending him would be a very bad move on Akainu to the point it would cause a war if he tried. Then again, that wouldn't happen if you'd have taken my offer and became a Marine. You're still on that? Izuku was extremely annoyed that Garp had brought up something he'd try to push him to do. I'd rather be a pirate above a Marine. Hell, I'd rather be a villain than one. After what they did to Dad, you honestly think I'm gonna want to be some self-proclaimed, pompous, yes sir toy soldier? No offense, Tashigi. None taken. Kinda came to terms with what you think of Marines back when we were younger? Alright. Before we go any farther, I have a few questions. Sanji spoke up while pointing his finger at Smoker. Why are you with a Marine as well as with 2 members of Doflamingo's former crew? His finger pointed to Baby 5 and Monae next for the later to smile. So adorable. Just what is wrong with this guy? Ochako, Kyoka, Itsuka and Ishido shout in unison. Alright. I guess I should explain everything to you all since it is hard to wrap your head around if you don't hear the story. Izuku began explaining to the group about how at the age of 4 not long after the War of the Best, Smoker came to him and offered him the chance to live in secrecy. From there, he trained and was protected by G5 whose base was moved near his home in Mustafar as requested by Garp. There, he met Tashigi as well as several trustworthy Marines in his case. 2 years back, Izuku was also involved secretly in the Punk Hazard incident as well as the Dressrosa as a secret agent of Smokers. Izuku even went on about how he's currently trying to be a hero as a form of avoiding ability for Akainu to touch him in fear of causing a dispute with the country and starting an all-out war between Japan and the Marines. And, that's pretty much it. Baby 5 works as a kinda live-in housemaid for me and Mom while Monae is a nurse at a hospital nearby that transferred her information to UA to now be an assistant nurse. She's also my medical advisor for me to trust her knowledge since it hasn't steered me wrong before. Any questions? Shoko raised her hand. Why is a raccoon dog talking? I'm a reindeer you jerk. See the antlers. Chopper immediately stopped her with the dual hair-colored girl picking up the small reindeer and holding him in her lap like a plushie. So, I don't get any of it. Luffy started laughing before Nami hit him over the head. Moron. To summarize for you Captain, we owe a great deal of gratitude to Smoker for keeping Izuku safe as well as we don't need to worry of these 2 former members of Doflamingo's crew since they denounced him and is helping Izuku instead. Robin gave a base guideline for the rubber man to laugh a bit. Oh. Why didn't you just say so? He did, idiot. Most of the girls shouted in anger with the class somewhat surprised at this. Alright. Now that we're all up to speed, why are the 2 of you here? Sengoku finished a cracker in his mouth before answering Izuku. In the near future, there is going to be an internship for all of you to go on. Thanks to the attraction you've all gained, it's only natural that you'd gain some attention by the pros, maybe even others in your case, Portgas. If I remember correctly, you all go on a week for this by choosing from offers that you gain from a draft. You're right Sengoku. I was going to explain this in class tomorrow, but you beat me to the punch. Aizawa sided with the former Fleet Admiral with him walking in and seeing the destroyed wall and door. Okay. What is this now? Also, who's the bum? Zoro was hit over the head by Tashigi for calling Aizawa a bum. I don't know. I stopped trying to find logic when Mrs. Midoriya hit a former Vice Admiral into a wall. Ojiro explained. Anyway, most have the opportunity to choose from whoever you have with your list being quite long. Sengoku pulled a set of papers out of his shirt and placed it in front of Izuku. However, most of these you won't be able to choose from. What? That's bullshit. Bakugo shouted in irritation. Bullshit it may or may not be, you're not in a position where you can argue as much. Garp pointed this out the best he could. Right now, you're trapped in a game that you can only play cards that Akainu and the Marines give you. If you are to win the game, you have to play by their rules or face consequences. But if Deku can't use the ones he's given, then what can he do for the internship? Ochako asked. That's why they're giving specific agencies you can use for your internship? Sengoku pulled out one paper holding 10 names on them. Unless you choose from these, the Marines will deem the agency you choose untrustworthy and still keep you on a tight leash. If you keep to their good side, then it'll make their image of you all the more pleasant and it will also help the 5 elders stay Akainu's hand. Izuku looked at the agency list to read them aloud. Fugitoria, Wash, X-Drake, Crust, Yoroi Musha, most of these are Marines. What the hell? Trust me when I say if you use names that are of respected people in the Marines, it helps them see you as not a threat. Sengoku mentioned. Well then, I guess I could use Endeavor's agency to help enhance my power and skills. I guess that can work for me. I personally wanted to help you, but I can't complain if that's the case. Sabo states while finishing up some tea that he was given by Inko. Luffy. Sabo. Smoker. Mind if I talk to you outside for a little bit? Garp asked for them to head out away from the group. Once they were out of ear range, Garp spoke to the three somewhat uneasy. Listen. Akainu went to impel down the other day. Why? Smoker asked. I don't know. But a couple of prisoners escaped the prison as to what the records state. Who was it? Sabo asked a little worried. Garp questioned saying who it was to them. Look. If you want our help, you need to tell us who it is. Don Quixote Doflamingo and his crew. What? You're kidding. Mingo? He let Mingo out. Yeah. That's why I'm here with Sengoku more specifically. If there's anyone close to Izuku here, I need to know so we can avoid them getting hurt. Alright. Come with me and I'll tell you who's close to Izuku and we'll make sure steps are taken. Smoker pointed this out while they headed towards Nizu's office. Izuku POV. After the break, things began going back to normal for the most part in their own ways. Well, as normal as being an almost pariah in my case for my class. I began putting on my shoes at the door when Ida stopped me. Port gas. A word please. Not thinking there was a problem, I agreed with this. What do you need? Tell me, do you despise the man that took your father? I turned away before answering. I'd rather not answer that for obvious reasons, but you cannot forgive Akainu, can you? I didn't answer this again as a way to explain I didn't like this question and was uneasy answering. Let me ask a second question then. If given the chance, would you go after the man who is responsible for harming him? I don't feel right answering that, but I will say I'd be lying if I didn't find it tempting. I see. Thank you. He walked away with the whole ordeal somewhat confusing to me. What was that about? It may have something to do with what happened to Ingenium during the sports festival. Monae came behind me and answered my question to make me turn around. What do you mean? During the event, there was an attack in Hosu City. It left Ingenium extremely injured and in the ICU. As of right now, they don't think he'll be able to walk after the incident. This was a bit of an eye-opener for me to realize what Ida was talking about. Who did this? Their hero Ender, Stain. However, that shouldn't be your priority right now. Monae walked towards Recovery Girl's office to pose a question to me. Endeavor will explain what is when the internships begin. You also may wish to get to class before you're late. I didn't know what she meant by her comment about priorities as of right now, but didn't have the time to worry about it. I began heading to class putting everything that happened in the back of my mind for the time being. Half an hour later. While waiting for class to start, I began thinking about the internships that were going to happen and how they were going to be. As I did, Mr. Aizawa walked in and began greeting us. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Since for the most part you all know about the internships, I'm going to skip most of the formalities of that and go right in. In the next week, you all will be doing an internship. With that said, these are the first picks of the draft. Mr. Aizawa presented a board of several names and numbers next to them. What stood out to me though were some had red dots on them with other names like Kyoka and Tsu's that didn't get any but were up there with a red dot as well. Mr. Aizawa. Why do some of us have a dot next to ours? I'll explain that to you all separate from everyone else. Those that don't have a pick will still be able to do this internship, but will pick from a list of 40 agencies that have a respectful history with us. Those that have drafts will pick from their own. Keep in mind as well that none of this is set in stone, so you still have the chance in these 3 years to gain or lose picks. Now on to the heroics informatics. Today you all will be assistants of Midnight and Captain Tashigi. Everyone began cheering before Mr. Aizawa shut us up by glaring at us with his quirk active. The door slid open soon after to show Tashigi and Midnight walking in. To make things simple, hero names can be quite difficult to change later on in life. So you best not pick something indecent or there will be hell to pay. Tashigi stared at Midnight after hearing this comment, somewhat irritated for some reason. You had to say that, didn't you? At least men are interested in me and don't wish to baby me like yourself. Men find me interesting. And for the most part, at least they don't look at me as just a piece of eye candy. Our teacher glared at both women for Tashigi to get back on topic. Anyway, hero names are something people of the common populace call you by. If you wish for some pointers in making it, try consider your quirk or something that relates to you as a whole. This seemed somewhat helpful for all of us to start working. After about 5 minutes passed, we began showing them with Aoyama going first. His was unique as a way to put it. Granted, can't stop twinkling works for him, but it sounded more like a sentence with poor grammar. Ashido's was next with it getting rejected cause it being really close to an old American movie. After this, everyone started going up with a couple being catchy with others an interesting origin. Shoko though decided to go with her own name for some reason along with Ida. Something in my gut didn't like this to almost know for certain this was because of Ingenium. King Explosion Murder? Far too violent. Fine. Lord Explosion Murder. Can you think of something without the word murder in it? Tashigi asked for Kachin to grumble and walk back after being told this. Portgas. Are you ready? Midnight asked for me to stand up and walk towards the podium. I waited to show my name to explain it a little. For a long time, I thought of what I should call myself if I ever was a hero. I went through probably a dozen notebooks with names. You can even ask Tashigi that? I motioned to her with the captain agreeing. But this name, I can't think of a better name to do than this one now that I don't have to hide it. I presented the name for everyone to be somewhat shocked. The Fire Fist Hero, Ace. Later that afternoon. Once classes ended, Mr. Aizawa asked for me, Kachin, Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Kirishima, Ojiro, Tsu and Shoko to follow him to the principal's office. There we were met with Monae, Baby 5, Tashigi, Itsuka, Smokey, Mom, Sengoku, Endeavor and both my uncles already there. Alright. Everyone's here. The former Fleet Admiral got up and began speaking. I'm sure you all have questions why you're here. To make things simple, there's an issue that has yet to be known by you all. Wait, did Akainu try something again? I asked for Sengoku to slurp up some instant ramen he had and swallow it. Yes, but I can't prove it. On the books, a pirate along with his entire crew escaped marine custody not that long ago. To make things simple for you all, this pirate had the ability to control the underworld thanks to his connections. He also could manipulate several parts of the marines and papers because of a political standpoint. But his name and clever mind aren't the only reason to fear him. If we're putting a danger on him, he falls just under an emperor. I thought who it was to realize who he's talking about. Who is it? Momo asked for Sengoku to stare directly at her while answering. Don Quixote Doflamingo? What? The heavenly demon? Are you kidding me? Everyone was shocked beyond belief at this, but I'm not shocked since the man would stop at nothing to end who he wants to. Let me guess, Akainu was the one that overlooked it. Sengoku let out a sigh before nodding to answer my question. Though I can't say on the record he did, we know he did this. Now you have one of the most dangerous people out for you. With that in mind and since you all are arguably the closest to Portgas, myself and the people here think it is best to keep all of you under someone's protection in case the Don Quixote family tries something. Nizu pointed this out for Endeavor to speak up. Since you agreed to join my agency before, I'll be taking you Portgas as well as Bakugo in hopes to avoid any red flags shown to either Doflamingo or Akainu. We'll also be hunting down the hero Ender as a way to prove to the people you're for heroism. Uncle Sabo spoke next. Meanwhile, I'll take both Todoroki, Jairu and Yayorozu. A friend of mine Koala's been wanting to meet you seeing that you're able to make anything as well as meet the daughter of Endeavor. We'll be going after a former vice admiral that was spotted near Hosu as well as a known underworld colleague of Doflamingo or Joker as his underground booker name was known. Uncle Luffy was next to speak. I'm taking the tail guy, the brown-haired girl and the guy with pointy teeth, right? Aizawa nodded to answer this. Alright. We're gonna try and find Mingo. A crewmate of mine said they think they found where he's hiding. Don't worry though, I'll be the one to kick his ass. He laughed at this for some reason with Smoker speaking next. Meanwhile, the remaining two of Azui and Kendo will be coming with me and Tashigi to work on an assignment investigating a drug that hit the black market fairly recently. Monae and Baby 5 will also be helping with this. Wait. Why us? Baby 5 asked for Smoker to rummage in his pocket and explain. Baby 5, you're in this because I have reason to suspect an executive you're familiar with to be helping in this. Monae is helping because the drug made works in a similar fashion to one she patented with Caesar when she was his assistant. This look familiar to you? Smoker showed what looked like a piece of candy that made Monae's eyes go wide seeing. Impossible. She walked over and grabbed the piece from Smoker and opened it. Her face went from shock to enraged in a matter of seconds. That damned bastard. Wait, what is that? It's a drug, Kirishima. A very powerful drug that I had a hand in making. Monae was fit to be tied after discovering that the drug she invented on Punk Hazard came back to haunt her again. When I was still part of the Don Quixote family, I was in charge of helping Caesar Clown with his experiments. Two major ones he had were the production of SAD, a product needed to create a man-made devil fruit called Smiles, and a drug that helped enlarge the body in short periods of time. To make things simple, Caesar made a drug with this candy similar to Trigger. A quirk-enhancing drug that temporarily increases one's quirk aptitude to do things that are not normal. Unfortunately Rampage as the drug is called on the streets, does more than just increase your quirk aptitude temporarily. Tashigi pointed this out before continuing. If taken in regular standards, Rampage can increase your quirk aptitude to the level it would be when trigger is in your system indefinitely. Not only that, but the more of the drug you consume, the higher your quirk factor goes. I'm guessing this has a major drawback on your body since it's not a natural way your quirk factor grows? I asked for Smoker to nod. And I'm guessing this also has NHC-10 in it as well? What's NHC-10? Tsu asked for me to explain the simplistic of what it is. It's a drug. A very powerful drug that can make you addicted to it extremely easy if taken in anything larger than extremely low quantities. It's so dangerous, the government only allows a handful of scientists to even use it legally, and they hold a heavy monitor over them to when they use or make a request for it. Of course, if the drug is used as it's intended, it helps patients really sick, but it's still a dangerous drug to have regardless to take extreme caution with. Not only that, but the drug Caesar and I made, it was for children. I looked away remembering what Monae was part of with her disgusted with herself as well. We abducted and drugged innocent children for this project. Monae was enraged to the point she activated her powers and sent a massive wave of cold winds towards us. Damn it. If only I didn't help with the drug, maybe dash. Chances are, the drug would have been made regardless of your assistance. But that's not the problem here. Smoker let out a puff of smoke before explaining. If that drug isn't stopped quickly, it'll flood the streets. The second it does, it'll become next to impossible to stop any prolonged damage to be done. I wanted you to join us so your one blunder with that clown can be erased. If it is, then nobody has to get hurt cause of your research. Monae heard this to regain her composure and agree. Alright. The sooner that's out of those that will abuse its hands, the better. Meanwhile at an unknown location, third-person POV. Make sure you don't fail me, Virgo. The hero Ender is a man that is needed for our plan to succeed. Of course, Doffy. I promise he'll see things our way. Deep in an underground lab, two men were speaking to Doflamingo. The first was a man who dressed rather formal with sunglasses covering his eyes, short dark hair, a mustache and half a dumpling on his face. What should we do about the kid you were told to end? For now, let's get our roots deep into the ground first. We act too brazen and we'll lose long before we could hope to accomplish our objective. Not only that, but we need to handle this carefully. Straw Hat, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, G5 as well as many heroes are on his side. Our best bet is to make a scenario where he's alone and make it seem like a villain ended him or leave the body to mangled to determine it was us. But what about Rampage? Why send a drug like that on the black market? A being wearing what looked like a gas robe asked. A way to divert attention, Caesar. Knowing Smoker, he won't stand by and allow such a dangerous drug to thrive on the streets. This'll also force Monae to assist in the matter. She was your assistant in creating the drug's framework after all. Caesar began smiling at this thought. Sure. So you're diverting their attention in order to divide them and conquer. Brilliant. Question though, Doffy. What if by some chance we get Fire Fist Sun alone? Doflamingo smirked over the transponder snail before answering. I trust your judgment, Virgo. Just make him suffer if need be. The snail stopped speaking for both men to smirk. How long until the next dosage can hit the streets? In the next few days. After that, the next batch will need a week of incubation before ready. Sure. Good. Let's head to Hosu and pick up Stain for our cause after that batch is ready to leave. Third-person POV. A week went by after discovering the truth about Doflamingo and the drug rampage. Right now, members of the group of first years being protected are gathered together at UA with Baby 5 trying to explain to them some last-minute things before leaving for the internships. Alright. We're going to be going over all members of the Don Quixote family so you all know what you're up against. She began wearing glasses with it immediately being questioned by Izuku. So you want to tell me why you have glasses on? Easy. Baby 5 started blushing with her hands on her cheeks. It's so you can see me as a more reliable woman and treat me with love? Hearts began to float around her with Tashigi to the side hitting a wall. Couldn't you have asked Yaoyorozu to make you glasses instead of stealing mine? Tashigi. You're pointing at a TV. Monae mentions for the captain to be facing the opposite direction of where she had to. Izuku got up and grabbed Tashigi's glasses to pass them to her before the snow woman started back with what had to be spoken on. Moving on. The Don Quixote family is split between 3 sections. Each is handled by one of the top executives of the family. Monae points to a chart holding all the members. Let's start with the diamond seat held by Diamante. The members of this group are viscous fighters with Diamante no slouch either. In the group, you have Senior Pink, a man that ate the swim fruit which allows him to swim in anything. Lao Ji, an old man with the ability to fight on levels of a man in his 20s due to his form of training. Machvice, a man that ate the ton fruit to alter his weight in tons. If you're facing him, it's like you're facing a human truck that can fly over you to be light as a feather to make that simple to you all. And finally, you have Dellinger in this group. He's a half-human, half-fighting fish hybrid who has a known talent for using his feet. His skills with his legs allows him to fight while in high heels. After the diamond seat, we've got the clove seat held by Treble. This group is executives with very powerful tricks in their arsenal that allows them to handle special tasks. Among them is Giala, a woman that ate the art fruit to make anything into a work of art. She can easily capture and end people with this power, so be on your guard with this woman. Next we have Sugar, a woman that ate the hobby fruit. Wait a sec, but she doesn't look like she could be past 10 years old. Kirishima raised his hand in confusion for Monae to explain. The hobby fruit allows the user to look the exact same age you are when you ate it, as well as turn others into toys by simply touching them. Though she looks it, Sugar is almost as old as me. Monae felt mildly ashamed before continuing. She's also my little sister. What? Yes. We joined the family about 12 years before I met Izuku. We lived in hell as the home we came from existed only in war for us to soon be accepted by the Dinkihote family. I was also part of this faction of the family along with the current princess of Dressrosa, Viola. Obviously we're no longer part of it, but still. Anyway, the last group and the one I was formerly part of is the club seat led by Pika. In it, you have Gladius, a man who ate the pop fruit to turn an inanimate object into a ball ready to pop and explode. It's somewhat in the way Bakugo's quirk works with the force behind them. Next we have Buffalo. He ate what's called the spin fruit, which allows him to spin certain parts of his body like a propeller blade. He's not much of a fighter alone, but he's deadly for support if you fight him. Now on to the executives. Monae pointed at the top members of the family to start with Treble. Treble is a man that ate the sticky fruit. The body he holds right now is not his real body, but a body made out of the sticky goo that covers his body. It's also a great explosive, so be careful if you light a match around it. Next we have Pika. He ate what's called the stone fruit. It allows him to control stone itself as well as put his body inside it as a form of protection. He basically becomes the earth itself and is next to impossible to beat if you have no hockey. The last of the two executives is Diamante. A man who ate the ripple fruit and became a ripple man. He can make anything into different ripples and flow no different than if it was paper. As an example, the cape he wears is actually specialized reinforced metal with his power used on it as a means of defense. He's not to be underestimated and is smart to not take on without a plan. So we're facing a bunch of weirdos that can do a lot of crazy shit. How is that different from the norm we face every day as heroes? Bakugo points this out for most to agree with him. Just be careful if you have to face an executive. If we're aware of their skills, so are they, and will stop at nothing to make sure the mission is a success. They'll even do this at the cost of their own lives. This thought scared many as Endeavor got up from his seat hearing all he needed to. Alright. Let's get moving, you two. We have a lot of work to do. Izuku and Bakugo got up and said their goodbyes to everyone. The girls began giving Izuku a kiss and a hug, to which he smirked somewhat happily before having blank stares by Endeavor and Bakugo. He ignored this and began heading out with them towards Endeavor's agency, with everyone else not being far behind to head where they had to. Few hours later, Izuku POV. As me and Kachin stood in the elevator heading up to the main floor of Endeavor's agency, the silence between us felt a little uneasy. To be honest, it was somewhat understandable since I am dating the pro's daughter. So Portgas, I had heard from Shoko you made a costume change. Care to tell me what changes you made? It's an old sketch I had with my dad's outfit in mind. I also added a bit of an assistance with cooling down my external body temp to help regulate my natural temperature. It kinda works the same way Shoko's new suit works. I see, so how have things been going with her? I could tell the awkwardness in how he spoke to try and avoid making it a problem. They've been fine. We watched a movie the other night with the girls as kinda a date night. Nothing too extreme. Apparently they also sleep in the same bed with Captain Glasses arguing. I see. The temperature of the elevator went up to force me to glare at Kachin. What? Not like he doesn't know the freaky shit you two are into. We don't do freaky stuff. Shoko comes into my bed when she wants to snuggle. She sleeps without anything on to begin with. Nothing else happens outside of sleeping. Not that I don't find her attractive or anything. I noticed Endeavor glare at me a little to try and explain it. Attractive as I'd rather have a wholesome relationship before a physical one. And not that I wouldn't want a physical one, but I want to know her a little better instead of just treating her like a tool. The temperature of the elevator lowered a bit to understand Endeavor was calming down to give me a bit of relief. Stop that bomb from going off. But you have seen if the carpets match the drapes, haven't you? Kachin spoke up while laughing a little to earn a glare from me again. Oh come on, the chances of you not doing a glance down Icy Hot's body is like 1,000,000 to 1. You've got it flaunted in front of you. We got to the floor with Endeavor looking like he was gonna pop a vein. Can both of you wait a moment outside the elevator? I need to do something. We walked out with the pro shutting the doors and a loud shout was heard inside. I could tell his quirk was active as bright lights from fire were seeping through the cracks. Once they stopped, the elevator opened for the inside to be completely burned to a crisp. I'll need to call someone to fix that later. Note to self. Avoid talking about Shoko around him. Endeavor led me and Kachin through his agency with several of his sidekicks saying hello and introducing themselves. As this happened, he called Burnin into his office before having the door shut behind us. Starting tomorrow evening, we'll be working in Hosu. Our objective is simple, find and defeat the hero Ender. However, the fight will consist of Ace defeating him. Burnin looked at me and began laughing for some reason. This is the Fire Fist son? He looks like he wants milk and cookies, he's so out of his league. Ahahaha. Actually, if we have any fresh chocolate chip cookies, I'd love one and a glass. Burnin kept laughing at me for some reason before giving a punch to my gut. I used my quirk to evade it with her smirking. Alright. Kids got my attention. What do you want from me, boss? To make matters simple, I would like you to act as eyes and ears for him. There are people that would stop at nothing to end him and are making plans to do so. If at all possible as well, I'd like you and your group to look into 2 names. Caesar Clown, a scientist in the underworld and former Vice Admiral Virgo. Alright. Who the F is this Virgo guy and why is he so important? Kachin asked with me explaining the best way what I knew of Virgo. Virgo was a spy for Doflamingo in the Marines. To make things simple, he was really good at his job and rose from the ground to leader of G5. I thought Smoker was the leader. Not until less than 2 years ago during the incident of Punk Hazard. Here, his true colors were shown. Though the Marines of G5 get bad rep for their actions, they're still good people at heart and want to help others. They even respected Virgo since he was shown as a dedicated Marine with power to match his dedication. But on the island, I started clenching my fists in anger remembering Virgo attacking his own men. He viscously mowed down Marine men with no hesitation. His lack of care enraged me as these weren't just mindless soldiers or bloodthirsty pirates. They were good people. People that showed absolutely nothing but loyalty and commitment to him, and Virgo just took that respect and abused it. I started to lose my temper a bit and let my emotions flare up a little for Burnin to give her estimation. He sounds like an a-hole? He is, but a dangerous one at that. During the incident at Punk Hazard, Smoker couldn't beat Virgo without the help of Trafalgar D. Water Law and his op fruit. If Law wasn't there, the chances are, Smokey would have died with the rest of the G5 crew. The fact he's that powerful would make sense now that he's a Vice Admiral. But compared to you now and Virgo form before, who would stand on top if you don't mind me asking? I didn't like admitting this to everyone, but Endeavor and Burnin did have to know what they were dealing with. As of right now, if I were to not fight with my life being put in jeopardy with that one skill I used at the sports festival, I'd say Virgo still has me beat. His hockey and fighting prowess are on another level. He didn't obtain the name Demon Bamboo Virgo for nothing. Demon Bamboo? I think it's best if I give you an physical explanation. I grabbed a piece of paper off Endeavor's desk to hold it up. This paper. How strong do you think it is? I think it's weak. It's FING paper, dude. Fair point. Now, you know at least a little of hockey, correct? You mean that stuff that you do to see your enemy's next move and tank hits? Yeah. Well then, I'd like you to try punching this paper when I do this. I coated the paper in hockey to turn it pure white to a blackish purple. Kachin didn't understand this to give it a solid punch and immediately wince in pain. What the F did you do? I coated the paper with my hockey. To make it simple, hockey can be transferred into different things. Something as flimsy as paper can become a weapon that blocks, or I turned to slice down a potted tree in the room. Sharp enough to slice steel like it's nothing. So this kid's got hockey like you, boss? That's awesome. Burnin shouted with Endeavor holding his head. That plant's been here since I opened my agency. It was a housewarming present from my former mentor. Did you have to cut it? Sorry. The pro got up clearly still angry. Let's go. I'll have you teach Bakugo the ins and outs of hockey as we head towards Hosu. Yes sir. We started to head out to the stairwell with the thoughts of the task at hand being present to us. Meanwhile, Shoko POV. After coming to the Revolutionary Army base in Japan, we were met by 2 members. Hack and Koala. Alright you 3. Our top priority is going to be to track down Virgo. He's a high priority threat, so I'll handle him. I immediately raised my hand for Sabo to point towards me. If at all, could you possibly teach me some of your techniques so I can fight with my fire half a little better? Not a bad idea. Why don't I also teach you hockey while I'm at it? Koala. Wanna help Yaoyorozu and hack, you wanna help Jairu? The more powerful they are, the better. I felt a little satisfaction hearing this to smile at the chief of staff. Thank dash before I could finish, I was slammed in the head with what felt like a claw until I hit a wall. Sabo! You jerk! Don't go ending anyone. Koala shouted as the chief of staff smiled down at me. Oh please. If I knew that was all it took to end you, you would have died to my nephew in the sports festival. I struggled to stare back at him as my head was thrown for a loop. So these are the dragon claws. I see why they're dangerous. This is going to be a long week. Kendo POV. After leaving the school, Smoker and Tashigi brought me and Sue on the G5 ship. There, we were met by the Marines of the group that didn't look the normal part for them. Smokey. Who are these ladies? Don't tell me you've got secret lovers and these are your daughters. The men started to freak out a little and start saying some stupid things like how they'd become Smoker's son-in-law if they married us or just straight up catcalling us. It started to get annoying on both us and Smoker since he was the first to respond. Quit your babbling. These two are with Portgas, so you mess with them, you mess with his women. Aw man. We messed with our crew's heavy hitters girls. We're sorry about that little buddy. Forgive us. Immediately, the crew started to calm down on the pickup attempts before commenting on other weird things to start rambling about Izuku. It's bad enough Izuku's got the captain under him as well as the sexy baby 5 and Monae with her lovely tail feathers. Now he's got a hot girl and a sexy frog too. Life ain't fair. Will you stop making it seem like we're cheap sluts? Monae, Tashigi and Baby 5 shouted in anger at the crew while Smoker grabbed a few Marines to drag them with him. Let's get a move on. We've got a lot of ground to cover and we need to start our search for Caesar as soon as possible. I followed Smoker into the ship where he had the men set a destination. Smoker sir? Where are we going? Smoker let out a little smoke before answering me. We're going to the island of Punk Hazard. Though it's a long shot, it's the best spot to start as well as we can begin an investigation into the origins of Rampage. With any luck we'll find a newly established research facility there by the fool scientist or something to produce an antidote to the stuff if it gets into people's systems. The two Marines charted a course before we went into the open sea to travel. Ochako POV. Alright. Let's go. Boarding the Sunny, Kirishima, Ojiro and myself were kinda skeptical going on a pirate's ship. However, everyone seemed really nice and didn't want to do anything mean. So you all stuck with Portgas since the beginning when it was discovered. That's good to hear. The giant whale shark fishman called Jinbei gave me and the guys a handshake as a way of goodwill before some weirdo with blonde hair came over. Hey, you two. You mind helping me with some grunt work in the kitchen? I could use some help cleaning while I prepare lunch. Leave it to us curly eyebrow burp. What was that? My eyebrows aren't curly weirdo. What type of dumbass has teeth as sharp as a shark? Jinbei seemed to be a little irritated by that comment with the girl Nico Robin if I remember correctly coming over. It seems like everyone's very lively today. Are they always this laid back? I glanced around for most of the crew to be goofing off doing other things or just not doing anything productive to sorta be afraid for my safety. Believe it or not, this is the norm for us. Nami's already set a chart and we have a headwind towards the area we think Doflamingo is. If you want, we can talk amongst ourselves as sorta a girl talk. That's probably better than PFFFT. I stopped my conversation when I saw Deku's uncle having chopsticks up his nose and in his mouth making a stupid face. I couldn't help but laugh at this to feel a little more at ease with the crew. Seems everyone's in high spirits today as usual. Nami walked over not exactly in any concern to bring me and Robin towards an area where we could talk and be out of the way. So how long have you known Portgas for? Well, Deku saved me during the entrance exams and well we've kinda been friends since the first day of UA with that being our starting point. That did though change to something a little more after the sports festival though. Why do you call him Deku? Doesn't that mean useless? Well Robin, it's actually a nickname I have for him. When we first met, I never got Deku's name and I thought that was like a friendly name him and his childhood friend Bakugo did. So I kinda followed suit and eventually found out it was an insult, but tried to avoid it being mean mainly since I found Deku kinda cute and a cool hero name you could have. The hero who wasn't supposed to achieve anything can do it, so you can too. Robin and Nami started to laugh a little at my logic before responding. It's kinda cute, I'll give you that. It also turns something that you'd be ashamed of into a motivation. Nicely done on that part, Uraraka, or should I call you Uravity? Either or is fine. It's not that big of a deal if you want to call me by my real name or not. We continued talking before a thought came into my head. Hey, Robin. Nami. Do any of you know how to use hockey? The next evening, Izuku POV. After arriving at Hosu, our group of 4 began splitting off to try and find the hero ender a little easier. Burnin was asked to be my eyes and ears, so she went with me while Kachin went with Endeavor. We walked towards the alleys near hero agencies with the sidekick of the flame hero not exactly understanding why. So why are we clinging to alleys? Almost every hero that the hero ender claimed as a victim was found in an alley nearby hero agencies. You can sorta say this is his calling card, as he most likely wanted them to be found by people so they could see what the world is. We kept walking with an unsettling feeling coming from Burnin. You don't like me being here, do you? Not really. To me, you're still a wild card because of your old man. What the Marines did, I'll admit, was a bad call on them with your old man, but your dad was just another bad guy that messed with the wrong crowd. I wasn't a hero at the time, and all I know is what the news said of the Fire Fist. It's nothing personal though, so I can't blame you for that. I am sorta a wild card, and if all you know of my dad is what the media said, I can't blame you for having that picture of him. I'm sorry that you have to think this. Look, kid. I'm not a specialist on these things. To me, the Whitebeards were just another pirate group. If they were good, that's fine. But I don't know them and I don't know Ace, so I'm going off of word of mouth. Most pirates are bad, so it's no skin off my back for making that assumption they were bad as well. The words were irritating, but realistic in a way. I just ignored them and focused on what I had to for the evening. Once I turned a corner though, I felt an overwhelming presence in the area. But not just one, it felt like multiple. What's wrong? You look pale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a sixth with its own presence nowhere near as dangerous as the others? What are you yammering about? Using observation hockey, I could tell something was coming directly at us from the alley we were in front of. Get down. I tackled Burnin down for a body to come flying out of the alley and hit a car. Turning to it, I noticed it to be the hero native. This isn't good. Well. Seems you came here unannounced and made my hunt a little more easier. I immediately turned to see Vago in front of us with Stain and Ida in his hands. Heroes these days are more fragile than I thought they were. Take this one for example. He thought he could take on the hero ender, but instead couldn't even get a hit in. Pathetic. Virgo threw Ida towards us before using a finger pistol to pierce one of his lungs. Ida. I grabbed him to try and help stop where he was bleeding and shut the opening. You son of a beach. What gives you the right to do that? Burnin began sending flaming bits of her hair at the former Vice Admiral with him not flinching at all. Once it got close enough, the flames turned to embers, confusing all of us for a moment. Shurururoro. Fire can't burn without oxygen. All I had to do was make a small area where there was no oxygen and I could snuff out those silly embers like it was nothing. Above us, we noticed Caesar Clown staring at us and laughing. Should have figured you'd be here. I glanced at Burnin, who was without a doubt outmatched with these two. Burnin. Ida and Native need help right now. Pull them back and try to get someone like Endeavor or a person that can use hockey here. I'll try to hold them off as long as I can. I'm not leaving you here with two monsters, kid. Virgo came at us after dropping Stain for me to block the attack as fast as I could. If I was a second later, he would have impaled Burnin in her face with hockey. Right now between us, I'm more capable of handling both. One of us has to take those two to get medical help quickly. Right now we need to focus on them more. I could tell she didn't like this before grabbing Ida. You've got authorization to use your quirk. Don't drop dead on me, kid. She started to grab Native with Ida regaining consciousness. P. Porgas. I didn't pay much attention before I heard him shout. What the hell are you doing here? This doesn't concern you. Leave. Actually. Now it does, Ida. The man in front of you is a pirate I have a personal grudge to settle back 2 years ago. Big talk from a kid. Guess your daddy didn't teach you any better. Oh wait, your daddy is dead. Daffy made sure that happened on his end at Marine Fort. I felt nothing but seething rage going through my mind before going right for Virgo's head to punch him into a wall and knock off that stupid piece of steak on his face. You think you're one to talk? You couldn't even defend one factory for your stupid boss who got his ass beat holding all the cards on Dressrosa. Burnin started running towards the others with explosions happening around the city. Don't think I'm going to let you leave just yet. Gastonet dash. I used Shave to go right in front of Caesar to punch him in the face and send him into the concrete. Don't get confused now, I'm your opponent. I smirked with Virgo getting out of the wall and wiping off the dust on him. Not bad, kid, I might actually break a sweat. Third-person POV. Virgo activated hockey in his fists to storm at Izuku with him ducking under and giving a kick to the former Vice Admiral's neck. This slid him back with it doing next to nothing as Virgo cracks his neck and shows himself unscathed. Okay. I expected that not to work to the best it could, but I at least would have expected it to do something. I'll admit, that wasn't a bad kick, kid. But now you've made me realize I have to fight you seriously. Virgo took out a bamboo stick and held it out in front of him, coating it in hockey. Demon bamboo. In one hit, the former Vice Admiral sent Izuku flying through a building and into a city street. Unable to comprehend what just happened, he watched as Virgo came towards with his hockey-coated bamboo stick about ready to strike him. Crap. Gotta fight back. Izuku dodged right when it made impact to activate his flame quirk and try to punch Virgo in the face. Red Hawk. Before he could though, his flames were snuffed out by Caesar as Virgo gave a multitude of hits to Izuku's body before grabbing his head and slamming his knee into it. Shurururoro. Looks like your fire won't work unless you have oxygen. A shame that your flames rely on that. Now die to Virgo's unimaginable strength. Izuku was outmatched. He kept dodging Virgo the best he could to reach an opening towards his chest to give an attack towards his chest. Finger pistol, ×5. Coating his own hand in hockey, the green-haired boy tried to land a strike with it causing a massive shockwave. Aha! Izuku pulled back first seeing fingers to feel them crack a bit to believe he broke a few bones. Looking back, Izuku noticed Virgo's chest coated in hockey and smirking. Your hockey is good, but I'm way better. Virgo came back to Izuku again with his bamboo stick hitting the flame quirk user in the side and sending him back towards a building. Trying to get up, Izuku began having trouble breathing. It was as if the oxygen around him was sucked up to force him to suffocate. Shurururoro. Truly a spectacle. All I have to do is pull your oxygen and you'll die just like that. Caesar floated above him with Izuku moving his hand to activate OFA and create an air pressure attack at the scientist. This did next to nothing with Caesar laughing at him. How pathetic. Were you trying to hit me? Shururururoro. Gotta get air. Pointing to the ground, Izuku shot himself out of the range of Caesar's oxygen sucking to take a deep breath in. Gasp. You're not escaping that easily. Virgo jumped up towards Izuku using moonwalk to attack him with his bamboo stick in the back to send him back towards Caesar. No matter what you do, you're going to die here. Suffocation or being completely crushed by me. It all ends in the same way. You'll die. Trying to get out of the radius of the gas man's power, Izuku was met again with Virgo giving him a fist coated in haki to the face. Seems that ally Daffy made during his trip to that bar is doing his part. The whole purpose of this incident happening right now was one, to find and get Stain to our side. However, he believed that the status quo needed to be taken down completely instead of altered and preserved, so he had to be taken down. The second was to see if we could take you down, kid. I'm sure you've already guessed since you're with Smoker, but Daffy has a desire to end you. AKA, Inu. Izuku could only pull out the Fleet Admiral's name for a bit of laughter to be heard inside Virgo's coat. That's for us to know and you to die trying to find out. Goodbye, Portgasti Izuku. Virgo was about ready to charge in before a massive wave of ice came to surround Izuku and push to two back. Now that's some precision you've got there, Shoko. Nice job. What the? Caesar looked up to see Momo, Kyoka and Shoko with Sabo and Koala beside them. The Revolutionary Army? What are they doing here? You messed with my nephew, so I'm gonna have to rough you two up cause of that. Sabo stared at both men with extreme anger before jumping down towards them with Shoko making a slide for everyone to get off the roof. Izuku, Momo, Kyoka and Shoko ran towards Izuku with him calming down from the lack of oxygen in his body. Thanks for the save. We can thank each other after we handle these guys. Caesar and Virgo regrouped with Izuku standing back on his feet pulling out a dagger. Uncle. Leave Virgo to me. As long as you can keep Caesar preoccupied, I can take him down. Can you now? Let's see just how accurate you are with that, little punk. Third-person POV. As Izuku confronted Virgo, Burnin began running towards the heroes to try and find at least some medical assistance or better yet, a person with a healing quirk so she could head back and help Izuku. Where am I? You blacked out, native. For now, I'm bringing you to get medical help. Realizing what happened, native panicked and looked around. The man with the sunglasses and the one with the gas. Those two are going to destroy Hosu. Something tells me that was a ploy to get us here. Ida heard this to look up and see Burnin uneasy. The guy you faced was a former vice admiral called Virgo as well as the 300 million berry bounty scientist, Caesar Clown. Burnin. What do you know of those two? The pro kept searching before explaining. Enough to know that Ace is facing monsters. Ida held his head down somewhat ashamed of the answer he had before remembering what happened prior. Half an hour earlier. Hey kid. You're part of UA, right? Virgo began walking out of the alley with Stain adjusting his blade to no longer be above his neck and pointed at the former vice admiral. Who are you and what are you doing here? That's quite rude to hold a sword in front of someone's face like that. Don't you know any manners, Hero Ender? Stain immediately went to attack Virgo with him holding his forearm up with hockey in it. The blade shattered before pulling his hand back and pointing it. Finger pistol. In one shot, Stain's lung was punctured by Virgo's finger with him spitting up blood. You bastard. Stain could barely speak up as Virgo punched him one last time into the ground. You seem to not know your place, Stain. Unlike Daffy, you have no right to demand change from the status quo. Having you around us would be more a hassle than anything. Your colleagues admitted to that. However, you've given me an opportunity to do something for Doflamingo over everything else. The former Vice Admiral walked towards Ida to kneel down and look at him. Now where is Portgas D. Izuku? TCH. You think I'd tell a monster like you? He was immediately got off by a kick to the jaw and a stomp on the top of his head. You do realize that you're completely overwhelmed right now. There's no way you can get out of this alive if you don't cooperate. So tell me and you can walk away with your life. Ida remained silent to earn a kick from Virgo in his rage to send him towards Native. I'm not the patient type, so I'd suggest you'd be serious right now. Where's the Fire Fist son? Ida was being held up by his neck with the level of pressure increasing. Chokai, I don't know where Portgas did his internship with. He kept it a secret from everyone. Him and his friends? Ida was slammed to the ground, constantly being punched with Native enraged. He followed your offer. Don't just let this progress. The pro shouted in anger with Virgo repeatedly punching Ida. Leave him be. Humans lie to one another. That's a proven fact. How am I going to know what he is saying is truthful or not? I swear, I don't know. Ida was cut off by a punch in the stomach with a cracking sound heard. If you are going to address me, do it right and call me by my name. Call me Mr. Virgo. Another punch came to Ida with Native now shouting in rage. Leave the kid alone. A finger pistol to his lung was felt with Virgo twisting it to add to the pain. Should have just kept your mouth shut like a good stupid pro hero. If you did, you would have lived long enough to watch this city go up in flames. Virgo threw Native out of the alley with him not stopping until he hit a car. Let's go, Caesar. I'm not done pulling information out of Native, nor am I done with this one. Caesar came from the side somewhat irritated. He was in an alleyway with garbage everywhere. What about keeping a low profile and working with the hero Ender? That was a ploy to get to our real purveyors. The League of Villains. Also, as long as we make them look mangled up, somebody else will take the blame. If we burn them and find Portgas, we might even be able to pin the blame on him. Virgo grabbed both Ida and Stain and walked out of the alley while Caesar began laughing at what was happening. Back to present. Portgas is facing a monster. Ida felt ashamed having Izuku face Virgo as Burnin got them towards the heat of the battle with 3 Nomu and the pros. Things began getting dicey with Endeavor trying to take down all 3. Why is this happening? Why is that man trying to take his life? Burnin looked away before finding where Bakugo was to place Ida and Native down. Once she did, Ida shouted at the pro. What is going on with this world? Portgas is being targeted by a former Marine who was a Vice Admiral. The Fleet Admiral wants him dead for being his father's son. Just what is this world coming to that these things are happening? These things, I guess, are all FING true about the world. Maybe you can also say the parts you thought were normal were actually lies to begin with? Bakugo spoke up, overhearing everything Ida said. Let me ask you something, Four Eyes. You had no problem being Deku's friend when he was normal. What makes that different now? The nerd's still the nerd you became friends with, so why are you unable to trust him if you see the true hellhole he has to live in? I don't know. Ida was on the verge of tears as he answered. For years, I prided myself on doing what I thought was right by the law. Ideally, Portgas would be someone I shouldn't trust, but I know for a fact he's not a bad person. So why can't I trust him or determine if it's right or wrong to? Bakugo started walking the direction Burnin came from before stopping. When me and Deku were younger, I thought the world was simple. All I had to do to be great was be the best. But Deku's acts up till now showed me the reality I needed. The world doesn't care if you're the best. It cares for whatever keeps its existence going with no fear of chaos. That's why Deku's facing monsters right now. He is someone that this world fears the most. Someone that can change the tides of how this world operates, and many would rather keep the worst scenario from happening than gamble it not. Ida held his head on the ground knowing he screwed up saying Izuku wasn't trustworthy while Bakugo stared at Burnin. Give me authorization to use my quirk, knockoff. Who you calling a knockoff? Fine. As of right now, I officially give you authorization to use your quirk. Your friend needs help, so help him out. Bakugo nodded before flying off towards Izuku. Portgas. I'm sorry I doubted you. If I get the chance, please let me apologize to you in person. Itza held his head on the ground ashamed of himself while recanting what he's done thus far. With Izuku. Demon Bamboo. Red Hawk. Both Virgo and Izuku began sending blows at one another with the balance of power seeming even for the most part. Izuku repeatedly gave quick jabs to the former Vice Admiral with them charged by his Haki and OFA. These however were blocked by Virgo's own Haki as he attempted to hit Izuku with his reinforced bamboo stick. The flame quirk user would dodge this and attempt to attack with his own fire to try and push him back before going back to using OFA. I know you can do more than this, kid. I've seen the sports festival. Virgo grabbed Izuku's fist to immediately knee Izuku in the gut. Where's that raw power you had before? Jumping up to get his feet at eye level with Virgo, Izuku pulled his right leg back and infused both Haki and OFA into it. You want raw power? Take this. Manchester Smash. A massive wave of pressure came to send back anything not tethered down in the distance. This forced both Virgo and Izuku back as both stood back up looking like they weren't phased. That power is something. But now I think I get it. It's not that you aren't showing it, it's you can't show that power again. But the only reason that would happen is if you know what that does to you. My best guess is, it shortens your lifespan. Big gamble, kid, but the world always plays high with high rollers. So what are you going to do now that you're facing a situation where you need to play big? Virgo came at Izuku for him to prepare a frontal attack. Shave. Virgo disappeared and reappeared behind Izuku. Crap. I let my guard down. Now, finger pistol dash. Get the F away from my idiot friend, Spectacles. Bakugo came to Izuku's aid with a massive explosion to force all three away to get some distance. Kachin? What the hell are you dash? Shut up and fight like you mean it, a-hole. You're losing to someone below your teacher. Doesn't that piss you off? Seeing that his childhood friend was serious, Izuku started to laugh. You know what, you're right. It does piss me off. Izuku's hand began to make a fist while flames around him started burning more intense in his arm. I'm so pissed off, I'm overheating. In a flash, Izuku came right at Virgo to send a fist to his stomach. Devil's Fist, Burning Knuckles. As Izuku was handling Virgo, Shoko, Momo and Kyoka began handling Caesar the best they could. Shurorororo. Do you really think you can succeed in defeating me with that poor excuse for attempt? None of you have Haki, so that means you can't touch me. However, Caesar clenched his hand for some fires around them to start going out. Karakuni. Get back. The three got back with the mad scientist beginning to aim at Kyoka. Now, gas robe. He sent a wave of gas towards the AUX cord girl with Momo sending her a gas mask to help manage it. You think a little gas mask will stop the great Caesar? As the villain monologued, Shoko attacked Caesar from the side with her fire to expel the villain's gas from the area. This worked temporarily for Caesar to be enraged. You wish to harm my friends, be prepared for me to step in. Why you little? Caesar pulled out a weapon that looked like the hilt of a blade with his gas abilities pressuring the oxygen into it. Blue sword. Get back. Sabo shouted for the blue compressed fire to narrowly evade Momo and slice down a building. This is getting too much for them. The chief of staff turned to see his nephew get thrown towards Caesar with the gas man laughing at this. I think now it's time to pull out a special tool of mine that I had created. I was saving it for my fight with Straw Hat again, but I can live with using it to end the Fire Fist Sun. He pulled out a small bomb and threw it on the ground to activate it with several purple fumes to come out and merge with him. As this happened, Caesar kept laughing with it contorting before showing his size now towering over the city. Shurorororo. I was told you were on the island of Punk Hazard 2 years ago, boy. Does this look familiar to you? It's a newly created gas format of Land of the Dead given human control. This is the power of my genius. Izuku recovered and immediately blasted Caesar with his flames to have his hand catch it. This however caused an explosion that sent the green-haired boy flying the other way. Izuku/Deku. Everyone shouted in shock as Caesar only laughed. Land of the Dead has been reformatted so it will be able to create a highly combustible explosive if introduced to anything higher than 100 degrees. Feel free to fight me with fire, but you will destroy this entire city in the process? The gas man turned to the girls with a sick smile on his face. Now, I think it's time to use some new test subjects for my newly formed Land of the Dead. And fortunate for me, I have some test subjects right here to handle this. Dash. Caesar was cut off by a high-pressure slash that came from Izuku's direction. Hey dumbass. You wanna mess with the people I care about, you better be ready to face me. Izuku walked out of the rubble having his back coated in Haki as well as his hand holding a small dagger that was made to resemble his father's. Also, Doflamingo. I know you're listening, so why doesn't your little pet show that you are instead of hiding it like the cowering snake you are? Virgo stood calmly as he reached into his coat pocket to pull out a transponder snail holding a smile on his face. Well, I guess we officially speak face to face, Portgas D. Izuku. I've heard so much about you. Let's get some things clear right now. First off, I'm gonna kick your idiot subordinate that's holding the snail's ass, then I'm gonna kick the gas freak's ass. And when I'm done with both of them, better be ready cause I'm coming to kick yours and all your crew's asses as well. Doflamingo began laughing at this before responding to Izuku's declaration. You think you're going to kick my ass? Fine. Try if you can, but Virgo will show to be far more dangerous than you think. As Doflamingo spoke, Virgo began pulling off his shirt and placing the snail on top of it. The former Marine's body began to be coated in hockey, turning his pale skin dark purple, slamming his bamboo weapon on the ground and making cracks in the concrete. As you can see, Virgo's ability with hockey far outmatches your own, with the only reason he lost to Law being because he had the op fruit. You on the other hand, will have to face his full power of hockey yourself. You think you can handle that while also protecting the city and having no stray shots of fire hit and blow Caesar up? And I thought this guy was bad news before. Did he really cover his entire body with that hockey sheet? Bakugo asked as Virgo went charging for Izuku. He dodged the attack to begin coating both his hands with hockey as well and activating his devil fist technique. Both clashed with their hands and weapons at insane speeds to which anyone watching could barely keep track. However, Virgo was able to get a clean hit to Izuku's side and send him toward Caesar, who was trying to attack both Momo and Kyoko while Shoko tried to use her ice as a barrier. Izuku was able to shut off his fire and use Moonwalk to head back towards Virgo with the Ash Blonde enraged he can't do anything. If only I could do something right now. I'm too weak to face that sunglasses guy and my explosions would have the opposite effect on the gas freak right now. Is this all I can do right now? Just watch. Gotta admit, kid. You're stronger than I thought you'd be. But you're no match for me. Virgo came with a solid swing to Izuku with him evading at the last second. I've got no other choice. Virgo's hockey's not able to be broken through with my own and I don't know how long he can keep this form. For now, my best bet is to use that. Izuku activated both flame and OFA together for his fire to turn from red to green. He pulled his arm back and slammed it into Virgo's bamboo weapon. Green Hawk. Third-person POV. Blasting a Nomu's head off with fire and incinerating any hopes for it to regenerate, Endeavor looked to the side where a large amount of fire and purple gas was. What's going on over there? Endeavor, sir. Burnin came running over to report to her boss. We've got a problem. That Virgo guy came out of nowhere and began fighting Ace. That weirdo scientist is with him too. Virgo is here with Caesar Clown? Endeavor began charging for the area in hopes to even the playing field a bit. Burnin, make sure the civilians are evacuated. Someone like Virgo takes top priority. Gotcha. The sidekick turned to the group of people and pros trying to handle the fire. This night just keeps going from bad to worse. What's next? The whole city being threatened to blow up by some kind of bomb. With Izuku. Izuku and Virgo had begun throwing punches once again to be matched each time. The hindrance Izuku had prior was no longer present and was able to evade and counter with ease. You're good kid, but that power's gotta have a cost. Virgo attempted a tempest kick for Izuku to dodge with shave and give a red hawk to the back of his head. This was blocked however with the former Vice Admiral's bamboo stick. You think I can't see that you're rushing? You're probably trying to end this quick to avoid needing to rely on that power. It's most likely taxing on your body. Pathetic. Izuku was knocked back to rebound and see a large gas hand come at him. If you're going to play with fire, expect an explosion to happen. A massive wall of ice came between Izuku and Caesar for Shoko to continue attacking the mad scientist from a distance. Focus on the bamboo person, we can handle this guy. Kyoko began sending blasts of sound at Caesar for him to start feeling it. Demon Bamboo. Virgo came at both Izuku and Shoko for the flame quirk user to block it and glare at the pirate. I'm done playing. If you want to play max hockey, then we'll play that. Izuku coated his arms and legs with haki with green fire going on around him. Burning blow. A green fire erupted from Izuku's hand to impale Virgo in his stomach to send him back into a car. Before he could respond, Izuku came back again with twin green hawks to hit his stomach and face for his onslaught, continuing with his foot becoming green from his fire for Virgo to get an upward strike to the jaw. Not bad kid, but still not good enough. Virgo punched Izuku in his stomach for him to get the wind knocked out of him. Before he could fall though, Izuku raised his body's temperature up higher to turn his flames blue before pulling back and sending repeated punches at Virgo. I'm not gonna lose to you. Take this, you filthy spy. Virgo tried to block this with his bamboo before seeing a crack come on it. I don't care if I have to rip through you to do this, you're going to stop what you're doing and free these people from the nightmare you're putting them through. As Izuku continued his onslaught, Shoko continued to dodge Caesar with him smiling at this. Shurorororo. You think you can beat me? The great Caesar Clown? You're going to die here and I'll show you the true power of my genius at work. Getting to the roof, Shoko remembered what Sabo said about hockey. If I'm going to win this, I'll have to pull out all the stuff. Hopping up towards the mad scientist, Shoko went directly towards Caesar with him smiling at her. A noble attempt. But you're going to die dash. He stopped mid-sentence when he felt his body be repeatedly struck by sound and something else. Looking down, he saw Kyoka and Momo shooting sound waves and cloud seeding shots for weathermen to make it rain to slow down the mad scientist. You little insects. You should be paying attention to me. Shoko got to Caesar's head to place her right hand infused with Haki on and grab the man. Alright. Freezing dragon claw fist. The ice from her quirk coated Caesar to encase his entire body with the use of her Haki, allowing Shoko to touch him. Before the mad scientist could do anything, he was frozen solid and left unbalanced before falling to the ground as nothing more than an oversized popsicle. Not as skilled as Izuku is, but I'm at least able to use Haki now thanks to some knowledge I already had. A massive impact was heard for Shoko to turn and see Izuku repeatedly punching Virgo with him losing ground quickly. Unbelievable. It's like he's an unstoppable force. Momo stood in awe with Kyoka preparing to hop in to help. Don't get involved. Bakugo stayed to the side watching the entire fight go down. Deku wants to handle this himself. To be fair, I think we'd just slow him down if we tried to intervene. Izuku continued his barrages of punches for Virgo to watch his bamboo staff break in half. This kid's strength is insane. Grabbing the former Marine's head, Izuku pulled his knee back and aimed for his face. This is the end, Virgo, now take this. Burning. His knee burned blue before sending the attack at Virgo's face to go directly through his armament Haki. Blue prod. The attack forced Virgo into a building to level it in the act and bury the former Vice Admiral in the rubble. Dust covered the area with Izuku panting from the amount of pain he was feeling by using the combined efforts of his quirks. Virgo. What happened? Doflamingo spoke on the transponder snail for the executive of the family to begin walking out of the rubble. His Haki was deactivated with blood starting to trickle down his head. I'm sorry Doffy, but I lost. He collapsed on the ground with Izuku deactivating his quirks to get some room to breathe. Doflamingo. You're listening, right? The former warlord's voice went silent as he heard Izuku respond. For 15 years, this tale of the Great New Age has gone on. About 13 of that had been the prologue of you, the Marines, the Emperors, even the Revolutionary Army stockpiling power, preparing for the gates to the unknown who would dare challenge them to open. However, that prologue met its final chapter upon the Straw Hat Pirates reuniting on the Sabaody archipelago and making their way into the New World. The actual tale of the ultimate battle started when Trafalgar Law took down your sad factory, with your defeat being the first of many chapters started. Now, that gate is completely open and those that walked the path have laid the foundation for those who will bring that which this world desperately needs. An epilogue to this story. Those that walk through that gate now will be the image of every major power out there, wanting to stop them, with greedy people past the starting line already wanting to take advantage of this. My grandfather started the Great Pirate Era, my father ended it, my uncle Luffy began the Ultimate Siege Era with my other uncle playing key roles in that tale, and I will be the one to bring forth the end of it. The currents are strong, Doflamingo. Do you think you have what it takes to ride the seas again, or will your ship capsize under the harsh waves? The silence among the group slowly changed to laughter. He. Ha 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 ha. You really think you're one to talk? Tell me. Do you truly think I'd have sent Caesar and Virgo without some sort of backup plan in order to stop someone? Shoko, was it? I can see that Caesar is frozen solid, but that was a bad mistake for you. What do you mean? Shoko spoke up, uneasy with how calm Doflamingo was at hearing his allies were defeated. You see, Land of the Dead was altered a bit in that amount Caesar had. If he were to ever go below freezing, his entire body will detonate and create a force strong enough to take down half of Hosu the second it's exposed to open air. In short, you won't be able to protect the people in the city. Of course, you may survive if you get out of there fast enough, but then you'll be responsible for all the deaths in the area since it was discovered as a fire-based attack and all those able to defend you being dead. Of course, you could always bring Caesar above the city's skylines and place him in an area where it won't hurt anyone. But that's still a gamble, and you would have to sacrifice yourself to do that, as well as be extra careful to not melt the ice and do it quickly. The sound of Doflamingo's laughter on the line angered Shoko before speaking up. But isn't he needed to make that drug you're putting out on the streets? How are you so able to get rid of him? His knowledge isn't as hard to find anymore. I was able to find someone not only able to make rampage, but also make sad for me. Caesar now is only expendable with next to no value anymore. A laugh came from Doflamingo for the mad scientist to be able to hear this and start crying a little, knowing he's going to die and there is no backlash for it. So what are you gonna do, kid? Try and save everyone, or accept defeat? Either way, I'd love to see what you'll do. A click was heard to show the transponder snail was off. Ace. Endeavor came forward, overhearing most of what's going on. I heard about the scientist being a bomb. Let me handle this and bring him out of the sky. No. I'll handle it. Everyone looked at Izuku in shock as he activated both OFA and Flame in order to get above the city faster. You heard what Doflamingo said though, you'll die if you try that. Kyoka tried to reason with Izuku for him to ignore this and grab Caesar. Reconsider this at least. What if we throw him into the ocean or something? Less damage there. But we also damage an ecosystem doing that. The only way he's safely able to be taken out is by sending Caesar above the city where he can explode without anyone getting hurt. Not wasting any more time seeing the ice begin to chip away a bit, Izuku used his fire to fly up and get over the city as quick as he could. To the side, Sabo witnessed what was happening to try and reach his nephew. Izuku! Stop! Flying in the sky, Caesar saw where they were heading with the ice around him falling apart slowly. You do realize you probably won't survive this, right? I do, and so what? As long as the people of Hosu are safe, I can live with possibly dying. Right now, people like you are tormenting the people of Hosu and making their lives right now a living nightmare, all in pursuit of chaos and your own selfish agendas. A hero's job is to protect the people from evil forces like you and avoid anyone getting hurt at the cost of even their own lives. Then what about me? I'm going to die in this too if I explode. That wasn't my decision. If you want to blame anyone for this, blame Doflamingo and yourself. The ice began to grow smaller around Caesar for him to panic. I'm not far enough away yet. Izuku focused more heat to send himself higher above the city with OFA pushing his body to the max. As this happened, he could feel his bones in his legs crack as he reached a safe enough distance several thousand feet above the ground. Once there, Izuku threw Caesar as far as he could with a crack over the center of the ice, revealing his body to open air. A giant light was seen with an explosion to happen after, giving a monstrous tremor to everyone in the city. Izuku, Shoko, Momo and Kyoka shouted in shock with the smoke from the act covering everything. Not wanting to see anymore, everyone turned away in fear of what they'd see. It was only when Bakugo looked up to see something falling from the sky. Over there. Sabo witnessed this as well to head towards where the falling object was. Getting closer, Sabo saw Izuku falling towards the ground to try and do what he could to cushion the fall. Before he could get close though, Izuku activated his fire once more to activate one of his father's signature moves. Flame Commandment. Standing up to show his success, Izuku looked up at the sky with his body beaten and burned before. Screaming at the top of his lungs to signify he won. The people of the city overheard this to have some lingering citizens even videotape it and post on social media with captions, "Hero survived an explosion" on it. Across Japan, people began chatting about the name Potgas D. Izuku who saved Hosu from a terrifying explosion to both bring joy to most and irritation to some. Ochako POV. Sniffle, this is so sad. Really a true test of friendship? After being allowed on look at the Straw Hats journal and learn of their history, I took a little closer note to the struggles they took. To think you all had this much trouble in your lives. It makes me want to cry knowing how close you are. Try not to ruin my journal with your tears, Ochako. I wanted to show you so you could at least see that we've been through a lot to want to help out of our own free will. Nami mentioned this with Robin taking the notebook from me to place it back in the ship's navigator's bookshelf. So where are we going? A kingdom known as Dressrosa. It was once Doflamingo's kingdom that has long-standing history with his lineage as well as the birth of the world government. We're also close friends with the royal family there. Okay, so why are we here? It has to do with two allies of ours. Donsai, the leader of the Hapasui army, and Leo, a warrior of the Tontata tribe. A group of little people of Dressrosa. They said they saw Doflamingo in an island called Greenbit, an area that the Tontata live in just off the coast of Dressrosa. This was difficult to believe and it brought a bit of fear in the royal family for them to prepare an army in hopes to stop Doflamingo. But we were able to talk them out of this and have us go after him instead. So we're going to Dressrosa? If I remember correctly, Baby 5 was taken from there if I remember correctly. We used a transponder snail to talk with Rebecca and she said she's more than excited to see some of Flair's friends. Nami stated this with the name Flair surprising me. Flair? Apparently we'll find out when we talk to the princess, but apparently she's a friend of Izuku's. I was a little shocked before I overheard Jinbei speak up. Dressrosa in sight. I ran out to see a giant mound of rocks. Welcome to the Kingdom of Passion as they call it, Dressrosa. Kingdom of Passion? Does that mean that they like romance a lot? Ojiro asked with Luffy starting to laugh. This place is so cool. Before when we came here, there were a bunch of toys that were talking and stuff that were actual people. Then, we saw these little people that could lift up some really heavy stuff and made friends with them. Oh yeah, there's also this one-legged soldier guy that's the dad to this princess here named Rebecca. Sound like a cool place. A soldier that has only one leg sounds really manly if you ask me. I focused on what was happening around us to see some of the townsfolk that were handling some trades on the docks notice us. No way. It's the Straw Hats. You kidding? Hey, Lucy. You there? Hey. What's up? Moron. We're supposed to do this discreetly, not announce to the island we're here. Nami hit Luffy over the head before we docked with a bunch of people surrounding us. The people looked to be normal citizens that were thrilled would probably be the best word to say their reactions to seeing the Straw Hats. Straw Hat Luffy. It's nice to see you again. The sound of a woman was heard to turn and see a woman with tanned skin and dark brown hair smile at us. She looked extremely elegant to the point I was somewhat envious of how pretty she was. Oh hey. You're Rebecca's aunt, right? Violet was it? Viola. Violet was the name I went under when we first met, but it's actually Viola. Oh right. You helped us out in Dressrosa before. Thanks, you're a nice lady. Thank you. Now if you all will follow me, my father is waiting to see you. We began following Viola towards the kingdom to have a bunch of people start staring at us. The people seemed really happy and excited even though they had a bunch of pirates in their kingdom. I never got to ask your names. Please excuse my rudeness. My name is Viola. Crown Princess of Dressrosa. Am I to assume you all are friends of Flare? If you're talking about Port Gasbro, then yeah. My name's Ijiro Kirishima. I'm Mashiro Ojiro. And I'm Ochako Uraraka. It is nice to meet you all. Tell me, how is Flare handling? Why do you keep calling Izuku Flare? I asked this with Viola smiling. Forgive me, but he is known by that name as a fighter in the Corrida Coliseum. He was also responsible for helping stop the Don Quixote family here along with Straw Hat and his grand fleet. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Port Gas was responsible for helping your nation? Ojiro stopped this for Viola to explain a little more in depth with most of us getting lost. Thanks to him and the battles he had with the Don Quixote executives, we were able to free Dressrosa. Straw Hat may have been the one to defeat Doflamingo and put an end to the reign he had, but he didn't do it alone. As such, we owe him, his crew, the fighters of the Corrida Coliseum and Flare our utmost respect. We came near a set of stairs going up to a castle with a girl and a man with one leg waiting beside it. Rebecca. Kairos. It's nice to see you too. Viola. It's nice to see you too. The girl named Rebecca smiled at us before hugging Luffy. It's great to see you again, Lucy. Nice to see you're doing good too, Rebecca. Oh yeah, soldier. I hope everything worked out with you and Rebecca. It has. Thank you. The man seemed happy before Rebecca turned to me. So I had heard you are very close to Flare. Could you tell me how he is doing? Okay, why does everyone here call Luffy Lucy and Izuku Flare? I don't get it. Sorry. I just call him that, because I first met him as Flare. It was only until very recently that I had learned Potgas's real name. When we met, I was a gladiator in the Corrida Coliseum fighting in a battle for the flame fruit. You mean Porgas's dad's devil fruit? Rebecca nodded at Ojiro before continuing. Doflamingo was using it to bait Lucy, but he also baited Portgas. He didn't want his father's devil fruit to fall into the wrong hands and said that if anyone deserved to eat it, it was him. I didn't understand what he meant, but I eventually did when I found the article about him in the newspaper a month back about who he was really. Rebecca held her head down in a bit of shame saying this before continuing. If I had known that now, perhaps I would have given Flare my spot in the finals instead of him protecting me from Hakuba's attack. I patted Rebecca's shoulder for her to look up at me. If I know Izuku, he wouldn't have protected you if you weren't someone worth his kindness. So don't worry about it. I also owe him a great deal of gratitude. The man Cairo spoke up before standing on his leg. When I was battling the top executive Diamante during the battle for this kingdom, it was him that protected Rebecca and allowed me to fight without worry. I owe him a great debt for protecting my daughter. We should probably head inside so you all know what's going on. Viola led us inside with us heading towards the throne room. There, we were greeted by an old man with a strange-shaped head who was the ruler of the kingdom. Before things got farther though, we were told to wait outside while Luffy and his crew spoke. While this happened, Kirishima, Ojiro and myself were able to talk with Rebecca a little more. So how old are you? 19, I am actually looking at possibly going to a foreign school to broaden my education about the world. It's quite vast and my aunt said she was willing to assist in it. I was actually planning on going to UA next year in all honesty. Oh wow. That's a real feat. What course do you plan to go into? Ojiro asked in curiosity. General Studies. Nothing against the hero course, but I have had enough violence to last a lifetime. I spent quite a few years in an arena only to escape without harming anyone myself. Thanks to this, I am given a momentous opportunity from Flare and Lucy and want to use it to my fullest. Lady Rebecca. We have a copy of today's newspaper if you'd like to keep yourselves preoccupied with this. A soldier gave Rebecca a newspaper for me to walk over and sit beside her. On the front page, it showed in big letters what happened last night. Flare was attacked by a Doflamingo executive. Let me see that real quick. I took the paper from Rebecca to read out what happened. Last night, Hosu had been attacked by the hero Enderstain and humanoid monstrosities known as Nomu. However, this was a ploy, as in the background of this madness happening, the son of Fire Fist Ace, Porgas D. Izuku had fought former Vice Admiral Virgo and former Marine Scientist Caesar Clown. The earlier of the two had escaped Marine custody and impelled down not long ago and were high-priority targets. Eyewitness reports say Porgas D. Izuku had stopped an attack that threatened to destroy most of Hosu, with the only evidence this was even possible to clarify this was a massive explosion and testimony of pro-hero Endeavor and his sidekick Burnin. Other reports state that the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff Sabo had a role to play in this incident, but there is nothing confirming or denying this. So Portgas Bro was attacked in Hosu? Does it say if he's okay? I tried looking for any information to only find a small bit about him being sent to a hospital in hopes to prevent any serious injuries. It says he's okay, but he had to go to a hospital. I was worried with what happened for the Straw Hats to come out. Well, this sucks. We made the trip here for nothing. Luffy stated as they left with all of us standing up. Doflamingo isn't here anymore? Nope. Turns out it was a fake Mingo and he's long gone now. Probably was to pull us away from Japan so he could go after Izuku. Seems like something he'd do. That guy was super tricky. Frankie pointed this out with Luffy clenching his fist. The next time I see Mingo, I'm gonna kick his ass good. Luffy and the Straw Hats started walking away with the king speaking up. Since you all came this way to try and stop a man that isn't here anymore, could I at least offer you some hospitality with something to eat before you leave? Woohoo! Food. Seems more than generous of you, your majesty. Jinbei bowed for everyone else to agree to the king's offer. The dining hall is down this way if you'll follow me. We began walking before I found a place to pull to the side. Do you mind if I make a call first? I just want to make sure Izuku's okay. Go ahead. The dining hall is down this hall to the left when you are finished. The king smiled at me a little for me to bow as a thank you. Such a nice king he is. The people seem happy too. I started making my call to see if I could get Izuku to answer. It rang for a minute before it went to voicemail. Hey, Izuku. I saw the paper and I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm right now in a kingdom called Dressrosa and I found out what you did here. Anyway, Rebecca says she owes you a thank you and so does this soldier guy called Kairos. Call me back when you can so I know you're okay. Bye. I shut off my phone to feel a little worried for Izuku. Quite a caring little girlfriend you are. I overheard someone speak to turn around and be met by the figure of Doflamingo. My mouth was covered by his hand to keep me silent. Don't shout. You do, and you'll die. There wasn't any reason to think he was lying to feel the impending presence of the former warlord. Before you think otherwise, I'm just a clone of the real me. I came here as a way to lure out you or those other two idiots. Why, you may ask? Because I want you all to know something. Portgas and his mother are who I'm after, as well as Baby 5 and Monae. Baby 5 and Monae? Why them? To make matters simple for the last two, it's personal. His veins began to bulge on his head before showing a spiteful scowl. They betrayed my family. As such, they need to pay the consequences for that. I'm merciful for failures in my family, but I will never allow treachery from those that are in my family. You get it right? Being part of that little snot-nosed fire-spitting punks group, you'd understand betrayal is the one thing that's inexcusable. He let my mouth go for me to glare up at the clone in anger. You know nothing about us. Don't pretend like you do. Even if what you say is true and we hate betrayal, you let Monae die and you ended Baby 5's fiancés before Izuku. If you had any real care for either of them, you'd have never let one try to end herself for you and force the other to watch as you betray the sincerity in her actions. I saw the clone glare down at me to understand he was holding back the urge to end me. Crap. I shouldn't have let my mouth run. He. I like your moxie, kid. He began patting my head to confuse me. How about this? If you leave Portgas before all this goes down, I'll give you the position in the executives that Baby 5 had. I'll even give you hers or Monet's devil fruit when all is said and done. Consider it my offer for someone who isn't afraid to speak their mind. The clone disappeared with his words, ticking me off to no end. You think I'm so quick to change Izuku's side and follow you? Izuku may have the Marines and a bunch of others on his back, but I'm not some kind of beach who would willingly save my own skin at the cost of my friends. I muttered this to myself before getting to the dining hall. I calmed myself before entering, still a little shaken from the clone Doflamingo. I won't let you hurt Izuku. That I swear. Itsuka POV. After setting off to the island of Punk Hazard, Tsu and I began training with the Marines while also learning of traveling the sea during this. As we did, we were able to find out how to navigate the Grand Line thanks to the Vice Admiral, with me even learning how to use some of the 6 powers. It's only Tempest Kick and Iron Body, but it's growth. Right now, I'm reading an article about incidents with Hosu and Izuku. I guess Izuku beat Yamamo's group to the punch. Says here that they were able to even recover Caesar Clown. Though badly injured and needing hospital care, he was alive. Izuku was in a fight? Is he okay? He isn't hurt, right? Answer me. Baby 5 ran over to me and began shaking my body and keeping me from answering. It was only until Monae came over to pull the newspaper from my hands to answer the question. Says here, Podcast D. Izuku was badly injured to need medical help, but is expected to make a full recovery. That's a relief. I was let go with the temperature around us getting colder. Why's it so cold? It's 'cause we're getting close. Tashigi came over with a winter coat to give me while Tsu stood behind her with one already on. To the horizon, you can see the island of Punk Hazard. I ran over to the front of the ship to see something that marveled me. What the hell? One side is on fire and the other side is frozen? What type of messed up island is this? It's an island that stands as a national landmark for the Marines. Smoker came over while smoking 2 cigars in his mouth. About 10 years ago, Punk Hazard was used as a former science base for Dr. Vegapunk to test out some bioweapons. The test subjects he used were impelled down prisoners that nobody would care died. One day, Caesar, who was a scientist at the time, activated a weapon that covered the island in poison gas. It took about 8 years to clear it out. Okay, but why is it frozen and on fire? Tsu questioned for Smoker to tap his cigars to get some of the ash off. Not long after the War of the Best, Akiji and Akainu fought on this island. Sengoku wanted Akiji to succeed him, while the higher-ups preferred Akainu. Since neither could come to a compromise, a fight was decided with this island being used as the battleground. For 10 days they fought with Akainu just succeeding. The drawback of their fight though forever changed the land around them due to their ice fruit and magma fruit. Wait, how does that make sense? Devil fruits only affect the user, not the land? Smoke breathed out a little smoke before answering. Both were able to awaken their devil fruits. It's a trick that not everyone can do, but allows those that can to alter the outside world. As such, Akainu was given the ability to turn one half into an active volcanic area while Akiji turned the other half of the island into a winter wasteland. Up until the Punk Hazard incident, this island has yet to see any normal bystanders being barricaded off by the world government. So this is an island that shows the true might of a former admiral and the current Fleet Admiral. Scary. Listening to the area, I heard absolutely nothing. Not a bird, animal, not even a bug. It was like all life that was on this island was dead and gone. One of the Marines shouted for us to look over with ice just dropping. Sorry. This place puts me on edge. Try not to shout next time a chunk of ice falls in the water. Why yes, Smokey? We continued sailing closer and closer towards the center of the island until we got to the shores of what looked like a lab. It'd seen better days without a doubt, but there was this strange color to it. Almost like the ice and the building itself was petrified. What happened here? When Caesar Clown was operating here illegally, he created a bioweapon called Land of the Dead. We nearly lost all of our Marines in the process of stopping him. Several we believe to have lost to find out later, a blessing in the way of finding out they could be saved if we acted quickly. Things would have been much worse if Izuku wasn't here though. Tashigi seemed a little worried before I decided to ask. I know he was here during this incident as well as the Dressrosa incident from what Monae and Baby 5 said, but what did he do here that was so special? A Marine smiled while answering. When we were setting foot on this island, we ran into the warlord at the time law and a big fight broke out. Both Izuku and Smokey were handling him and actually pushing him back. Though things went south when the Straw Hats came to the fight, it threw them all off with Izuku, Tashigi and Smokey having their bodies swapped. Wait, whose body was Izuku in? Tashigi turned away from us to get a smile on my face. So he felt what it was to be you. Did he get to feel your boobs? I refused to let him even touch me in any way like that. We all started laughing before Smoker spoke up. Quit your blabbering and drop anchor. We're heading ashore. The crew did this for us to hop off the ship and begin walking on the ground. The land felt uneasy with how little life there was before we came to the door. Baby 5. Do you mind? Easy. Arms morphosis. Baby 5 turned her hand into a blowtorch to burn a hole in the wall big enough for us to fit through. Once done, the slab slid back with the inside of the lab being petrified as well. This is scary. I know how you feel, Tsu. I felt like something was going to jump out any minute with no actual sound other than our footsteps being heard. Be careful and look for anything that may indicate that someone's been here. Smoker pointed this out for me to not focus where I was going and trip over something. I fell on the ground with everyone looking over to me to make sure I was okay. What happened? Nothing really. I'm okay. I stopped when I opened my eyes to see what looked like a dragon with its mouth open right in front of me. I jumped up and hid behind Monae, who seemed unfazed. What the heck is that thing? A bioengineered dragon? As in, what is that thing doing here? It was a guard dog basically here. Don't worry. It's long dead. I wasn't worried about it being dead, but I was at least a little content knowing it wasn't going to attack us. Izuku made certain of that. The Marines of G5 spoke up with one explaining what happened. When we were here, this thing began attacking us with it breathing fire and everything. Before it could actually end us though, Izuku swooped in and kicked its ass. It was so cool, it even made my heart skip a beat. Me, Tsu, Monae, Tashigi and Baby 5 all stared at the Marine similarly disgusted to the point of thinking why he admitted to that before going on. So Izuku was able to take that thing down? That's pretty awesome. He's done some amazing things over the years. Punk Hazard was a notable one. The fact he also succeeded with this while in my body helped out as well. So Izuku won without using his fire? That's definitely worth some praise, Ribbit. But it's expected. My honey would never lose to a dumb lizard. Baby 5 began showing pride before we made it to another door. This one was shut to make us force it open. When we did, there was a notable amount of dust and footprints on the ground. Someone's been here recently. Question is, what were they looking for? My best guess is the information on the drug. Smoker looked at all of us before speaking again. Tashigi. You take Baby 5 and some of our Marines to follow the footprints. Monae. You take Froppy and Battle Fist towards the main lab in here to get any info you can on the research you've done here with Caesar Clown. The rest of you, go and make a perimeter around the area to see if you can find anything else out of place such as another set of footprints or something. Yes sir. Everyone saluted before splitting up. Monae didn't waste time and allowed us to follow her straight towards the main area of the lab. Getting there though, we passed what looked like a daycare for Tsu to slow down a little. What is this place? It's a room where we kept test subjects. Wait, you mean those kids you said you know? Monae looked away before answering us while picking up a doll. I make no excuse for what I did. I can stand here and give you a speech about how I would change things if I went back in time knowing what I do now. Sad truth is, I probably would have done the same thing over again. Many died in this lab. Protector and test subject alike. I'm not proud of what I did, but their untimely demises are why I must atone. This is also why I can never forgive myself for what happened. I think you're trying your best to make up for what you did. I felt a bit of empathy for Monae before I patted her shoulder. It takes a lot to say you screwed up. It takes more to try and make up for what you did, impossible you may think. It just shows how regretful you are knowing this truly happened and is why you want to make things right. To me, that's enough to consider forgiveness for you. A smile came on the normally stoic scientist before we continued on to the lab. Once there, we noticed a room with several bottles in a minibar, a couch, alongside a room entering to a main laboratory. Caesar was rather orderly of his notes, so finding it should be fairly simple. What are we looking for exactly, Ribbit? Aside from a book, there are written copies. Original notes from the man if you'd wish to call it that. These notes are the ones he took as he conducted the research he did on the spot alongside the information from the assistants to our work. I looked around for anything along the line of that to find a strange piece of candy. It looked exactly like Rampage for me to ask Monae about it. I'm guessing this is the candy that you made for the kids? She took one glance at it before letting out a sigh. Yes. That candy you hold in your hands is the source of so much agony. Please destroy it. Following her orders, I dropped the candy on the ground before crushing it with my foot. A strange smoke came out of it before Monae looked into a cupboard and slammed her hand on it. Son of a beach? What's wrong? Whoever was here before us was smart enough to take the original copy. Only me and Caesar knew exactly where to find it, so it was either him or a top executive on Doflamingo's order to pick it up. Size of the handprints on the area wants me to believe it was Virgo. Without those notes, I can't make antibodies for the drug. So in short, you'll need information from Caesar to where to find the research data. Or pull it out of him through interrogation. I wonder how the G5 would feel ripping information out of a barely alive man. I shivered at that thought before the sound of footsteps came to show Tashigi and the others. I take it you all couldn't find anything? We all held our head down for Tashigi's answer. Whoever was here before us couldn't have been here long. It would have had to been a week, maybe two, since some dust accumulated back where they touched. That would fall within the timeline of when Doflamingo escaped. Wait, so Doflamingo and his family were taken out of Impel Down, came here, and then came to Japan. Most likely the case, Tsu. Sai Smoker isn't going to like this. We may not be as bad off as you think, Tashigi. We all looked at Monae as she began thinking. NHC-10 may be dangerous, but it's also something not just anyone can get a hold of so easily. Even the black market can't supply enough to make the amount someone is using to create something similar to the drug, if I remember. They'd need to be in touch with someone to make it, and only a handful even have the qualifications to do so. If it fails in the formulation process, it becomes a highly explosive product that would be better off as a pyrotechnic. So in short, all we need to do is find someone that has the ability to make NHC 10 and find out if they're the source. How many people can do that in Japan? Monae thought about this before answering my question. Last I checked, only about 5 would have the authorization to use it in Japan, and there's 2 facilities that could, so the leak has to be one of those 7. Also, it would have to be someone high up on the food chain if it was the later, since it would be easier to hide. I'll talk to Smoker about this and hopefully, we can at least cut off the flow as easily as it's being put out. We started walking back towards the area we left the Vice Admiral to tell him our findings. He wasn't exactly thrilled, but there's little we can do about that. We decided to head back after this to Japan before one of the lookouts said something. Smokey, I see something in the distance. It's hard to make out. Looks like an oversized bird coming towards us. Baby 5 took out a set of binoculars to try and see closer before her eyes came popping out of the lenses. Aha! It's Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. What are they doing here? Things immediately went from bad to worse with Smoker looking at us. Tashiji, take the kids, Baby 5 and Monae, and hide off in the distance. The less he knows the better. Yes sir. We ran towards a snowbank with the ship coming up next to the G5 ship for Doflamingo to stand at the front near the figurehead. Smoker. Such pleasant surprise seeing you here. What the hell are you doing here? Last I checked, you're no longer immune by the world government. Doflamingo smiled at Smoker before hopping off his ship and onto the island. It's simple really. You have 2 people of interest that I want. Hand over Baby 5 and Monae and I just might let you leave with your lives. He knows Baby 5 and Monae are here? This is bad. A standoff happened between Smoker and Doflamingo with what would happen next be up in the air. Monae POV. I'm not going to ask a third time. Give me Baby 5 and Monae and I'll let you and your Marines walk away with your lives. Damn it. We were so caught up with our own investigation that we didn't even think that Doflamingo would even attempt something so dangerous like come after us himself. This is bad. I clenched my fist in anger knowing that we were cornered. The only reason we haven't been found out yet is either luck or he's playing with us. If it's the later, he's then just trying to make up an excuse as to end Smoker. I don't know where they are. I personally thought that Monae was dead when the Battle of Punk Hazard ended and Baby 5 was arrested alongside the rest of your family. Doflamingo's veins began to bulge on his head to show he was getting angry. You think I'm that stupid to not know you've had a part in hiding them away for the last few years? I know you're helping them. Why else would they sit by you in the sports festival? Smoker held his staff in hopes to be ready the second this became ugly. Alright. I may have had a small part in this, but I don't know where they are right now. He. So that's the game you're playing. Alright. I'll give you until the count of 3 to tell me where they are. If you don't, the massacre you suffered at Punk Hazard is gonna be repeated. You honestly think I've been sitting around all the time since then? Both prepared for a fight with Smoker pulling his staff out. 1. Doflamingo's hands started to pull up and prepare for his own attack. 2. I felt suffocated in the fact this was happening because of the negligence on our end. I clenched snow of the mound we went to hide behind. Doflamingo was about to attack with all of us holding our breaths for Smoker's survival. 3. Wait. Everyone looked over to Baby 5 who stood up. Young master. You don't need to do this. Damn it. I stood up for Doflamingo to smile at us. There was no helping this. He. Baby 5. Monae. Lovely to see you two again. We walked down to meet in front of Doflamingo with him acting happy to see us. Now that this is done and over with, you can leave here with your lives. See? I'm not a bad guy. We were led to the Numancia Flamingo where the top executives put out a wooden stepping platform for us. We walked up the platform for both Baby 5 and myself to see over toward Smoker who was in a bit of disbelief. I'm sorry Izuku, but there wasn't another way to stop this. We were led towards the inside of the ship where the rest of the family was. So nice to have a family reunion. Alright. Now let's go over what you two know. About Portgas de Izuku. His powers. Abilities. Everything. I was disgusted knowing that Doflamingo was trying to find all info he could about Isuku from us of all people. However, perhaps I can use this as a way to keep me and Baby 5 alive. Portgas has 2 powers. One is a strength enhancer and the other is his natural flame quirk. I'm not certain how he obtained the first, but I can tell that his power is only able to be held because of his unusual body. He was also trained by Smoker in the 6 powers and hockey. Interesting. What are his limits? Make up a lie to try and give false information to try and give Izuku some leverage. That is not completely certain yet. He has yet to give a full image of his power or where he stands completely. The best we can say is the power he had used in the sports festival and the fight most recently in Hosu as to where he stands. Fair enough. Alright then, let's get going. Wait, young master. Baby 5 spoke up with a chill going down my spine. Yes. Please let us stay with Iporgas. Seeing that he's getting a little mad, Treble speaking up. Hey. What's wrong, Baby 5? You're a member of the Don Quixote family. So why are you questioning Daffy's decision? Damn it, Baby 5. Why did you have to speak up? Nobody had to die if you kept your mouth shut. I tried to think of a way to fix this and maybe avoid any problems for Izuku and us. Sir. If you allow us to remain with Portgas, we'll be more of an asset to you is what Baby 5 is saying. We could continue to give you information about him. We could even poise a trap in which you would be able to take him down with little resistance. As of right now, he has UA along with some pro-heroes and G5 on his side. If you also take in the fact he holds ties with the Straw Hat Pirates and the Chief of Staff to the Revolutionary Army, he's too dangerous to just go after him haphazardly. But if we were to remain in his inner circle, we could lure him somewhere. He trusts me as his head physician and Baby 5 as a close homemade. It would be easier for us to do that and make plans to take him out that way. I just need to word it in a way that makes it look like we're still on Doflamingo's side and we're trying to think ahead. Interesting. You are posing a very good idea, Monae. He. I like it, but I think there should be a little punishment to the two of you. A chill ran down my spine before Doflamingo walked over to an area with hot coals on a metal rod. You two are executives, so that means your loyalty is the most important thing. So I need you to pledge your allegiance. Lift up your shirts to show your stomachs. Knowing we had no choice, me and Baby 5 did that as he pulled out the metal rod. This will prove to everyone who you truly side with. Third-person POV. After Baby 5 and Monae were taken on Doflamingo's ship, Tashigi came out of the hiding area with Itsuka and Tsu somewhat worried. What should we do now, sir? Should we try and get back them? We try that and it just proves their lack of loyalty to Doflamingo. Smoker let out some smoke before continuing. I hate to think this, but we're going to have to dash. The sound of both Monae and Baby 5 screaming cut the Vice Admiral off for everyone to turn towards the ship and see them be thrown off into the snow. They were holding their sides in pain for Tashigi and Tsu to run towards and give some medical attention. Pulling their shirts up, both were met with a sinister burn mark on their friends' stomachs to tell what happened. What, is this a burn? It's more than a burn. It's the Don Quixote family's crest? Tashigi informed Tsu with Itsuka in disbelief. Who would do something so? I'll leave my cohorts to you for now, Vice Admiral. Make sure to treat them well. Doflamingo laughed at this a bit before his ship weighed anchor and set sail. And give Portgas Izuku my regards, will you? His father's death was quite entertaining at Marineford. The former warlord left the area with Itsuka fuming with rage. Smoker. Can I fire a cannonball at that dash? It wouldn't do any good. Even if we'd try to, I'd expect that's what Doflamingo wants us to do. He's egging us on to see if we'd resort to acting on emotion. Lucky for us, we're not that dumb. Not only that, but we have bigger problems. Smoker turned to look at both former executives of Doflamingo's crew holding the urge to scream and cry in pain. Smoker. Monae spoke up for the Vice Admiral to come closer to make it easier on her. Don't tell Izuku about this. This is what Doflamingo wants him to respond to. What do you mean? Tsu asked as she placed a burn lotion on Baby 5's side. He knows Izuku can't be beaten so easily by him, so he's trying to egg him on in hopes he makes the first move. Since it would be out of anger for us, Izuku wouldn't NGH, he'd not think straight, so he'd catch Izuku off guard and maybe succeed in ending him? Monae nodded at this with the Marines around her panicking, trying to help alleviate the pain in both women's sides. Smoker. Tashigi. I agreed to spy on Izuku. Monae gripped the Marine captain's arm in anger towards herself. It made me sick to my stomach doing, but it was the only way all of us could live and Izuku wouldn't react in anger. I've done enough bad in my life to last my lifetime. I don't want Izuku getting hurt because he was angered by what happened to me added on top of that. Monae started to cry and pleading for Tashigi to look down and remember when she personally hurt Izuku as a child. You're nothing but a filthy pirate. What right do you have to say what's better for me when all your kind does is hurt others? Releasing a sigh out from her memories coming back of what she wished she would have never said, Tashigi agreed. Okay. But how are you going to hide this from Izuku? It's not like he isn't aware if you're hiding something. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Baby 5 answered as she got up still in a lot of pain. I don't recommend getting up yet. That burn is in a really bad spot on your dash. I appreciate the concern, Itsuka. But I need to get back to Izuku. Right now, he's recovering from a painful battle against Virgo and Caesar. He needs someone there to be of mental support. Baby 5 avoided any worries from the people around her to start heading off towards the ship. Men. Make sure we're ready to head out. Battle Fist. Stay with Baby 5 and make sure she takes it easy. Froppy. Same with you for Monae. To Shiji. Set our course back to Japan. We have a job we still need to do for the people of that country. All members of G5 stood in salute to their leader before speaking in unison. Yes, sir. With Izuku. Izuku began waking up in a hospital bed with his head throbbing in pain. Ow, where am I? In a hospital? He turned his head to see Shoko, Momo and Kyoka to his side, relieved to see him awake. You went out cold after beating Caesar and stopping his explosion. Izuku remembered the acts before to understand how he got where he is. Any injured or hurt civilian-wise? Nope. From what Sabo told us, you helped stop things from getting worse, and that explosion could have ended a lot of people. Momo smiled at this, knowing her boyfriend did a great job stopping a dangerous situation. Want a cracker? Spoiling the moment, Izuku heard Sengoku's voice for him to be on the other side of him eating rice crackers. What? What are you doing here, Sengoku? I was told to help with the transport of Virgo and Caesar. Clown. Since Garp's a friend of mine, I figured I'd also make sure you're okay too. These ladies of yours were giving me death glares the whole time though. Ahahaha, crunch crunch. Sengoku tossed a few crackers in his mouth with Izuku, realizing this is the only time he'll most likely get to ask this. Sengoku. I have a question for you. For me? Well, this should be good. For years, Izuku's tried to understand this, but could never to now have the opportunity to be told the answer to something that's bugged him. Why? Why what? Why did you make his execution public? Gripping the sheets over his legs, Izuku continued. The Marines were never going to look so high and mighty after this. You let your own people die along with several others from your decision. I know he did bad things and I don't care about that. I've made peace with knowing it was inevitable a long time ago, but... Izuku looked at the former Fleet Admiral in front of him with anger. Why did you make my father's execution publicly shown? All you did was show the Marines as monsters and Whitebeard as a man wanting to save his crewmate, so why? Sai, I knew this was going to come into play soon. I guess you at least deserve an answer to that from me, kid. It's only fair. Sengoku swallowed what was in his mouth before continuing. Let's be first to say, this decision didn't fall on me. This judgment call was won by the 5 elders. Celestial dragons that really run the show behind closed doors for the world nobles. They wanted to make an example that those who dare defy the world government will have their lineage taken out alongside their existence. I knew Whitebeard wouldn't allow this, but I could only follow orders. Because of my failure to take down the entirety of the Whitebeard crew after the red-haired pirates came, I was forced into retirement. But in my last act of power, I made it certain that there were dangerous people let loose on the world. What do you mean? Kyoka asked for Sengoku to explain. During this battle, I'm sure you're aware of the breakout at Impel Down. I'm not counting the vagabonds that escaped though. I'm talking about ones in level 6. What are you talking about? Impel Down only has 5 levels. Actually, Ms. Todoroki, there are 6. The last level is one we put pirates and criminals we want the world to erase from existence. They took the title sociopaths to a new level and if freed, would cause far more chaos in the world. Thanks to Blackbeard though, these convicts escaped. Most in this level ended one another in hopes to become part of his crew, some joined that survived, while others escaped and went on the sea. Taking the actions of Marineford, I held much responsibility for its failure on the Marines' part, but I would be damned if I were to allow the world to have those criminals loose. So what happened? Izuku asked bluntly for the retired Marine to say. I denied orders from the 5 elders and set out a warning that there were dangerous criminals out. They wanted to pretend these were just pirates we didn't know about to save face and probably scoop them up after to make us look better. My concern at the time was how many people would be sacrificed after they'd be taken down again. If people knew who was out at least, it would make things less dangerous for the people. I didn't care anymore about credibility. I wanted to keep people safe at the end. I knew I was being demoted regardless, but I'd rather be demoted and do the right thing. Ain't that the truth? Everyone overheard a voice to look towards the door to see a tall man with sunglasses on and what looked like rags on. Been a long time, Sengoku. How you been? I see you're doing well. Third person POV. Alright. You wanna answer why you're here, Akiji? Last time I checked, you're no longer part of the Marines. Izuku asked, somewhat irritated for Kyoka to lean towards Momo. You know who this guy is? Not a clue. He does have a cool prosthetic though. Shoko mentioned as she looked down at Akiji's frozen leg. The door soon opened to Endeavor with Manuel, Ida, and Bakugo. It seems we weren't the first here. Also, what's a former admiral of the Marines doing here? Shoko, Momo and Kyoka heard this to immediately shout. This guy was a Marine admiral? Huh, oh yeah. I guess I was a big shot in the Marines after I lost to Sakazuki. Akiji remembered back a bit for Bakugo to speak up. Who the F is Sakazuki? Akainu. Izuku answered this to shock everyone. To make a long story short, both Akiji and Akainu fought for 10 days to find out who was worthy of the title of Fleet Admiral, since Sengoku wanted Akiji and the elders wanted Akainu. I don't know the exact details of what happened, but the two had enough power to turn one half of an island into a frozen wasteland and the other into literally an active volcanic site. Yeah, wasn't fond of that. Anyway, I came here to talk to you, Portgas. Let me guess, this has to do with your fat now boss, Blackbeard. Everyone was a bit shocked hearing someone for the law was now working for one of the worst of the worst. Sorta. But I'm not here on his orders. The former admiral looked around the room before turning back to Izuku. You mind if we get the room alone? Everyone looked at Izuku before he nodded. They took this as a reason to understand he's got the situation under control for them to walk out. The only one that didn't was Sengoku. You mind leaving too? I'm here as a request from a friend, but I'm still part of the Marines. Though I know you don't have any ill will, you're no longer a respected Marine and now work for a pirate. I hope you don't have any hard feelings for it. I get you. Not trying to be the bad guy, but also knowing that people like me can easily be them. Akiji turned to Izuku again before starting up. Anyway, I'd like to talk to you about your recent claim to Blackbeard. Though he's not taking it seriously, that doesn't mean Blackbeard won't forget what you said, kid. As such, I came here to determine how truthful your words are. How truthful? That son of a beach is responsible for my father's death just as much as Akainu. What part of that isn't truthful? Relax, kid. I just wanted to see where you stand. Now that I do, I'm willing to say this. Akiji took a deep sigh before answering. Give up on Blackbeard. At least for now. What? You want me to let that fat tub of lard free? Like that's ever gonna happen. Think about it. Right now you've got Akainu and most of the Marines on your tail. Not only that, but now you have Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family to deal with. You don't need a third party wanting to end you. At least for now. When you have enough allies knowing hockey, then that won't be as much of a problem to reclaim your declaration of war. However, you're not strong enough yet. Your own limits haven't been surpassed yet to the point you might stand a chance against the dark fruit and the tremor fruit. For now, avoiding a third faction as an enemy would help. So I'll say this again, let go of going after Blackbeard. You're not gonna win and facing him angry is just what Doflamingo wants us to do. That way when things go downhill, you can avoid at least one harming you. Izuku looked down at his fists in anger as he clenched them, despising the thought of actually letting Blackbeard go. It felt like he was betraying his own father, since taking him down was something Ace strived to do and was willing to die for. This feels wrong to do. Then let me make it easier for you to understand. If Blackbeard is unable to bring you to his side or stop you from going after him, he'd send people like me and his division commanders to end you. Trust me when I say this, kid. I plan to complete that assignment if I'm given it. Akiji pulled his sunglasses off to show the level of seriousness he was explaining. But I personally don't want to go after you if I can avoid it. So what's it gonna be, kid? You gonna play it smart and avoid Blackbeard, or are you gonna play the part of a homicidal maniac and be shot down like a rabid dog? Outside the room, Kyoka had decided to listen in while explaining what was being said. What are they saying now? Momo asked for Kyoka to hold her head down. Akiji, he said he'd be willing to end Izuku if he doesn't agree to his demands of dropping Blackbeard off his radar. Like hell Deku's gonna do that. The bastard is responsible for ending his father. He said before this that he couldn't because it felt like he was betraying his father. That's unfortunately rather accurate. Sabo pointed this out as he leaned on a wall listening. Ace went after Blackbeard because he ended another division commander. In the pirate world, this is deemed as the most unspoken and sacred rules in the Whitebeards. Never end your own crewmate. They are your brothers? So Portgas D. Ace went after Blackbeard because of him breaking this rule? That's right, Specs. To Whitebeard, his crew was his family and had everyone that joined the crew to vow to never harm those, he calls it. However, insubordination like Blackbeard's deserved death, and Ace as his division commander, felt it was his duty to do this. Sadly, this is where Ace met the defeat thanks to Blackbeard's underhandedness and the powers of the dark fruit, and thus started the war that took his life along with Whitebeard's. Sabo nodded, remembering the news of the War of the Best and how horrid things were. I failed to help my brother once, but I refuse to let the same happen to Izuku. So long as I have say in it, I'll make sure Izuku is safe. That's a promise I made to Ace's grave. Kyoka kept listening before overhearing Izuku's decision. He's gonna give up on Blackbeard for now. It also sounds like he's choked up about it. As I kinda expected he would be. This is something not anyone can accept. It's like saying, you want to punish someone for a crime and knowing what they did was wrong and having the means to stop them, but can't. The sound of a transponder snail ringing was heard for Sabo to get up. Creati, Earphone Jack, and Shoko. It's time we get going. Koala has been calling me nonstop and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get an earful when we meet her. The three got up to begin slowly heading out. They turned back to the door knowing that Izuku most likely would have problems accepting the decision on Blackbeard, but couldn't do anything about it to make it better. They left with the door opening soon after to have Akiji and Sengoku walk out. Well, I guess I better be going. Try to stay alive, kid. Akiji spoke into the room to Izuku to not get an answer. This is probably weighing on him lot. Rise above it. All you gotta do is handle the big threats you have right now before going after Blackbeard. Hopefully by then, you're strong enough to handle him. Akiji went left and Sengoku went right for the four that were still in the halls to walk in. Portgas. Endeavor tried to talk with Izuku for him to feel extremely depressed. Kid. Doing the right thing is never easy. Even though it doesn't feel like you did, you chose a smarter option? Then why does it feel like I want to kick myself for making it? Izuku asked, clearly angry with himself. I understand. Every fiber of your being is telling you to ignore what Akiji said and go after Blackbeard regardless. When emotions get involved and counteract the decision, it doesn't make things easier. That's unfortunately one of the tough decisions you'll have to face. Portgas. Ida spoke up with a bit of regret in his voice. Izuku looked over to see Ida holding his head down before bowing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought ill of you and abused the trust you had in me. I thought of you as a monster when I knew firsthand that you were the farthest thing from it. Izuku looked away somewhat in a sour mood. I probably didn't help with lying to you all, but my misguided lack of trust in you didn't help just as much, if not more. So if you need to, punch me. Excuse me. Izuku looked over to see Ida still bowing. The only way that I can at least make up for the problems I've caused is if you hit me with all you have. I'm not gonna hit you, Ida. That goes against what I believe in and that I shouldn't hit my friend. Please. I can't think we are anywhere near even until you hit me. So please, scald me and make certain I understand that you are a good person. Izuku thought about this before standing up and facing Ida. He pulled his arm back and swung it into Ida's jaw, nearly knocking him out from it. The force sent the engine quirk user barreling towards the far corner of the room for everyone to look shocked by this. You feel better now? TCH. A little. Can someone grab some ice for Ida? Izuku walked over towards his classmate and held his hand out. Need a hand? Ida accepted the offer and got up for Izuku to walk back to his bed and sit on the side. You weren't wrong for doubting me. My father was a pirate and they normally hurt people with a small minority knot. I've made peace with that. But you've also never seen him as a father to me. To the world, he was a dangerous pirate, but he never acted like a horrid, rude, monstrous warmonger that people think him as around me. In my eyes, he was a good father and I still stand by that. It might be different to you and his end wouldn't mark anything but just another dangerous criminal snuffed out by the Marines, but explain that to a 4-year-old who's his son. I get where you're coming from, Ida, but understand where I am and why I'm where I am. Ida took a deep breath in and let out a sigh. You're right. It's easy for me to say that he was a villain because I never knew him. But, sigh, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions with you. If you hate me and don't wish to take back my friendship, I understand. If you do, I promise I'll stand by you as I should have. Izuku began laughing at this for everyone to look at him. You really are an idiot, Ida. You think I'm that bitter to hate you? Give me a little credit? Izuku smiled at his friend before turning to Endeavor. So how much longer before I can get out of here? Tomorrow afternoon. Monae will be here to give you your last examination since she said she wanted to see how much damage your fight did prolonged. Alright. Guess I can start relaxing a little. Izuku turned to lay on his hospital bed and begin falling asleep instantly. You're sleeping. Everyone shouted for Ida to suddenly bust out laughing. Why the F are you laughing, for eyes? Because. I thought Portgas was dangerous, but it turns out, he's as simple as he's always been. Sigh, that gives a large strain on me a relief. The group continued talking with Akiji listening by to the side and overhearing the conversation before looking down at a transponder snail. You know, asking for stuff off the black market isn't exactly good for your credibility and makes you look sketchy. What do you want with C-prism stone bullets anyway, Smoker? The snail had. Looked like Smoker with a stern face before it exhaled to indicate the Vice Admiral was releasing smoke. Let's just say, I want them as a precautionary. Also, you're not exactly one that has much room to judge with your employer. Good point. But how many are you gonna need, 'cause they're not cheap or easy to get a hold of. I've seen the reports. I'm well aware of the price they fetch on the black market. Do you have a supplier? I do. It'll take a few weeks, but I'll contact you about the arrangements next month. Good. The transponder snail went to sleep with Akiji letting his head fall backwards. Just how special is this kid's protection that you'd risk your rank if someone found out about a deal with us, Smoker? Did you go soft on me, or are you steeling yourself for the worst to happen? Izuku POV. Alright. Let me take a look in your eyes now. The day after meeting up with Akiji and Ida's apology, I was met by Monae, who wanted to give me my final eval herself just to make sure nothing was overlooked. She made certain to grab blood samples from me, feel the areas where I had been hurt, and even check my vitals for her to say in her choice of words, "Find nothing dangerous." During the fight, were there any serious effects that caused you discomfort above what you are used to? Not that I can say outside of the normal feel of the rebound. She hummed to herself before placing down more information in her work. Any lingering joint or pains that are not going away? Just a stiffness from being in a hospital bed for most of the day. ICTCH. Monae held her side in pain for me to worry. Are you okay? I'll be fine. I just haven't gotten as much exercise lately, to the point I think I should consider doing something more physical. I didn't know about Monae's lack of exercise to feel bad for her. You know, you could always join G5's training. It can be fun. I fail to see what would make smokers' training fun. We both laughed a little before Monae put her tools away. Now that you're as healthy in my book as I can tell, we can move on to more pressing matters. I was about ready to ask before getting hit over the head by Monae. Ow. What did you do that for? For you being an idiot. On what planet was it safe to take on Virgo and Caesar clown at the same time? Okay, bad call on my end. But in my defense, none of us expected to go and run into both of them right off the bat. That hardly acts as a reason. You're lucky nobody got seriously hurt. She looked away from me, clearly angry. Look, Izuku, there's a lot of people that care for you. I need you to try and think with their feelings in mind. What you did was both stupid and dangerous. Though you may not have had much choice in the matter, that doesn't mean we want to see you fight and almost die. As both your doctor and someone that cares for you, it hurts me to see you fight to the point that you almost die regularly. You still weren't completely healed from CP0's attack, and now you're facing off against a top executive of the Don Quixote family and Caesar clown. Just, please, don't go over the top again and again in fights. I started seeing a small tear come down Monae's face to realize what I did in this fight to the girls. I reached over and hugged Monae for her to calm down a little. I'm sorry. I may not have had a lot of options for fighting, but this was without a doubt a bad move. I'm sorry. I know I'm doing a lot of that, but I'm really not trying. If I can avoid it, I promise I'll avoid fighting as much as possible. Though I can't do anything but fight. I will though try going forward to not make you and everyone worry when these fights happen. I know that's gonna be a lie. You and I both know you're not gonna stay to that. I winced hearing Monae tell me that. But I know you're not trying to get into these fights. Doesn't make me happy knowing you're still in them, but there's at least some solace knowing you're not openly looking to pick fights. I could feel her shake for some reason as I wrapped around her torso almost as if she was in pain. I didn't understand, but at least Monae was happier. Hey, what do you think you're doing getting ahead of me and having a hug from Izuku? Baby 5 opened the door visibly angry with Tashigi beside her, showing a little passive aggressiveness to her. Sorry. I guess I went a little ahead of everyone. Monae laughed a little before letting me go. You're free to leave now. I've already had Endeavor clear the paperwork. Tomorrow though, we will have a meeting to discuss where to go next for our group and our ultimate objective of clearing any misgivings about you to the public. Thank you. I grabbed what I had for things and began walking out. As I did, my stomach started to growl to feel really hungry. The cafeteria food was crap. I really hope there's nice food at Endeavor's agency or at least around it. The next day, after getting ready and heading to Endeavor's office, I was met by everyone in Smoker's, Uncle Luffy's and Uncle Sabo's group in the room. Good. We're all here. We can begin this discussion. Endeavor cleared his throat before starting. As you all already know, we split up into different groups for your safety as well as to accomplish different things. However, Hosu had changed most of that where things began going downhill. Luckily, things were able to be stopped before going completely down. Thanks to a public speech of the Hosu incident, Endeavor was able to explain that I was able to legally defeat the hero Ender as well as save Hosu from a suicidal villain wanting to destroy it by any means necessary. However, the Marines were able to cover up any information that led to Doflamingo by taking Virgo into their own custody and saying that one of their vice admirals was able to capture him. The main reason Endeavor didn't fight this from what I gathered was cause it would sound too convenient for me to take out someone the Marines already took credit for. Not that I blame them for that. Unfortunately, our job was handled unintentionally by Izuku during this attack. However, we were able to grab some information on where Caesar's lab was and destroy it. Sadly, it was raided long before we arrived, which means whoever is working with Doflamingo knew what they were looking for and took it with them. Uncle Sabo explained for us all to feel somewhat annoyed. I'm with you on feeling you got played. Ms. Nami spoke with a defeated attitude. The fact we went so far away just to leave empty-handed felt irritating. On a positive note, we were successful in some information on our end. Monae tried to secure the situation a little better. Thanks to having some information on the original drug as well as trigger, I was able to reverse engineer the Rampage drug and make a near-perfect copy. So you made a drug the same as the one on the market. I don't get why you'd need to. Uncle Luffy asked, not exactly sure how this works for Mr. Chopper to explain. Reverse engineering is a process in how scientists and doctors learn about certain things. Now that we have something similar to the original drug, we can make antibodies and sedative for those using it. Oh, why didn't she just say so? She did. You're just an idiot? Almost everyone spoke up, not fond of dealing with my uncle at the moment. Anyway, from the drugs in this, I should be able to make a couple sedatives in a very short time span. Few days at most, give or take a day. Once I have it and am certain it works, I'll hand the information over to the police board so they can handle the drug better and limit some damage to people who've already taken it. The problem though is what I've discovered as I was creating the makeshift. We all looked at Monae for Tashigi to explain. From what she's explained, if the drug is in the system too long, it can result in organ failure of many, as well as if you haven't yet and you're a strong user, you could face permanent damage that could lead to insulin problems, lung damage, rupturing of the stomach as well as kidney failure. Whoa! That's a lot of problems. Mr. Sanji spoke for all of us to realize the gravity of the drug more. So if we can get the sedative done, we'll be able to help more people? Ochako asked for Monae to nod. Okay. Any way we can help? I'll need blood samples of emitter, mutation and enhancement quirks. The more I have, the better. This will allow me to make certain the sedative I make will affect everyone equally. Does anyone else wish to offer their blood in hopes to help? A couple of people raised their hands for Monae to pull out some tools and try to extract some blood. The ones that offered were beginning to sit down one at a time for Monae to handle her work as Ms. Robin continued from her side. Since we have a sedative going forward, perhaps if we add more pro heroes to this mission. If we do, we can increase our network of distribution and avoid as much significant damage as humanly possible. I've actually asked for a few pro heroes to join us in this crusade while Ace was in the hospital. Currently, we have a large number of the top-ranked pro heroes helping as well. Right now, we have Hawks, Genist, Ryukyu, Orca, Selkie, Fat Gum and Night Eye. Hawks, Genist and Ryukyu for the most part are for a way to gain notoriety for Ace. Fat Gum and Night Eye are both knowledgeable on the black market and can help us curb the influx of this drug into Japan. Gang Orca and Selkie can also help us with the sea routes to avoid any illegal products to produce it into the country. This would leave only those that would illegally offer product for Doflamingo's group to make. It doesn't make it foolproof, but it at least will hinder the production and mass distribution to get us as close to even with the sedatives. Endeavor then turned to my uncles. Perhaps we can also use the Straw Hats and the Revolutionary Army to help. If you two join this from the underworld side, we can limit its production more. Look, I really don't care all that much about some drug thing. All I want to do is kick Mingo's ass. Think for a second, Luffy. Uncle Sabo tried to explain it in the best way he could. If we stop the flow of drugs, we don't have to worry about finding Doflamingo since he'll find us. Chances are, he's also very angry about what Izuku did and is now most likely trying to get a step ahead to gain some leverage on him. Keep in mind also that Doflamingo won't underestimate you or me going forward. He's done that once already and unfortunately paid the price for it. We aren't dealing with any normal person. We're dealing with a man that knows how to play the game. I tried to think of a good way to handle this before Endeavor spoke up. For now, try and focus on getting stronger. If there is a break in the case or anything, we'll explain it to you. Monae, please inform me when your sedative will be at optimal efficiency so we can distribute it as fast as possible. If we can overflow the police with a treatment before we get overrun with Rampage, we can avoid not only civilian damage, but political damage as a majority as well. We were dismissed soon after this for the girls to grab my arms and drag me towards an empty room. Once there, I was put in a chair with my girlfriends looking like they were about to end me. Is this about what happened at Hosu Dash? You're damned right it is. Everyone shouted for Ochako to take the lead. We read in the newspaper that you were in a fight with people and we then find out that you're in a hospital? How do you think we're supposed to feel? Ochako's right. You should have thought this out more. Itsuka continued with Momo trying to be a voice of reason. Now, Izuku did succeed in stopping two major problems. Without Caesar around, there should be less ability to create the drug. Not only that, but Virgo is a huge drop down as well. Says the people that couldn't do anything. Baby 5 retorted back in anger for Shoko to glare at her. What? I didn't see you try to fight a sociopath scientist who was threatening to destroy half of Hosu and a bamboo-wielding psycho? The two began bickering for it to annoy me. Alright. I screwed up. What more do you want me to say about it right now? Monae already gave me an earful in the hospital yesterday, so I understand how you all feel. If anything, I'll try not to dash. We all know you're not gonna avoid these fights if you're thrown into them. Everyone responded with little to no hesitation. Am I really that bad with keeping my word on things like this? The girls nodded for me to let out a sigh. I really need to work on that. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Ochako remembered something for her to smile again. Rebecca said hello in the kingdom of Dressrosa. She also wanted me to thank you for what you did back then to put her grandfather back on the throne and what you did in the Colosseum. Oh yeah, the gladiator girl that everyone hated her guts and wanted them spilled. How she's doing? Great actually. She also was going to come to UA to see about a college to enhance her knowledge. I also heard she'll be coming to tour the school in a little bit with her father. Kairos, huh. That guy was one badass son of a beach even as a toy. I started to remember the weird toy soldier that I saw running from the cops and scaring kids away from the Colosseum. Well, they both owe a great deal of debt to you. Flare Doc. They told you about the alias, didn't they? Uh-huh. I let out a sigh knowing now I have my own problems to deal with. Why do I feel like that's gonna be a new nickname soon? Where there's smoke, there's fire. I opened the door to see several hero posters and some action figures in a dark room. So this kid likes heroes?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.